Up, everybody? B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Doc Walker rolling with me today. JP is still on vacation. Today is going to be a tough one for the great one. Doc Walker over here. The Boston Celtics has number 18 now, which puts them the most winningest basketball franchise in history. Last night, the Boston Celtics took their 18th championship over the Dallas Mavericks. And we're going to try and break that down as much as we can today. Chris Miles will come back on because he told me all the things that Dallas had to do. And I just say, man, people better realize one thing. Offense is spectacular, but if you're playing on defense, you can't win many games.
No rebounds, no ring.
The Boston Celtics played everything. Kudos to the Boston Celtics.
Amen.
Doc's son, has the bragging rights for another year. Because he's a Celtics fan. Yeah. Coach Thompson had a lot to do with that.
Big John is smiling. Congratulations, Coach.
Yeah, he's a Celtics fan.
Oh, my God.
Doc's a Lakers fan. Yeah. But listen, man, I got in, and today we're going to talk a lot of basketball. It's a little thing popped up in the paper today about what the Commanders are doing over there about, filing papers for their facility area to be able to become data centers. That's not right now. That's later on. Hopefully, I reached out to the guy, Buddy Riser, who's inside the article.
Can't wait to hear that.
See if we can just get him so he can explain. Because one thing people do, they take stuff and they run with it. Yep. And we're not trying to allow people to run with this because
click.
It's not at that point. Yeah. And also, we have another game tonight, a 3-1. We got the Panthers taking on the Oilers up there in Edmonton. And they're back in Florida now. No.
Florida, you right.
But
Florida.
I'm talking to Alan May. He told me he's in Edmonton. So I get what's going on. Alan is waiting for me to come back.
Alan still may be in Edmonton.
They
but
probably
the
not coming
be
back.
Down in Florida. Yeah.
So we'll get into that as well. And hey, you heard us talking a lot about the Oilers fan, the young lady. Mm-hmm. She has spoken, and we're going to definitely let you hear that. We had to do some doctoring with that. Landfill did a great job, but let me just say this, man. I sat there and I watched that whole basketball game last night. And Doris Burke, as I said, I love listening to her.
I love her too,
she can break it down. She touched on something I've touched on a long time in this series for sure. Mm-hmm. Luca got to get in shape. Luca was exhausted. Mm-hmm. Don't tell me he scored 28 points. He didn't score any points when it mattered. He scored points in junk time. They never got close enough to make Boston be concerned about anything that they were doing. Kyrie did not show up as well. Mm-hmm. Now, he did a lot of stuff to say somebody's character in the game where he went and shook all those dudes' hands in Boston and waited for all his teammates to dap him up. But during the time that mattered, he was basically non-existent. Okay? But 28 points, You didn't score all those points in the first half where you could have made the tone change up, and the right person did get the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Tatum played unbelievable yesterday, but the whole series, it was Brown. And that dude there, they all were clanking it early on. But as it got going, dude played some D. But I'm going to just say this.
He plastered
my unsung hero is White. Mm-hmm. When you eat all of that part, all that floor, and you still ball out like you did, Pritchard is another. Oh. Second time he hit it from half court in this whole series.
They really, you got to give their front office, they had a vision. Mm-hmm. They understand, unlike a lot of the Yankees and the Dodgers and these teams that claim to play beyond the logo, the Celtics got it. And they understood what they represent.
Yeah.
And that's why I say you can't hate if you love excellence. But Horford, seeing him with longevity.
17 years.
And waited out.
Yeah.
And then to play that well.
He did, man. See, this is like.
And they're in condition. You had a good point.
We get into conversations a lot on these airwaves, and we talk about the Commanders need more experience. The Commanders need to get younger. No, you need a combination. Because what you saw last night, okay, I've got number 30. off of Boston. He comes off the bench firing up 3-pointers and make them.
Mm-hmm.
Him, White, Holiday, Pritchard.
Yeah.
Holiday is in the middle of that thing.
He can do it all.
Tatum and Brown are 7 years, 7 years in the league, that type of thing. But you got guys that are in their first, second year. You got guys in the 6th, 7th. You got guys 17. You need, and when you get older, you have to make sure that your experience is shared. And you heard Tatum talk about it. You heard Drew Holiday talk about it. Also Brown about what Horford meant to that team. And I think when you're a young guy, you're supposed to bring energy. All the young dudes that got in, they brought energy. But White, man, ever since he cut that hair off that started back here, the man has been on a tear.
The headband used to be so funny. I would say to Austin, what is he? Does he not have any close friends? Because, in our crew, we wouldn't have let you get away with that. We'd have talked about you, so you'd have had to change that. They finally got him to shave that. Man, we'd have played with his hairline. A lot of them guys in the NBA are rather sensitive. Because people don't tell them what we talk about. Some of them don't brush their hair. They don't comb their hair. Some of them need to shave completely. I don't get it. A lot of these dudes are seriously going through some things they need counseling. But I'll say this, the Celtic brand and the way those fans in unison went after Kyrie, I'm telling you, that is, and that's what makes it all cool. Because you got to be able to deal with it.
He may say they didn't affect him.
Yeah, okay.
But the way he's played in Boston, and the fact he hasn't won any in Boston, means that they're affected.
Yeah.
I've always had the mindset when something doesn't bother you, you give it the one finger salute and you keep moving. It should motivate you. But I know he say he's a new person. He's trying to change up. But, dude, competitors, when you got that real dog in you, you always say that canine, you can't go through a game like that and be, what was he, 5 of 16?
Yeah, he
like
rimmed
that.
out 3 of them. He was not like he was horrendous, but it was just that pressure. People, can you imagine an entire, and maybe you had it in your career, an arena going after
Every time with the Philly, they never liked me. When we went up there to play them.
Yeah.
That motivated me.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I watched that game and I know this is what I'm talking about. When the Celtics lost to the Warriors, the talk was Tatum, Brown can't win together. Their skill set is too close. They will never win. What did they do? They both sacrificed and learned how to work with each other. And then their front office said, let's get them some help. So they went and they got them they got a unicorn in Porziņģis.
Yes.
Then they got Horford. They brought in Drew Holiday.
That's the key.
And then they brought in other guys that basically, I don't care what time I get, I'm giving you all of me while I'm out there. And now you got 2 guys who understand I can be the man, we probably won't win. But if we share this thing and both of us play both ends of the court, it'll make it easier for us to win. And guess what they did? They got them a championship.
Yeah. Complete means if my best isn't working, my second and third skill set, that's Tatum. If his shot 3 ball didn't hit, then he led the team in assists. Or he can go down the block and rebound. The other boy said, I'm going to take your best guy and drive him nuts. So, Luca, it's going to be so interesting for the NBA. It was a blessing because it carries right into the offseason and who's going to do what, when. And the chase is on. They done broke it down to 18 in this cylinder. And the team that's really like the Beverly Hillbillies now, the Lakers, they're going to sweep the news again, but it's not going to have anything to do with basketball. It's going to be off the court chatter, and it's going to be political, and I have no idea if it's going to make any difference on the floor.
You mean with the Lakers?
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, like, when everybody say they love basketball. Everybody say they love their job. We're going to find out if Luca really loves his job when he comes back next year. Because you remember the Joker used to come out, and he used to look like Doughboy.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty, my boy.
And But he was unbelievably talented.
Yeah.
But there were times when he got late in the season where he just didn't
gassed.
have it. He was gassed. But then he came back last 2 to 3 years and he won 2, 3
he can
MVPs.
Let's go.
Luca's going to have to do something like that. He's going to have to go out and change that body up, because if he doesn't, he's going to be not able to carry his team down the stretch. You know, and I'm sure they're losing it up there in Boston right now. But I was impressed by Boston. Chris Miles is going to join us later on, and I know Chris came in there and he said, well, you know, everybody was telling me about Dallas because people only care about offense. That is why fantasy sports is so great. They only care about offense.
Because you don't have to win to be good at it.
But you have to listen. If defense made a difference, we'll have some defense stuff in fantasy. We don't normally have defense stuff in fantasy.
Right.
Everything that you go about scoring and this and that. But when somebody can hinder you and stop you from scoring, it needs to be given some level of respect.
Well, the glove. We really, really got to go back to say that the glove was the most famous guy, Rodman, famous for defense. Who now in this current culture is famous for defense other than Gobert? And his offensive game is
he
terrible.
He acts like Butterfingers or whatever.
Yeah, terrible. But I mean, it's part of it's on us, what we deem as important, what we glorify. But the two-way thing is either in or you won't win. Same thing with Giannis.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of pacified him. Embiid, you know, we're doing this thing right now for Embiid. And Joel, which is the next chapter about him talking
my
about
thing with Joel Embiid, you know, just like and you know, I'm on this thing because I, like you always would say, people hold talent hostage. And Luca, if he was able to, I think he would try it even more, play defense. But he tries to play defense, then he gets exhausted.
Yeah.
And he stops doing it.
Yeah.
You know,
he cheats, pickpocket. He's not standard, bend them knees, slap that floor, let's roll.
No, never.
Yeah, he does it lazy.
If he was in better shape, he could probably handle that. And
well, how much you gonna put on Kid? How much of this are you gonna put on Jason to get his troops to do their job?
See, my thing in the NBA, the players control everything. So we can sit up here and try to put it on Kid, but you have two unbelievable stars on your team. They should have that in them already.
But they don't.
You think Phil had to tell Mike what to do? You think Phil ever told Kobe what to do? They naturally were those people.
Yeah, but they respected him. I think they earned
Shaq would have been better if Phil was that great.
Yeah.
He didn't listen all the time, did he?
No, to nobody.
So I just think that it comes to a point where those guys got to play. Jason Kidd basically played that way all year. And they won the games, and they end up in the finals. When you get to the finals, you don't scrap everything you've been doing. You supposed to got to get better at what you've been doing.
Okay, now, but I'm saying now that you've seen your way isn't good enough to become a champion.
Well, moving forward,
what do you do?
They change up later as they go through next year. But I'm gonna say this: what happened yesterday was, like, you know, when you go into a football game a lot, and y'all went through it, that D line was considered great. The whole line was considered great with Welsh. Did you change? No. You ran exactly what you've always run, and you beat their asses one-on-one. What happened yesterday was that I looked at it. I think Brown was plus 20. Tatum was plus 18. Luca and Kyrie were minus 16 and something else. When your stars are minus 30-something, you're not winning games.
Right.
So I don't care what Jason Kidd did. His two stars did not lead the way properly. And then that's why they ended up losing that game. Okay, Luca was minus 18, minus 19. Kyrie was minus 11. Your stars are minus 30. Let's flip it over to the other side. Tatum, plus 18. Brown, plus 20. They are plus 68, basically, above. They're 68 better than you.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday. The unicorn played. I didn't think that would happen. Somebody on this court said that should happen. Go for it.
Hey, man, sometimes you got to lay it all on the line.
Yeah, and he did.
You know, like when people say, well, you know what? Let's save him for next week.
Mm-hmm.
Next week, what if he get hurt at the beginning of that game?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get hurt. You get hurt either way. So you got to go and try to get it when you can. And I think they made the right move because going back to Boston, you can see both sides were very cautious and nervous early. But then all of a sudden, when that crowd started cheering and started to boo Kyrie and say them naughty things to him, Boston started to get on the roll. You can't wait. Because if they had lost that one and they go back to Dallas and then they lose that one, now it's 3-3.
Now they reveal he's going to have surgery.
Yeah.
So it is a tear.
Okay.
And he'll go in. So he gutted it out. No, it worked out. And I'm glad it worked out for him.
Like you mentioned that yesterday by saying, what if they get a spark from him? Mm-hmm. And I think they did get a spark when he walked in the game. That's when the crowd really lost their mind.
It was crazy.
You know, so they got a spark. Mm-hmm. But I think sometimes you got to grab the bull by the horns and go for it. Mm-hmm. You know, I know, but listen, athletes, they heal. They come back.
Klay Thompson is now now we know some of this is posturing. Some of this is negotiating. But there's going to be some movement. Almost other than the games, the best part of the NBA is the offseason and the rumors and the movements. You think Klay ends up staying with the Warriors, or is he a piece? Can he go make somebody like Philly, New York, Orlando?
I really think Klay is staying. I think long as he can shoot, he's still one of the best shooters ever. And I think
he ain't budget. He want to get paid.
He want to get paid, but I think one thing about him, he probably will get more money from Golden State than he would from anywhere else. Because they know his capabilities.
I don't think they can pay him.
The other people are seeing us, they can pay him. They pay everybody over there.
No, but I just think paying him when he was hurt.
Yeah.
And now they got youth. But one of the keys of staying dominant is being able to cut that umbilical cord.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to get it.
I'm with that, but I just like to see those two try to go at it again. You know what I mean?
No, I hope you're right. I don't think it's going to happen.
It may not, but you know what?
Because they got one of him. As long as Steph, either or, if you could only have one,
Steph
it's not
is
even
your leader.
Yeah, so Steph that's why he's out.
Is the golden child. He's the leader of that thing, the alpha dog.
Yeah.
But if you got somebody who is supposed to be second, but is a better overall shooter.
Yeah, he's still damn good.
It's hard to just let that go. Because if he ends on a team with a team that basically like a Philly.
Yeah, he's a notch down from himself, but that notch, he's still higher than
a damn good defensive player.
He was totally complete. Gonna be interesting to see who does it.
Gonna be very interesting.
And if they have the resources to do it, or does he follow his old man? And somehow they got no resources for him. He could do it out of spite. Purple and gold.
Well, you know, they all have connections down there together.
Oh, yeah.
So he may be going there. But we're going to take us a quick break here. We get back. We're going to continue on. Also, there's been some stuff in the papers about the Commanders. I mean, I don't know if it's in the papers, but on social media, Brandon Aiyuk, he's kind of have the people around this country that could cheer for the burgundy and gold. They're hyped right now because I don't know. Dane Daniels, tell people to let you know. Don't tell Aiyuk he can't be pulling the JP, just posting stuff without telling you he's posting these things. But before I go, hey, Paul Henry's won the installation. You hear us talking about him a lot. As JP said, he took the room outside and made that room into something special where you always hear him talking about he has the 2 TVs and he has one for his wife and one for himself. They do that outside and they're all windows that Paul put into that door. At first, it'll get a little cold out there. I went over to visit him one time and we had to use a heater and a jacket to sit supposedly inside. Paul changed that up for him, so I don't mind going over to hang out with him. Paul came to my house and changed all the windows in my house. He did the doors and the windows on my detached garage. He's now coming to work on my breezeway, and he's going to also change the actual garage doors. I got the doors that open and close where you go to inside-outside doors to make sure I change those up. But now he's coming to change all the garage doors to make the house look even better. When you got great windows and great doors on your house, it looks good. Like when people walk up, you say, what you see first? Look at their eyes. If their eyes are very healthy, they normally have a healthy body. When you have good-looking doors and windows on your house, it looks great, and Paul does a great job with it. So reach out now and give Paul a call. You get 15% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 15% off doors. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Doc Walker's rolling with me today. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the Boston Celtics winning the championship last night. We're going to get Travis Thomas to call in next segment probably. Travis is up in Boston now, so we could get a first-hand account of what happened last night. When I talked to him a bit ago, he sounded like he just got in.
He probably did.
He had a lot of good fun.
Well, might still be out.
But the thing that rocked, I would say that is rocking Commanders Town is Brandon Aiyuk, who is an unbelievable wide receiver.
The dog.
And I think listen, when Jaden Daniels was drafted, we started hearing stuff about that. Then yesterday, it was a post that he posted saying that the San Francisco 49ers said that they didn't want him back. I don't buy that 100%. They probably told me they didn't want him at the price he was trying to get.
Hello.
And I think what they're looking at is trying to get him at a price that they see he fits. And it's negotiation tactics. But ultimately, the fact that he and Jaden were teammates, I think everybody is now going to automatically assume that it has to happen. I want people to understand one thing. Jaden Daniels and Brandon Aiyuk has a relationship. You know who else have a relationship with Brandon Aiyuk? Adam Peters. Adam Peters would know. He will know if it's something feasible or something that's probably affordable at this point. Because I want people to do a little Michael Jackson moonwalk for me. Let's backpedal a little bit. You remember when people were saying that there's no way Washington is going to draft Jaden Daniels, and they also said that Jaden Daniels didn't like Adam Peters because Jaden Daniels went to Adam Peters and asked him what he thought about his position some years ago. And Adam said, I think you should go back, and then you can move yourself up. Because at that point, he thought it was which, but I think that was rumor because there's never been said by Jaden or Adam that they actually talked and he actually told him you're a 5th-round pick. But who did they draft in the second pick of the first round? Jaden Daniels.
AD.
So that shows you that people change their mind or that stuff never happens.
Smokescreen.
Yeah. So the ultimate thing for me here is, listen, Brandon Aiyuk has played so well to where he's going to be in the 20-something million up to 30. They may want to give him 26, 27, not 30. He don't like it, so he's telling somebody, they told me they didn't want me. They probably said, no, we want you at this price, not at that price. That don't mean they don't want you.
That's their job.
Yeah. So ultimately, I really, every time there's a rumor, for the most part, I'd like to go right past them because if it's a rumor and there's nothing documented with it, I don't care about talking about it.
Well, we're getting played. These are between agents.
Since it keeps coming back, I figured we'd talk about it, but I would say this. When we draft the first move that Josh Harris and his crew made was to hire Adam Peters. And I recall that day where everybody were happy as hell.
That was the best move made.
They were throwing bees as if Adam Peters was the young lady from Edmonton. You know what I'm saying? And he'd give them a little flash. So everybody loved it. So I would say, how about going back to that? If it's a move that should be made and it's probably okay and smart to make it, he'll make it. If it's not, he won't. And we move forward. Let's not have another little thing like this separate a fan base because you want him, you don't want him. No. That man knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
Let him figure it out.
Let's judge the cake after it's baked.
Yeah. Like, man, if I were Jaden, I'd be like, yo, man, if you're going to post stuff like that, let me know this first. You know, because he didn't say anything. Nobody said anything on the thing that was like, that was detrimental. But still, let me know what you're doing. Because I'll be honest with you, sometimes like you and I say about Jay, be here talking and all of a sudden I start getting notifications on my phone. I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I'm like, why? That was nothing. Why did you tweet that?
Yeah. Just
let me know what you're doing so I can have an understanding when people come to me about it.
Well, it's like you come in here now, you just know you on blast. That's my thing. You on blast. You walk in here, you on blast. So just deal with it. But this is the whole part of this time of the year, and it's not going to go away because Aiyuk. It's about they're negotiating for dollars now.
Yeah.
And his quarterback is going to be next, and the Niners know this is about the last year they're going to have that green light to where they got cash to play with because Purdy's coming up. It's coming.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming.
And he's going to get paid. I understand he was a 7th-round pick.
Mr. Irrelevant.
It doesn't
Not anymore.
Don't make any difference. He has performed to a level where he's going to command well, like 9 figures. He's gonna command it, and his per year gonna be like 50 plus. It's gonna start with a 5. And people sometimes like where you get drafted. Yeah, where you get drafted. If you just get there and you settle, yeah,
you're right.
If you get there and you work, you can get
go
paid.
Get it. Yeah, you can.
And I think he's going to get paid. But like the whole thing about it is, I start thinking about when you say certain things, like when I heard Boston talking last night, it's all about the players. And every time they ask one guy something, he gave credit to somebody else. That is why they play like they play.
They move the ball.
But when you listen to Aiyuk talk, and he, if he was to come here, I'd be cheering for him like hell. But his other quarterback is like, damn, dude, what's up? I mean, I've been hitting you with the ball. I don't care what they say. I throw it to you. You know, I'm trying to get you paid. But you wonder would that same attitude be here? He gets here, and then all of a sudden he wants something and don't want something. You know what I'm saying? How does it change up? There are guys that are team players and guys that are me players. I haven't figured out which one he is just yet.
That's a great point. I mean, there's Art Monk, there's Terry McLaurin, and then there's the rest of them.
Yeah.
You know, and you really don't know. Very few guys play as hard as like a Gary Clark, even if he's pissed at you.
Yeah.
Gary gonna come out for the squad first.
And that's how it's supposed to be.
And that's the way, that's the way you raised.
Because, like, if they don't move him, he ain't gonna stop playing, I hope.
No, he won't.
I mean, I hope he goes there and show them why they should have paid him, because he doesn't have to sign anything right now. He has what? This is his 3rd year, I think. He has 2 more years before that extension thing. So if I'm him, keep playing.
They can't.
You're gonna get your money.
Pay him, no.
Yeah, but the thing about it,
it's growing.
Listen. If he has that ability, keep being. Just say I'll wait till the contract up, and then I'll discuss that then. They might try to franchise them. Franchise tag for receivers is going to be about $35 million.
Yeah, wait till CD said. That's what the people are waiting on. I'm waiting on Dak. I just hope he gets 70. That's what I'm hoping for. But
so they can't pay CD. It just gets to the point where these little things. Like, listen, I understand social media. I understand why people do things, but every time somebody posts something on it, you have to be able to decipher. Are they giving us real information, or are they giving us stuff to get us to talk about what they want us to talk about?
Well, the agent could be he could be the puppet string. If I were representing an athlete in today's game, I'd own Instagram, X, because that's a little pulpit. You can just pepper things and get reactions.
I think we as fans have to get to a point where we don't just let every little thing that pop up make us really think, oh, yeah, this is something about to happen. Some things are not about to happen. When I start hearing the Commanders discuss it or somebody from this side, then I'll believe it's about to happen. Or if I don't hear anything, because what they've done so far is just all of a sudden sign somebody. So I'm not with the hype.
No, this is the new regime.
Yeah, I'm not with the hype train. I'm with the let's get this thing done. Let's win some games. So I don't want to hear all that. So we're gonna take us a break here. We get back. Maybe later on in the show, if we find a spot, we're gonna open up some phone calls. I want to get your take, because hey, I like to know what the fans are thinking. Because if you tell me exactly what you're thinking, then we could probably cater the shows to what you're thinking. And I think ultimately, Commander stuff normally is something on their mind. We'll figure that out. But when we get back, Travis Thomas, he's in Boston right now, and we're gonna make sure we talk to Travis about all things Boston Celtics. How big was the parties last night? But before I go, hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. I love sports. I love them so much, I never want them to stop. But as the playoffs wind down, we get fewer games. And the sports aren't sportsing like I want them to. But FanDuel lets me keep the sports going whenever I want. All I have to do is open the app and dream up bets anytime I'm in the mood. And this summer, FanDuel is hooking up all customers with a boost or a bonus daily. That's right, there's something for everyone every day, all summer long. So head over to fanduel.com/Brian and start making the most out of your summer. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager requirements apply. Bonus awarded as a non-withdrawable bonus bet or profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including bonus expiration. See terms and conditions at fanduel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. start talking about teams winning championships, you want to go to the city that won it because you can get information that you don't get anywhere else. And we're going to do that with one of our buddies. As it says on all the social media, the media mogul, the Travis Thomas experience. Travis Thomas joins us right now from Boston. What's up, Trav? What's up, brother?
Man, my life can't get any better. I get a title last night. I wake up to some missed calls from the legend Brian Mitchell. Now I'm on the radio with the legend Brian Mitchell and the legend, my man, Doc. Oh, my God. Life can't get any better than this, man. How you guys doing,
congratulations.
man?
Sound like that voice hurting a little bit.
Yeah, he in pain.
Give us a little snippet of the things that went down once Boston got over that hump last night.
Oh, my God. Well, first of all, it was a lead up. So I talked about this the last time we talked. For the first time in Celtics history, they opened up the Garden for watch parties for when the team was in Dallas taking on the Mavericks. So you could come in the TD Garden, watch the Celtics on the big screen, and they sold that joker out. And that was the first time they had ever done that in their history. I had mentioned that to you and JP. So it started with Game 4 Friday night. This town was ready to party. They were liquored up, ready to go out, cause trouble on the streets, and then we all know what happened. That team got punched in the mouth. They got their ass kicked. So, you know, it kind of carried over through the weekend. I actually did radio this past weekend, and there were a lot of nervous callers, a lot of people saying, here we go with this team. You know, they come up mentally short in closeout moments. And it was, you know, most people wanted it to end last night, obviously, but there was a lot of nerves in that building. And kudos to the Celtics. You know, they went out and they really did what the Mavericks did in Game 4. They came out and they made no doubt. You know, they came out hair on fire. The energy in the building was insane. And they put the Mavs away pretty early. You know, the Mavs made some runs. They showed some fight, but you never felt like the Celtics were in trouble of not capturing banner 18, which I would love to hear from Doc on that, because there's a lot of trash talk around here, a lot of slander of the Lakers organization today with banner 18 going up in those rafters in TD Garden.
Yeah, no, my oldest, Travis, he was there for Game 2. He's a leprechaun, and he wears that god-awful green every day of his life during basketball season. And I told him, no, congratulations. I understand how important it is. It means a lot. I'm happy that in our era right now where everything's tricked, numbers. I mean, let's face it. So much fake has taken over tradition. I applaud what goes on in Boston. I applaud the fact that people still care about teamwork and bringing in a guy like the Bruin who comes in and White, your quote, others are stars. They are they're in the blue collar Hall of Fame. So I love what they do because they grinders, Pritchard, every one of these dudes play their role to the maximum. It reminds me of the Gibbs era teams.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask you, Trav. Like basketball in this day and age, to me, I love watching the sport, but I despise how a team can lose by 40 and 30 and then come back and beat the team by 20 the next day. I believe that they are so, load management. They're in the load management era.
Oh, yeah.
To where when they see things not going great, they pull off.
Yeah.
And when you watch the game in Dallas, they pulled off, knowing they were coming back home. Now,
he pulled them off, though.
I normally don't agree with Stephen A. Smith on most things. But at halftime last night, they all were talking about stuff. He said, hold on now. Anybody not upset? Because he was wondering, did Dallas just give their all just to be able to say they weren't swept?
Last night, I want Travis to say, what does that mean?
They looked like they were a team that should have been swept to me. So, did Dallas get that last night and say, well, we didn't get swept? No, but you just showed that you could play with this team.
But what's this so-called gentleman's sweep?
But they call it gentleman's sweep when it's in 5.
Well, that's garbage.
That's right.
That's a garbage sweep to me.
Garbage.
But Jaylen Brown, I think, should have won the MVP because he was better overall. Tatum came to play last night. Last night, that's the Tatum I would like to see every damn night. Because sometimes he seemed to take the back seat. And when you look at those two guys, Jaylen Brown is the alpha dog. And Tatum has a different personality, but when he gets pissed, he'll go for it.
Yeah, but when does he never – he gives you assists if he doesn't score. He defends if he doesn't score.
He plays, but
he rebounds if he doesn't score.
But the thing about him,
he's never a zero.
He can do all three.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
Some guys have that motor, some guys don't.
Mm-hmm.
Brown wakes up like that. Am I right, Travis?
Yeah.
And Tatum has to be pushed to get there.
Yeah, Brown.
I think he gets a bad rap.
Has gone on. Yeah, as time has gone on, Jaylen Brown has really sort of emerged as the closer.
Yeah.
But to Doc's point, you know, I think even Jaylen Brown would probably admit this. Jason Tatum's the most gifted out of those two. I don't think there's any question about it.
Mm-hmm.
No,
you combine the skills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you combine the skill set, the size, the offensive bag that he has. To Doc's point, how many times do we see stars in any sport not have it going, not being a focal point of the offense, and then all of a sudden they disappear and they don't give you anything? Tatum will go crash boards. He'll grab drop dimes. You know, he'll play defense. He's a consummate teammate. And by the way, guys, this just looks differently than most championships. We're used to seeing the alpha dog, get on my back, I'll carry us. That's not who this team is.
Mm-hmm.
This is a quintessential team. Joe Mazzulla has them buying in. They're all brothers.
Awesome.
They love each other. They sing Kumbaya. And that's what you saw in this championship. That's how they win. And it's just not what we're used to seeing. That's all.
I hope he gets the credit for it as a coach. The Bruin, and of course you can't separate the Celtics. They're the whole package because it starts upstairs. And it goes all the way back to Danny Ainge. Everything they do is in unison. The antithesis of L.A., which is really like Gomer Pyle. No, they're the Beverly Hillbillies. My crew is the Beverly Hillbillies because they have now they're out of style. They're running. They're running a corner store. The Clippers are corporate.
Uh-huh.
You know, we're running a country store, and we got one dude who's running it, but he don't want no credit for running it. He's passive aggressive, and if they're one injury away from having being in last place, let alone first.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's congratulations.
No, I'm not knocking Tatum. I'm just saying
he's a bad boy.
Brown he's a different animal.
Don't sleep on the Bruin too now.
Oh, White?
No. That boy from University of California, Los Angeles?
Holiday.
Oh,
Holiday's a bad man.
Yeah.
But he was the calming force that helped them get over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But man, enjoy yourself, bro. Thank you for giving us some time. And hey, drink a lot of water. Take care of that liver.
Water, man. H2O.
Guys, I'm getting too over this, man. I got parade on Friday. This. Hey, look, B-Mitch, when them damn Nats and them Caps won, I felt a lot more fresh than I do right now, man.
You were younger. Hey, Travis, that's called age.
Trav,
take it from a guy who's close to 100.
Add some electrolytes to your drinks. Add electrolytes to your drinks, and you'll be okay. All right? Appreciate you, brother.
Good talking to you, man. Be good,
guys.
Take care.
That's Travis Thomas talking to us. He's in Boston. He won the 18th championship last night. Chris Miles, NBA TV, joins us coming up next.
Wow.
Last night, Boston Celtics won their 18th championship. Jaylen Brown, MVP. They beat the Dallas Mavericks. Everyone thought Dallas had the horses on offense, but you know what? Team defense, team offense, an overall team will win more than not. So joining us right now, a friend from NBA TV, Chris Miles. We talked to Chris yesterday. He had a feeling about Dallas, but, hey, also he said if Boston could take care of this thing. Chris, when you saw the game last night, did it go like you expected, or were you disappointed?
Absolutely not. It didn't go as I expected. When the Mavericks came out and they started hunting Kristaps Porziņģis, I was like, oh, we're going to get a game 6. Let me start preparing to go to Dallas. And you got to give Boston credit. I mean, I think the Derek White situation is Boston in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
He falls down, his teeth come out. He's more like you, B. Mitch, like a football player, gets up bloodied and starts knocking down threes. And I'm thinking this guy's going to come out of the game, man. So kudos to the Celtics. They had 2 guys who played at a finals MVP level throughout the series. They had one, not great game, and they deserve to be champions.
Do you think they gave it to the right person? I felt they did, but did you?
Yeah, so actually I was just looking at the stats now, and I think it just depends on how you look at how the finals MVP has been divvied out in the past, right? So remember Andre Iguodala got it to 1 year because he was defending LeBron James. Same thing with Kawhi, like when they were like, oh, whose stats stood out? I think Jason Tatum had a bigger impact in the closeout game, right?
Yeah.
I think he had a better game 5.
Yeah.
But if you look at the most pivotal game of the series, it was game 3, man, when Jaylen Brown took over in the third quarter, threw it down 3-0, series over. And I think that's how the voters looked at it.
Impact on both coaches. I thought Kidd had one good game in terms of we got his team to perform. Other than that, I think he talked more than he got results from his club.
Well, look, I think Jason Kidd has done an amazing job. Like, you got to look at it. The last 3 years, don't forget, Jason Kidd is the one that put the ball in Giannis's hands, right? And was like, all right, you're going to run the show. And then he ended up as an assistant coach with the Lakers, won a championship where I think he learned a lot about being a head coach in the NBA. Since then, the guy's been in the Western Conference Finals and back to the NBA Finals. I think what Jason Kidd is lacking right now is an entire team that buys in on both ends of the floor. And Joe Mazzulla has that in the Boston Celtics. And you got to give that front office credit on both sides. But I think Brad Stevens went out and got all the guys that fit that mold.
But I look at it like this, Chris. When I watch Tatum and Brown play, your 2 best players, they naturally play both sides of the court, which in essence means the rest of your team is going to follow. When I watch Dallas play, they have one guy that's not playing one side of the court, and the other guy tries, but he's not in shape enough to be able to do it, so he stops doing it. And I'm talking about Luca in that point. So it's kind of be hard to get your team to do it when your stars don't do it. And I think that's where that's where Mazzulla has an advantage over Kidd, because Kidd, 2 stars, they can care less about defense for the most part. They think they're going to outscore you. And I just called the numbers out. Brown and Tatum were plus 36 last night. Kyrie and Luca were minus 30.
Well, you and I have talked about the Wizards and their choices in the draft in the past, right? And you got to understand that the Boston Celtics, building this team, they drafted right first. Jaylen Brown was not predicted to be the 3rd pick in the draft, okay? Like, you go back and look at that draft, and you're like, oh, really? They took him higher than people had him projected. So you got to give credit to that front office for choosing a guy that was athletic, that had the right mentality, that chose the defensive side of the ball. You go look at how they built the rest of that roster in the same mindset. Even before they went and got Drew Holiday and Derek White, it was Marcus Smart, who was also a defensive-minded, tough guy. That's there. Even Robert Williams, remember the Wizards passed on him? Time Lord was, in the running for all defensive teams, defensive player of the year before he got hurt. They shipped him out to bring Kristaps in, right? Because Kristaps also blocks shots. It's like when they go find their talent, they're not choosing guys that are like, oh, I only play one end of the floor. They're not giving up that just for offense. And you see them as a group. They collectively learn to shoot the ball. None of these guys were looked at as great shooters coming into the league. Jaylen Brown wasn't. Derek White, certainly not. Drew Holiday, that was the biggest knock on him. But together, they all figured it out. Yeah. And you got to give credit to that organization.
I got to ask you about my Lakers up front. Are we going to hire the broadcaster or not? And if not, then what's next for the Flintstone organization?
Well, first of all, the right guy for the job is James Borrego, who should have never been fired from the Charlotte Hornets, right? Mm-hmm. Like, here's a guy who got 10 more wins every year, never got the reasoning but for his firing from Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Then they went back and got Steve Clifford. So that's a guy that deserves a head coaching job somewhere. I would have loved to see him with the Wizards, to be honest, okay? So J.J. Redick, to me, seems like who they want to hire, who they're going to hire. But I think James Borrego will join as a top assistant. And that's the guy we got to keep an eye out for.
So listen, I know we went through this era where they kept going and trying to get a certain amount of stars on the team. And when you look at the Celtics, okay, you do have two guys, but all of their guys seem to give you some. You got Hauser comes off the bench shooting and knocking them down. Beast. I mean, they thought, and Luca's going to go after him. Well, Luca better stop him from hitting them three-pointers on the other side. Do you think more teams look at how they constructed this team and start trying to get guys that will buy in over guys that just want to be the guy?
Yeah, and I think we saw that the last couple of years. You go to the Denver Nuggets, obviously Nikola Jokic was a second-round pick that they, really got one of the greatest draft picks of all time when you look at where he's drafted. Jamal Murray's a guy who's provided the offense, but the rest of that team are guys like Michael Porter Jr., who slipped in the draft, or Aaron Gordon, who was a guy that was more of a Swiss Army knife, not the guy trying to take too many shots. I think we've gotten away from the, quote, big three era that was the Miami Heat. I mean, it's kind of backfired on teams. Look at the Phoenix Suns. I looked at it as the day that they went traded for Bradley Beal. I was like, well, this isn't going to work just because they went that route. And I think that's how, fans of the sport, I think that's how we're looking at it now. I think you do need a guy who's a top 10 player in this league. I still believe that. And you probably need another guy who can play at an all-star level. The Celtics do have that. Like, Tatum is a guy who's an MVP candidate finalist every year. Jaylen Brown's an all-NBA guy. We can't look at that as not having top-tier talent. But Kristaps Porzingis, talent-wise, we know he's an all-star talent, but he's always hurt, right? That's why he's not there. Derek White plays at an all-star level. Drew Holiday, all-defensive team level. So I think they have just an extremely balanced roster.
But one thing we do, as soon as we see a championship and team is crowned, we start talking about next year and can they get it done again? Do you think they have the makeup right now, and then they have the contract situation to where they can be a force next year as well?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, they're in the right conference for it, and Jason Tatum is about to get $315 million. All their guys are essentially locked in, and they're going to lock Derek White in. They're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
But at the same token, if they were in the Western Conference, I'd be like, I don't know, man. It's a juggernaut year in and year out. I got to see what the 76ers do. I got to see what the Knicks do. I think some of these stars that are out west need to come back east. For example, Devin Booker, I've heard rumors about him, right? Mm-hmm. For there to be any balance for teams to challenge the Celtics coming out of East, because I still think the Miami Heat kind of got lucky last year. I think the Celtics, this should have been their third straight trip to the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm. How about Golden State and what's going on with Klay in your mind?
Well, Bob Myers works at ESPN. Okay, Bob Myers is hanging out at the NBA Finals, talking like we're talking now. So I think I'm just waiting for that whole thing to be shipped and moved and where guys are going. And I really do think that Klay's on the way out. I think we're starting to see the beginning signs of that. And I think there are other places that he could be a great player. I know he loves it in California and the lifestyle, but hey, play 2 or 3 years somewhere else and try to contribute for a championship.
Yep, that's how you get it done sometimes. I mean, you just got to begin to go. But like when you look at Horford, 17 years, I think it is. Mm-hmm. He keeps going, or does he ride off in the sunset?
Well, first of all, I thought he was done like 3 or 4 years ago, right? So at 38 years old, got that monkey off his back, his first championship. You guys know how it is. Think about 38, trying to get out of bed and be like, all right, you know what I'm going to do today? Run these sprints and be in the best shape of my life. I think you go out on top, right? But then again, sometimes those paychecks keep coming.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you, listen, man, Luca is an unbelievable talent. Like Doris Burke said it last night, he got to get in better shape to be able to play both ends of the court and be strong down the street. He was done last night, dog.
Yeah, you just wonder if he has the discipline for that, because clearly he has the mentality, right? Mm-hmm. The mentality's there, the skills are there. And we saw in game 4 when he wanted to do it, he played better defense, but in order to do it game in and game out, I mean, even guys who look like they're in incredible shape, you get to this time of year, like, oh, like Anthony Edwards ran out of gas. So yeah. I think it's a learning curve, and it feels like what happened with the Celtics 2 years ago, right? Like, oh, we're this good, this is who we are, and they lost. Mm-hmm. And I actually asked Tatum about that, like, how much did that fuel you? He was like, it changed my mentality on how I thought about, like, what I got to do to win. And maybe that happens for Luca. Maybe it doesn't.
Well, the offseason does mean a lot. Also, we haven't talked about Anthony Edwards. His name has not been mentioned in like a week, and I'm wondering about his offseason, and can anybody help Gobert offensively with putbacks? Because it's the worst I've ever seen of a grown-ass man making $41 million a year, and I got a toddler that can put a putback better than him. What say you?
Well, when he tapped those mics when COVID happened, I've never looked at him the same since. So I've looked at that team as in, I get it that they've made it this far, Western Conference Finals with Cat and Gobert, but I think Naz Reid is a starter in this league, and they got to make a decision of Gobert or Towns, which one are we moving this offseason to improve this team? I think the other pieces fit. I think they've got to make the right choice there. And at times when I see Karl Anthony Towns, I'm like, man, how do you give up on that? And then there's other times I'm like, is he on the court? Right. Yeah. So they just got to make the right decision to figure that out.
It's a lot of stuff going on. What's the biggest story we need to look forward to be paying attention to this offseason in the NBA?
Other than the Lakers?
Man,
I don't talk about the Lakers. That's your team.
I think in 2 weeks from now, we're going to be wondering what stars are going to be moved that we're not thinking about. Right. So I would go, is Devin Booker really on the move? Because if that happens, that's going to be one of those things that we're talking about for 2 or 3 months. Like, oh, this is, especially if he comes east. I think I've heard that obviously the rumor mill that Phoenix is trying to do something, right? Uh-huh. And they're stuck with Bradley Beal. Well, however you want to look at that situation, I think that's the biggest story. And then LeBron James, like, is he signing long-term with the Lakers, or is it really smoke to this fire of him or Paul George coming to Philly because Philly has money, or the Orlando Magic? So I think, are some stars going to come east, and are they going to be big enough to move the needle? Because year in and year out, we're like, oh, everybody's good. And then like Kawhi and Paul George went to the Clippers together. We're like, no one saw that coming. So that I think is the biggest storyline, because this draft, I'm trying to figure out how to say these guys' names, fellas. This draft ain't it.
Oh.
With the second pick, the Wizards select Otto Porter Part 2. That's what's coming.
Hey, this LeBron wanting to play with Bronny thing, is this going to be something that affects how teams? Because, like, listen, man, LeBron is great, done what he wants. Mm-hmm. But ain't no team's gonna keep dealing with that after a while, because everybody look. There's a expiration date on everybody, and they eventually want to move forward and not deal with all that stuff he's going to demand.
Yeah, I think the time is now. I think if you look at it, I think the power structure has already changed. Does LeBron impact a team so much that they're competing for championships? I think we're 4 or 5 years removed from that actually being the case. Mm-hmm. So. I just don't think a lot of teams are going to bend over backwards for it, and I'd be surprised if they did.
Is AD going to come back in the kind of condition he did a year ago, or was that a one and done?
Hey, man, career high in games played.
Yeah.
I'm Team Anthony Davis. Yeah. I would love to see the New York Knicks trade for Anthony Davis. I know that's what I'm hoping We can put him at the power forward to team up with his guy Mitchell Robinson, and that would be a great day. I don't think that's happening though.
I think that's not happening. Yeah.
Nah, if that happened, then the Lakers are for sure done.
Yeah. They're the Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah.
All right, Chris, man, we appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, brother. Proud of you.
Get on safely. I'm gonna come out there and show you how to play golf one day, okay?
That sounds good, man.
All right, man. Thank you, like.
Good dude.
There's a lot of basketball going on, but you know what? What we're gonna do? Remember, 11:45, I'll be giving away some Santana tickets. At 12:45, I'm gonna be giving up Kevin Hart tickets. We're gonna talk some NFL best rosters coming up, but also at 12 o'clock and 1. There's still a playoff going on. Championship in hockey. We got Smoking Al Koken at 12 and Alan May at 1 o'clock. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. It's that time where we get a lot of these different top this, top that time of the year when you're getting ready for the NFL to come back. Training camp will all be starting in about a month and something. So you get all the different little things out, and Landfill sent us a lot of these different things, and sometimes I want to discuss them, sometimes I don't. Be honest with you. This one here, though, is strange to me. As I went through it, looking over it this morning, so this is the NFL top 10 rosters, okay, entering the 2024 season. And when I first saw the title, I immediately thought, if Kansas City is not number one, then how the hell is this really something? And so I had to start going through it. And we're going to go through this thing, and when we get to certain teams, we'll do a little dissecting of what we think. The number 10 roster in the NFL, okay? And I'm going to just say right now, the Commanders not on this roster, on this list here. So this is football, though. And
You meant top 10 of the league?
Top 10 of the league.
I don't think anybody questions you at all.
No, I'm just saying, some people out there do. We got some fanatical fans that will.
Yeah, you are right. Well, we got some friends.
We got all these people. What I'm trying to say is
marijuana's legal.
They have number 10 as the Los Angeles Rams. And mostly because they reeled off 7 of 8 victories down the stretch. I also realized that Aaron Donald retired, didn't he?
Yeah, he's no longer with them.
So that mere fact right there tell me they're not top 10. Because he was the best defensive lineman out there. He retired. Who's taking his place?
There is nobody to do that, but you do have a Super Bowl quarterback and head coach.
I understand, but they said roster, not just a quarterback.
Well, I understand, but again, of those two pieces,
they were 10-7 last year, Doc.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I'll give you a guess. Who was number 2? I mean, number 9. I'm going backwards.
I already know, so I can't.
Okay, then. Well, see, if you were like me, I'd have just played it.
No, I can't do that.
I'm
I ain't gonna do
with
it
you.
because your landfill's here. I can't.
We have
cheat
the
from
Green Bay
landfill.
Packers. Okay.
Absolute
now,
choice.
Last year, the way that they performed in the playoffs, Jordan Love now seems to have gotten it.
Young buck, good.
They got rid of their running back, who I think was starting to get banged up a little bit.
I like him, though.
But they got one that's better. Okay?
We're
bad. You have a guy now who, I'm waiting to see if he really can prove to me that he can play in Green Bay, because the ultimate thing for me is when you're in like Oakland and Las Vegas, you can play. But when you're in Green Bay, you got to be able to play when it's cold. Josh Jacobs is unbelievable as a running back. Josh Jacobs, I think, played down south.
Dog.
But now he's going up there. Soon as it hit about September 15th, September 25th at the most, the cold weather is there. And it stays there to the end of the season. If he can run the ball like he did effectively with the Raiders, I think that's possibly definitely a top 10 roster. Because that team showed what they're capable of. And like you mentioned earlier about the quarterback, well, I think this quarterback they have has a lot more time to perform at a high level.
Yeah, he does. And, good tight ends, good slot receiver, good X receiver. They're competent on every level. I like their play caller. Bakhtiari, they don't have that institution at left tackle any longer. So they got to prove that up. But again, coach, check, damn good. Quarterback, promising, on the move. Like the organization, they're young and enthusiastic. So, no, I'm not mad at Green Bay.
Well,
and great fan base.
Number 8, which I think could be higher, especially after they added a beast at the running back position.
I'm with you on that. We're
Baltimore
100%.
Ravens.
This is a lot of hate. People love to hate on them. Clearly, they wet the bed in the championship game.
Yeah.
I don't ever begrudge anyone that loses to Kansas City. That should never embarrass you. I just thought they were the best team in the world last year.
Yeah.
But they didn't get the job done.
All right. Number 7, the Miami Dolphins.
Fraudulent.
I question this.
Fraudulent.
I mean, they have speed everywhere, but they are not even sure their quarterback is the guy because they hadn't given him an extension.
They're like the big three to me in basketball.
Think about it. They haven't even given him an extension. But you're telling me they're the number 7 roster.
They got 2 fat receivers paid.
They got him paid, but the ultimate thing is they don't stop people from scoring. When they scored a lot of points last year, am I right, Landy? When they played horrible teams.
They gave away their best defensive chip within the conference and got 2 wide receivers fat paid. I don't like the way they're building their roster. To me, they're building it like you're playing fantasy
in the league.
Well, they're building it for a fantasy team.
Yeah. Well, we said that earlier.
Yeah, they're terrible.
People don't care about defense. They care about just fantasy.
No, fantasy points.
Now, this one, when you're young and you laugh a lot, that you might like pee on yourself a little bit.
Yep, done that.
This made me do that. The New York Jets.
Well, again, dude, click.
Wait. They're the 6th best. Well, number 6 on the top 10.
Top 10, right.
They are the 6th best offense in the NFL. And they really
on paper.
This is what I say sometimes.
Prospecting for a guy that played 4 or 5 plays.
But see, he's not the only person. You got defense, they got offense.
Yeah, but
when I see something like this, I'm like, do they really want me to give them a level of respect or not?
Well, no, they got you interested. That because it generates a reaction. When
my reaction is that right there. I said I'm giving away Kevin Hart tickets later on.
Right.
He should use this right here in his jokes.
No,
I don't see the Jets as one of the top. Okay.
No. Now their defense, if you can get Aaron off your mind, they got some rumblers.
But
they
don't seem to play consistent enough for me as a defense.
No. They're put in bad situations.
Okay.
They had Yo-Yo the Clown playing quarterback.
They got Doc fighting for him, so I'm gonna let that go.
I'm just saying their coordinator is Captain Kangaroo. No, seriously, it's a complete joke. But that's what happens when you let a quarterback run your franchise.
Well,
and he hides a kite.
Number 5, the Detroit Lions.
Might be low.
You think low? They should be higher?
I'm just saying
I think they're put together.
There's something you could argue.
I think overall, though, when that defense had to perform, they didn't.
On the back end.
Yeah.
They needed some help.
So I think I'll give them top 10, but I don't know if 5 is there.
Okay,
I may switch them with the Ravens.
8?
Yeah.
For a team that blew a chance to go to the Super Bowl?
The Ravens,
both of them did. So you're right.
7,
I'm with you.
And then move.
I'm with you. That ain't even worth arm wrestling over. You're right.
Okay.
Because they can't catch. You drop 2 third-down passes, could put you in the Super Bowl. You can't catch. You're right. You don't
This team has won 2 Super Bowls in a row. And they say it's the number 4 best offense in the league. I mean, best roster in the league. I think when you have Pat Mahomes on your side and then you have Chris Jones on the other side, you have to look at that and say, okay, could be the best offensive player in the league and the best defensive player in the league. You might want to put them. But then again, now they do have a punter who's been in some stuff. So I don't know what
who's the best defensive coordinator in the league in your mind? Who's one of the best? If there was a defensive coordinator of the award, who would it be? Because I think he was the most underrated coach in all of sports.
He's underrated, but I think once
the job he did last year.
Yeah, once Chris Jones stepped on the field, everything changed.
And we had toddlers in the secondary.
Yeah.
What he was able to do, and Andy's job overall. I know.
But they let him go. See, and Andy has been the best at letting people walk. All right, number 3. This team is loaded. If they ever get to play out of their quarterback, it could be the best roster in the league.
Oh, you got to be talking about Jera.
No, Cleveland Browns.
Oh, no. But, dude, when I saw that, I go, well, I'll tell you what. There's no way in the hell a millennial put this thing together. Because this makes football sense. Somebody worked on this, actually has been a participant. Somebody here has been hit in the mouth before.
Yeah.
Because the Cleveland Browns, I love
they played
everything
how many
about
quarterbacks last year and they still were there. So that team is loaded. And they're getting their running back this year. You know,
and getting your boy back at
if
quarterback.
Chubb ever get back to what he was, I think he'll be special. And I think the whole thing rides on if Deshaun Watson can become what he was.
Speaking of that, a personal side, how's he doing?
Who?
Your boy Deshaun.
I don't hang with Deshaun. I don't know. You asking me that?
Jeff. I don't know.
Try to get me in trouble, Landfill.
Jeff,
I don't hang with Deshaun.
I don't know.
I'm going to make this fast. The number 2 offense in the league, they say, is the Philadelphia Eagles. That's going to have to be proven. I think a better roster. I think the Cleveland Browns roster is better than the Eagles roster.
They certainly have proven more to me with less. Their when they come here, it's going to shock people. They don't get
here?
Cleveland.
Okay.
Don't sleep.
No, don't sleep on them.
They brutal. And the Eagles, they're going to have to prove. See, they lost some older guys that they lost some wisdom. They lost some team builders. We're going to find out. A lot on the line with your old boys.
All right, let me see here. The number one roster in the NFL is who?
I already know. I don't want to.
All right, we're going to wait till we get back and we're going to figure that out. When I get back, I'm going to also give you some Santana tickets, and then we will go and find out who is the number one roster in the league. Well, I can't do that. I was trying to switch up something. I'm going to throw some numbers out there, but I can't do that because we got the people calling to get the tickets. We'll give away the tickets, and Doc and I discuss it. Once the tickets are given away, we may take some phone calls and get your take on this list of the top 10.
Can you get Deshaun on the show?
Deshaun who? You mean Deshaun? My son-in-law? I can do that. Me, Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We've been going through the top 10 rosters in the NFL. And I think we got through 9 of them. And we have one more to go. But I'm going to run through it again. You know, I'm learning from how the people do stuff on TV. You run back through it to prolong it. And I'm sure if anybody want to pull this thing up, you can go to it's called the 33rd Team, and it's .com, and it's by Ian Valentine. Number 10 was the Los Angeles Rams. Number 9, Green Bay Packers. At the Baltimore Ravens. Miami Dolphins, 7. New York Jets, 6. We disagree with that. Detroit Lions, 5.
Too low.
Kansas City Chiefs, 4. Cleveland Browns, 3. Philadelphia Eagles, number 2. This other team has been around for a long time, and we kind of pillaged them a little bit to get somebody from their roster to come over here and help us out. But Landry, I'm trying to kill time trying to find this Santana. You just did? All right, cool. So, before I give you and reveal who's the number 1 roster in the NFL, I want to tell you, caller number 10 right now, you get 2 tickets to Santana and the Counting Crows Won This Tour 2024. Thursday, June 20th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. All right, when you start looking to put a team together, you normally look at the rosters and you begin to feel like how well they play together. When you see guys like second-round picks, third-round picks, fourth-round, fifth-round picks, those guys are playing like the best at some of their positions. You want to get somebody from that team. We went out and we got a guy named Adam Peters to come here and be our general manager because he was on a team that seemed to know how to put stuff together.
Among the best.
And the number 1 team in the NFL overall roster are the San Francisco 49ers. I say I disagree because they had to deal with Kansas City, and Kansas City seems to win. So I don't know if you got the best roster or not, but when the team beats you, it's hard for me to put you in front of them. But I can understand where they're coming from. Left tackle, as good as any in the league. Tight end, as good as any in the league. Their quarterback, who was Mr. Irrelevant, has been damn relevant since he's gotten the job.
Pro Bowl about
their running back, highest paid in the league. They have other offensive linemen over there, too. We just finished talking earlier about Brandon Aiyuk, someone that I know a lot of Commanders fans want on this football team.
Yeah, he's a bad boy.
He's a bad boy. They got another guy, they name him Debo, okay, on offense.
Freak.
Flip it over. You got Warner and Greenlaw, okay? they have players, and then their whole Bosa.
The safety's all pro.
Their safety, their D tackles, they have all kinds of people. That team is loaded, okay? And I think the reason that I decided that I wanted to do this, although the Commanders won the top 10, is because a guy that helped orchestrate and construct that team is a guy that now is constructing our team. And I believe that there's a chance we can slowly creep up. I don't know how soon to the top 10, but it'd be better than being in the bottom 10 where we've been for a long time.
Real good teams identify talent between the 4th and the 7th round better than everybody else.
Yeah.
You look back at his drafts, not only do guys make your team, they become Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
Picked in that realm. He's dominated that. Then you got to have coaches to get people to be better. I think it's pretty safe to think now that this staff will outcoach our last staff in their first game.
But it's like, doesn't it come down to a connection and a relationship with the GM first? I think the GM and his scouting staff, then the GM and the coach. Because if I am going to be here, if you're gone, I need to be constructing things that I know, because you know what?
Oh, yeah.
I decided on the type of coach I wanted. So if I'm going to make sure I try to keep this thing in order, I've talked on these airways for a long time, Doc, about the Ravens and the Steelers and teams like that, because no matter what year you look at, they basically run the same damn stuff.
No question.
They have all the coaches that are very similar. We always went with a different coach, which means you had to change your roster.
Mix, and match.
So what you have to do is, if you want to have, and that's what I think what Adam and Dan have been saying, that they're trying to build prolonged success. Right. So you got to establish a foundation first, and then you try to keep it going. So if Adam Peters knows what he's looking for, and this is a hypothetical, if things were to change later on, he knows what type of coach to look for.
Philadelphia is your prime example. They went to the Super Bowl, lost both coordinators, and fell apart.
Yeah.
Because they broke they don't necessarily have a mold for it. They did it off individuals, not the system. When I accused Monica, your wife, of making all the gumbo all them years, but when I went over there and watched you do the process, I said, I'm gonna go over there, because I never believed you did it, ever. I said every year, Monica, you are.
That's a little.
No, I did, but I said, ain't no way in the hell you did that. So then I went over there and saw the entire process from start to finish. And then I said, I rest my case.
Yeah. You paid attention. Somebody else went over there, didn't pay attention.
Well, why are you so hard on him?
The guy that's feeding his face over there?
He's young, man. You know what I mean? Jeff is so talented. Sometimes you have too many skills when you're young. He's just kind of working through that right now.
Jeff sat there and said, hold on. What you do again?
No, I went over there. Jeff I went over there. I saw him do every step of the process. He did everything. I saw it with my own eyes. And then I said, okay, I got to give it up.
But what I'm trying to relate or make sure fans get is, we have a guy now who knows and has been a part of constructing something that's special.
We got the monster maker.
If the dude Ian who wrote this article, Ian probably did more research than I did, but Ian is telling you that the 49ers are the number one team with the best constructed roster out there. And I believe Adam Peters, coming from that, gives us hope of starting to have something very similar.
He knows the formula.
Your comment was they find people from 4th to 7th round that are great. But they also hit people in the 2nd and 3rd that play better than 1st round.
Oh yeah.
I think if we can start getting on that path, because I have been frustrated, because I think a lot of fans in town, we've fallen for the 1st round. That's all we can get. Oh man, we gotta get the 1st round. No. We gotta pick the right damn players no matter what round it is to play.
Many twos we've blown? Almost a decade of boo-boos at the twos. And again, it's like, that's why I love Purdy so much. He's probably been the most refreshing thing to football for me, because we're so round conscious, yet most of our success here happened not even having 1st round picks.
Yeah.
And so what he's created is what we always had, because it was a competitive environment, because nobody had draft status.
Yeah.
You had to go prove it.
You had to prove it all the time.
All the time.
So I hope what people are taking from this is that I'm telling you, you have a guy who's going to pick people that are going to compete. And then you have a lion tamer who's leading the way that's going to make them really compete.
That's right.
So, hey.
That's right.
Take a break here. We get back. We're going to switch this thing from the NBA and the NFL to the NHL. We're going to talk to Smoking Alla Koken.
Alla Koken.
That's what Doc's son always called. I'm going to call him that myself. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. Not gonna lie, Landfill, when I first heard that song, I thought he had said the other word. That song. I'm like, whoa, did you play the wrong version of that? But join us right now. A young man that Doc and I have worked with for a long time, and a guy who I broke into the radio industry with. This guy here, Al was on one night. I was with Al, and guys started talking trash. I invited him down to the alley, see if he wanted to come. And every time I get ready to talk about hockey, I got to reach out to my dude because he knows what he's talking about. What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
Me, Mitch, Doc, always good to be with you. Doc, I know you will appreciate a very quick story. Monday night, so they say, well, we've got a Redskin player that's going to come down and do the show with you from Mr. Days, the alley down there off 18th Street and L&M. And I'm like, okay, great. Brian Mitchell, all really cool, right? Well, we're about 10 minutes into the show when a Dallas Cowboy fan, of course, starts mouthing off. And my new colleague says, you know what? You come down here and say that to us, but you won't come down here. I know you won't have the guts to come down here and say this to
me. You got to be kidding me. He got physical?
I'm like, it only took 10 minutes. I said, this is going to be fun, and this guy's going to be really good, and the rest is history.
But, Al, listen, man. Hey, I was just having fun, Al. I was a very nice guy. I didn't mean that. I was just, having fun with the guy.
Making sure you were just trying to help bump up the business, right?
Yeah, that's all I was doing.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're sitting in a series now, sitting at 3-1, man. And we just saw the NBA finish up, and Dallas won the fourth game, but then Boston took care of business last night. Do you think we're looking at the same situation here in the NHL?
I kind of feel that way, B, because I just think that coming into it, Florida was the better team, the deeper team, the more talented team, if you want to talk about pure offensive talent. And obviously, you've got arguably the best player in the game in Connor McDavid. I mean, if you look at the stats for the playoff scoring, last time I looked, I think 5 Edmonton Oilers were in the top 6,
Wow.
in terms of points scored. But the problem is they don't have the overall defensive structure, and they certainly, up until Game 4 the other night, haven't had anything close to the goaltending that Florida got with Sergei Bobrovsky. I kind of see a lot of parallels in what we saw with the NBA Finals. I thought you saw a Boston team that has been knocking on the door and finally realized, you know what? If we don't play a little better team defense, a little better team structure, and I credit a guy like Drew Holiday for kind of coming in and being kind of one of those, hey, whatever you need me to do, guys. Yeah. And then Brown and Tatum and the other stars, they all made adjustments to their game. And I think we're seeing that with what we saw Florida getting into the finals last year. And being Doc, how many times have we seen this in sports, right? Teams that keep knocking on the door one day break through. Happened with the Capitals. Last year it happened with Vegas. They've been knocking on the door. And I think it's the way the Florida Panthers look to me right now. Now, I will say this. If any team can get a little run going because of their pure offensive power, it is this Edmonton team, and they may have gotten a little life to them. But I really do see the Florida Panthers as winning this series.
To whose favor is it to get physical? We saw more physicality in that past game, and obviously, desperate team usually wins. And when Edmonton did, once they were able to get by Bob. But who do you think the gloves are going to drop the gloves first tonight?
See, and that the danger of that. I mean, I think Florida has been the more physical team in terms of their relentless forecheck, getting in, putting pressure on, creating turnovers because of that. But the last thing you want to do tonight is give that Edmonton power play a chance to determine the game. So this is where I think the Florida Panthers have learned their lesson a little bit. Last year, I thought they were a little reckless, and they gave Vegas a few too many opportunities. And also last year, I think they ran out of gas. Matthew Tkachuk, who's such an in-your-face type of player, was injured, couldn't play the last couple games. And so there was something lacking there. I just think as long as Florida continues to play that kind of relentless forecheck game, it's not just one guy coming in, it's usually 2. When they create turnovers, they've been able to use those turnovers to create goals. And I think as long as they keep sticking to that plan, they'll be fine. But if they try and get a little too emotional and, I'm going to take the big shot here, and you draw a penalty and suddenly that Edmonton power play clicks to get them going, that's the last thing you want for Florida if you're a Florida Panther fan tonight.
Now, I'll ask you, a few years ago when the Caps were trying to get over that hump. And I said, I watched the game and it seemed like people were watching Ovi because he was just that damn good. But when he finally got people to play with him, they went on and they won the championship. Does McDavid deal with that sometimes where I watched one game one night, they were losing and all the commentators did was talk about how smooth he was.
He's amazing to watch. Yeah.
But there are times when he needs basically no room whatsoever. He scored a goal earlier in these playoffs. It was just against
game
Dallas.
Two.
It was just
game
absolute
two.
magical, right? Yeah,
game
right?
two.
Where he'd stick out his weight literally in a phone booth, right? There was no room, and yet he makes this move. But Florida has got a guy, their captain, Sasha Barkov, who is an outstanding two-way player. He's the Selkie Trophy winner for the best defensive forward. And so he has been really good, as well as that Florida defense. They can get Forsling on the ice, their best defensive defenseman, and Barkov on the ice now because they've got the last change. But one of the things we saw, and I think we see it in every playoff, is you can talk about the stars, and the stars certainly have to be factors in all this. But sometimes the stars kind of rub each other out, right? They, if Barkov scores and McDavid scores, well, they've kind of equalized each other. But then here comes here comes Rodriguez. Here comes Carter Verhaeghe. Here comes, the Devontae Smith-Pelleys of the Capitals run, the Jay Beagle of the Capitals run, the Lars Eller of the Capitals run. Those guys were massive this time of year when Obi and Backey and Carlson were doing their job, but it's the guys you really didn't think about that much who ended up scoring those big goals. And that's, I think, where Florida's structure and the ability to have guys like that step up at these moments really, really gives them another advantage.
Coaching, how do you judge the guys behind the bench? Obviously, both guys are competent and they got to work with what they have. But in this sport where it's so hard to judge anything, how do you judge the two guys behind the glass?
Well, I think a lot of this, Doc, is what they did before they got here. You know what I'm saying? Chris Knobloch turned that team around. They were floundering, and then they put him behind the bench. I want to say they were like 3-9-1 or something like that before when he took over. And suddenly they go, and that's why I think the danger of what Florida would have to be concerned about tonight is they went on a 7-game winning streak. So they're capable of stringing 3-4 games together on a winning streak, as we saw in the regular season. But I think the same thing happened with Paul Maurice. He got them to buy into a little more of what they needed to do last year in the finals than they did this year. So I think the coaching has kind of gotten done. Now, when it comes to getting your individual matchups and doing those things, what I mentioned tonight with Maurice having the last line change, he knows who he wants out there against the good Edmonton players. That means it's up to Knobloch to try and decide, does he say, okay, Connor, go against Barkov, or does he try and hide him a little bit? Little coaching things within the game. But I think both of those guys did the bulk of their really good coaching to get their teams to be in this position. And now you just kind of see what, the fruits of those labors play out tonight.
If we see a game 6, what would the Oilers have to do?
Probably just repeat what they did, what they did in 4 and 5. If they get to a game 6, the pressure then becomes on the Florida Panthers, right?
Yeah.
Because Florida then looks at a situation where, you could be coming home for a game 7, but you just blew a 3 games lead, right? Yeah. So, if the Edmonton Oilers get this thing back home, and let's also be honest, that crowd is as good as there is when it comes to getting a team revved up. The noise level before that game started the other night, and I've been in Edmonton. It's one of the biggest buildings in the NHL. They've constructed it to make sure those loudspeakers are loud, and the fans are there for everything. So they know they would have the huge advantage coming back for game 6. If they get it to a game 6, first of all, I hope it goes 7 just on, selfishly, because I have no rooting interest in anything, right? And isn't the best thing in sports a game 7, right? No matter, you don't have a rooting interest, you want to see it. But, right? But if Edmonton gets it to a game 6, they have found the formula then, and suddenly they're the team that has got all the momentum, and it's going to be the pressure all flips back on the Florida Panthers.
What does it say to the growth of hockey Utah, getting a good club and the energy. I kind of in a crossroads in going with the name because I'm a little sensitive to how we botched our situation here, but what they're going to do in Utah, and then the popularity of the puck in Florida. Has any of that surprised you?
To a certain degree, I guess maybe, we've seen Tampa do it first in that state of Florida because obviously they're, multiple Stanley Cup championships and they've been there too. The Florida Panther team it's always been, when you went to a Florida Panther game, there were so many, snowbirds down there or fans would, time their trip to, hey, the Maple Leafs are down there. Well, let's go to Florida that weekend. And, so you had that obstacle overcome. Certainly something that, Doc and Brian, we saw that here in Washington. I mean, before the Capitals really got revved up, before tickets became really tough to get, if Boston was in, if Buffalo was in, God forbid if Pittsburgh was in, how many fans did you see from them? I mean, we saw that. So it wasn't a dissimilar situation in Fort Lauderdale / Sunrise where the Panthers are located. So it's been pleasant. And I heard this so I'm going to compliment the guys on the 32 Thoughts podcast, Jeff Merrick and Elliot Friedman. One of them made the point that the best thing for the National Hockey League to grow the game is the fact that you aren't going to get any more fans in Edmonton, but you're going to get a lot more fans in Florida because of this. Yeah. So for the good of the game, it's good that the Florida Panthers are in this thing.
I really believe that, to grow this thing, they're going to have to get fans that are new, because the regular one that's known hockey all their lives, they're going to watch hockey.
Yep.
But the people that finally, like, I came here from Louisiana. Wasn't no hockey in Louisiana when I was there. I went back. They had the Louisiana Voodoo that was in that was the name of the team in New Orleans.
Yeah.
But when I fell for it, And I just think that you got to get it in front of people that didn't ordinarily see it, and they'll fall for it too. Because if you love football, hell, that's football at 65 miles per hour.
Oh,
on that ice,
man.
man.
You ain't lying.
Yes.
Yeah. And you guys both know it, right? I mean, listen, I'm very proud of what we have done on TV with the Washington Capitals, and it continues with Monumental Sportsnet. But I tell everybody, I said, hey, thank you for watching us. But if you ever get a chance to go to see a game in person, you'll never be the same. You'll appreciate it 1,000 times more in person than you can ever pick it up on TV. Where I'm not so sure that is the dramatic difference with every other sport. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere at a sold-out football, of course, all those events are great. But to really appreciate hockey, the first time, you've got to see it in person.
You being on the sidelines as long as you have, and being able to feel that and to translate that, and you do a great job, and the broadcast team and Beninati Locker being able to translate that up top and then putting it together with post game. You guys, that's what makes it so good, is that how you guys break it down, because you have to educate most of us to the game. And that's the one thing I think goes unnoticed. You're educating an audience that most of us that view have never laced up skates.
Appreciate you saying that about our team. But one of the things I also got to turn this around to is the cooperation we get. You guys have dealt with athletes of all stripes, right? At all sports, right? Yeah. I mean, how easy are the hockey guys to get along?
The best,
right?
The best,
very easy.
And one of the things that I've been very proud to be able to do, and it's a tradition that's carried over since Ron Wilson was here in the 90s, is I've been allowed to go on the bench during a game and talk to an assistant coach once every period. Yeah. Now think about that for a second.
Yeah.
We've got it to a point where we try and get out of their way. And there have been times, like there was a time this year where the Capitals were about to go on a very critical power play, and it was time to talk to Kirk Muller, who runs the power play, and I could see him picking up the whiteboard, and I'm like, okay, we're going to back off, right? Because he's doing his job. But we try and get it right as soon as they go to break. I jump on the bench, we pre-record it, but at least we're getting the insights from an assistant coach inside the game. So the cooperation we get from players and coaches is what really, in my mind, also helps educate. I can pass on now to our audience what this coach is thinking, what they need to do better, what they've liked so far. Those are the insights that I think the viewers appreciate. And I don't get that to the viewers without the cooperation of the assistant coaches and then the players as well. So it's really been a delight to work with that organization. They have been great from, as I said, from Ron Wilson on. Every coaching staff has trusted me to, get on the bench and not betray what I see on the bench, but give people an insight into what's going on. And I've been very, very appreciative of them letting me do that over the years.
Well, off the ice has been some action in the stands this year in the NHL playoffs as well, Al. And the young lady finally addressed people, and she's basically, we can't really play what she said because she used a lot of words that we can't play on air.
Yeah,
right.
But she basically is saying, look, hey, I got a little drunk and I showed some stuff, and it went viral.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, she gave him the one-finger salute.
One-finger salute, yeah.
Exactly. You know what?
Do we need to bring more Louisiana Mardi Gras type things into hockey? I guarantee you the sport will grow in.
Right. Well, and I guarantee you, where's your answer, Florida Panther fans, right?
There you go.
Yeah, right. I got to say, I was a little worried that this, it's the viral moment. I think, particularly, I think a lot of sports fans, not necessarily hockey fans, know what we're talking about. I like the way she handled it. At the beginning, she thought, "Oh my God, my life is over," and then she sort of embraced it and laughed about it. And I think that kind of diffused any, if the more you kind of shy away from it. I mean, what's done is done. It's out there, right? Mm-hmm. So you can either accept it, or you can act like your life has been ruined forever. And I give her credit for letting herself get reset. She was out of the spotlight for a few days and then finally surfaced. And as you said, if you don't like it, here's my middle finger.
Yeah.
And I love that attitude, right?
Yep.
Good for her.
As my mom told me, there's a lot of truth in drunkenness and jokes. So she said she got a little drunk. You know what? Yeah. I think she was thinking about it for a long time, Al. That just gave her a little more confidence.
I think so too. But that's what you get in Edmonton. I told you about the fan experience in Edmonton. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
These arenas being packed for the road teams is also another eye-opening, experience. We don't have football stadiums that are packed when the teams go on the road. They packed arenas and facilities nearby. It's overwhelming how they pull all this support together, not once but every single year that they do it at the highest level.
How about the people outside the buildings?
That's my point.
The mosh pit, in Edmonton, right? I mean, we saw it here. Like that, it was great that they opened up.
That was amazing.
They opened up Capital One during the Vegas finals, and people outside. I mean, to me, that's one of the greatest memories I'll ever have in my life was being there. We're broadcasting live outside the building when they clinched, and I'm watching, and from our vantage point, where the subway, entrance is right there, right there in the building on F Street. Yeah. And instead of, and you could just keep people surging out of it because they wanted to come out and be part of the experience. Mm-hmm. And I still love the fact, and this stands out to me, the two things that stand out to me is it was everybody that represents this city. There was no difference in gender. There was no difference in race. Everybody was just a Capital or Washington fan wanting to celebrate. Yep. And there were no idiots turning cars over, setting things on fire, trying to be bigger than the moment itself. It was just an outlet of just pure, unadulterated joy and relief that somebody in this town finally put a championship run together. And it was the most fun to be right in the middle of because it was so joyous. There wasn't anything hostile. It wasn't anything, where a group of idiots took over and tried to turn it around. It just was pure, unbridled pleasure. And I was so happy to be a part of that.
Man, I tell you what, I'm glad we have those memories. That's why you go through all the camps. That's why we do what we do in terms of coverage, because we've had a taste of it and we want it back. And our memories are there. No matter how old we are, we want it again and again. And we think we have enough talent to where we're not just blowing smoke. And I believe that, as well. After this is over and we go back to rocking the red or whatever, where are you going to stand and how what's the outlook? What should we hang our hat on? Because our guy, he's aging a little bit, getting closer to those records, but what's your gut tell you?
Doctor, to me and Brian, the biggest thing that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, we're going to be doing some live work from the draft out in Las Vegas coming up not this weekend. This weekend, of course, is, and I know you're going to let me mention about the charity tournament in a moment, but next weekend is the draft out in Las Vegas. And there, the Capitals are drafting a little different than they did last year, which they got a guy who I am fully in belief is going to be a difference maker for this team, and Ryan Leonard. So they're drafting 17th this year in the first round. They'll certainly get, somebody who can help them down the road. But what's going to be most interesting to me is to see what ends up being the situation with the overall salary cap with them. Are they still going to be able to, as it looks like at this point, that they're going to still have the situation where Nick Backstrom is going to be on long-term IR, which means you'll be able to use his $9+ million. And then the big question is, and I so respect this guy and how he's played the game. TJ Oshie's been the ultimate warrior for this Capital team, but it's been so difficult to watch him go through these situations with his back, where these are non-contact injuries now that are setting him aside. It's one thing to say, well, TJ, this is the way you play the game, and when you went running in after that guy who's a foot taller than you, what do you think was going to happen? Those are the things that probably he did all the time that got him to where he is now with his back so bulky. So a big question is going to be, and TJ said it himself, if he can't play the way he wants to play, is it time to walk away? And if that's the case, then there's an additional, $5+ million available in cap space. And the Capitals and Brian McClellan had a chance to really do something with that. They've got a lot of multiple draft choices coming up in the next few years. I think next year they've got 3 second-round picks. Those are of some value if you want to turn them into an asset that can help you now as opposed to 3-4 years from now. So there are things that can get done this off season if they have the salary cap room and they want to be aggressive to change the look of this team, to bring some different personnel into this team. They want to get younger. They want to get faster. Don't discount the fact that the Hershey Bears are in their version of the Stanley Cup final run with the Callie Cup finals for the second year in a row, where you see Lapierre, Miroshnichenko, kid Ethan Frank. Could he be a factor for this team next year if they want to get younger and faster? He's leading them in scoring. So there's some things to really keep an eye on in the offseason. But to me, it's going to be what kind of cap space does Brian McClellan ultimately have, and how does he use it to change the look of this team?
All right, Abel, we're going to be looking forward to it. Some exciting times for the Caps, I would say, because I think this thing is going to have to be built the proper way so they can get back to doing what they've been doing. But, man, thanks for giving us some time, and let's see who wins this thing tonight.
And how about Norback.com and Friday? The spectacle.
See you Friday, yeah, that's right.
The spectacle.
That's right. Yeah, B. Mitch and Finley broadcasting live from the Norbeck Charity Classic. Listen, folks, there's a couple spots. There's some foursomes still left. Couple foursomes still left. Registration closes at 5 p.m. today. If you go to norbeckcc.com, you can sign up. The Loughlin Family Foundation, Craig and Linda Loughlin's Family Foundation, is the major beneficiary of this tournament. You've got a 12 o'clock lunch. You've got a 1 o'clock shotgun start. You've got a dinner afterwards, live auction. If you just want to come to the dinner and get these amazing live auction items, you can do that. If you want to play pickleball, you can do that. All of that is going to benefit, as we said, the major beneficiary of the Loughlin Family Foundation. Get in before we close at 5 p.m. today at Norbeck, NORBECCC.com. And we'd love to see you out there. And it's going to be great, Brian, to have you and JP out there as well, man.
All right, man. We'll see you on Friday, Al. Thank you, man.
Awesome.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, Smoking.
NorbeckCC.com. Make sure you check it out. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back. Training camp. It's going to be coming real soon, people. Just got an email from the Cluster Buster. And when we see these emails, we get excited because I can't wait for training camp. And on the 13th, okay, the 13th of July, Baltimore is starting up their training camp. On the 13th. Right here in Washington, we start on the 18th, the rookies do, and then the veterans show up on the 23rd. And I'm looking at the teams that we're going to be practicing against. Miami Dolphins go on the 16th. And the New York Jets, they arrive on the 18th, the same day that the rookies are for the Washington does. And then by the 24th, everybody will be in training camps, July 24th. But I had heard that they wanted to move and go somewhere else for training camp. And I still think about that. And I would love to see it happen moving forward.
Me too.
Because it's just something, and I know what fans say, but if you've been disappointed during the regular season, stop worrying about seeing them so much in training camp and let them get away and grow that togetherness and that chemistry. So when they get back, they can play so you won't be disappointed during the regular season. You know what I'm saying?
Preach.
I would love to see it because ever since they moved back here, yeah, some of you say, well, we saw them. What did we have to cheer about? Not much. Because there is a thing, when you hear Boston, how they were talking last night about caring for each other and all this type of thing, that starts when you get to training camp by yourself. When you are sitting 4-5 minutes from your house, you're not hanging around talking to some young whippersnapper about anything. You're going home and relax. If you got time to get away, you're going home. You know, and I know there are people that no, most people do. I guarantee if we had training camp here, I wouldn't have been talking to Ernest all day. He wouldn't have talked to me. And then and then taking it farther, I probably wouldn't have been talking to all the young people that I talked to. We have to find a way to where the team can go out there and they have to come together. And sometimes they come together without any of us. When we get back, we can help them out. But they do it without us.
Some of it is circumstantial, but it's torture when you're fatigue and those late night, I call those Wednesday night practices we have at the high school. It's amazing the things you remember most. Those scrimmages, those 9-on-7s, half line, all those things that you went through that you not necessarily were fans of in the process.
Yeah.
Are the things you brag about when it's over.
Yeah. Because it made you better. And it also shows you who you could depend on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the one thing about it, and we sit here and we've turned into a society where you can't really say nothing directly to people. But in training camp, when you go in 9-on-7 against another team,
oh yeah,
when you go and bull in the ring, that type of thing,
yeah,
you find out who the hell you can trust. If you got somebody next to you and he's getting blown off the ball, you know you can't trust him. Yeah. And 9 times out of 10, you told him. Yeah. And if he had any kind of metal about himself, he found the way to get better. I think all that stuff starts when the men with the guys are out with each other.
You have to have
not when they run at home telling their significant other something about you. So they put the stuff in the head they want to hear. So now you got that separation instead of them going out there and figure out how to work together.
More is accomplished towards winning and team building at the Fireside Lounge or at the yogurt place. Those things that we experience in Carlisle, I'll just speak of Carlisle, are the things that we always talk about when we get together. Those are the things, it's the frozen custard. It's all those little things. And without that, I don't know how you do it. I honestly don't know how you do a training camp at home.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I never had to experience it. Yet we bitched about driving and doing all them things. We bitched about the small dorm rooms, the bathroom, the whole 9 yards. But there was nothing like it.
All right. Well, we're going to listen. 7/18. Mark that on your calendar. The rookie, I keep wanting to say freshmen. The rookies will be reporting for training camp.
You're right.
7/23, and they will be doing it right there at the I forgot the name. The facility over in Ashburn. Okay. That's where you can go. It's not anywhere away from here now, but I am looking forward to it being somewhere away from here eventually so it can get back to how things were. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18 series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. Beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Anybody see me jump in landfill, keep talking trash, I'm going to jump through this window and take him out.
Man,
Just
don't
so
beat
you
up
know.
on landfill. He's a national treasure.
All right, it's B. Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. But right now, caller number 10 to 1-800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart Acting My Age Tour. Sunday, September 15th at DAR Constitution Hall. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets or more information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 to 800-636-1067. Woo. So, training camp. Let's go back to that. We talk about, I remember when we had to practice against the New England Patriots.
Back in the day.
No. When they were going to Richmond.
Yeah, when they came in uniform.
And you were like, whoa. Because they came in there looking professional as hell.
Yeah, they look like
and then they
military.
They looked like that against us.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to these. The practice last year against the Ravens, I loved it. This year they get to go to Miami and the Jets. I think I practiced against both of those guys, both of those teams while I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I know all the, like, people always, man, yeah, but every time they do that, they get into a fight. People get into fights. But the experience and what you get out of that, going again, because let's be real, people cut deals in training camp. Mm-hmm. People cut deals in practice. On the same team, we see each other every day. We cutting a deal. Mm-hmm. But somebody rolls in here and don't cut that deal. Mm-hmm. You go against them 1-2 days, mm-hmm. you just became a better football player. Mm-hmm. Because they're not trying to let you make them look bad, and you're not going to let you look bad, mm-hmm. which means you're still smart enough to not do something stupid. So you both learn something from that, and you get better. Mm-hmm. Listen, man, training camp in these days have become, let's get through this thing.
Mm-hmm. Push and pull.
And that mindset right there has made it to where a lot of people are not as good as they would ordinarily be if they had to go against competition.
Well, we used to have the Baltimore Colts and the Steelers. That's it.
Yeah.
So
we did Steelers. All the Steelers, and then when Norv got here, we did Tennessee Titans mm-hmm. and Miami.
Yeah, and see Miami.
And we went against Tampa one time.
Yeah. At this point now, anybody's better than nobody. I just feel bad for the DBs that come out of college. In the last group we had here, they didn't hit anybody till the game, and they didn't hit anybody in the game.
Yeah.
Because they never touched anybody in practice. And it was push and pull, and as you termed it, the lingerie Olympics. So now I love to see some football. I mean, it's going to be fun. That's why I just reference it all the time as it's tackle football. It's not just it's tackle football.
Yeah. And
at some point, whether you like it or not, you have to practice tackle football. And so I think this group gets it, and we'll get to see some of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you have to. But
the other group, shells and
but the thing of it is
and all that I don't understand that.
I watched when we went to the Ravens practice, mm-hmm. and then I would see on TV they'll be showing other practices, mm-hmm. And I'm like,
you saw Detroit hard enough when
we
they did
are not going at that speed.
Mm-hmm. We was in laboratory mode,
and I think when the game like this year, I'm willing to say, I guarantee you, it's going to be higher intensity than it was before.
Oh, what?
Because I've seen intensity in the mini camps and the OTAs,
right?
In no pads,
right?
That was higher than some of the intensity last year.
I'll second
in
that.
pads.
I'll second that.
So, and like I get this group, or I get this pushback from a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Some of them in the media, mm-hmm. some fans. Mm-hmm. Well, man, it's not like it used to be. Mm-hmm. You damn straight. We're not winning like we used to either, are we? Right. So maybe you should want them to get back to how it used to be. Maybe you should want them to go out there and practice a little harder, get a little faster and things like that. Then it'll be like it used to be when you were cheering on Sunday instead of wanting to throw stuff through the wall. So my whole thing is, as I said over and over again, I don't care what year it is still a violent sport mm-hmm. that you must be ready to play. And if you're not preparing yourself for the violent sport, you're setting yourself up for failure. Point blank. Coaches people that sit in those damn office in the NFL and the PA with their coat and tie on, they are not you on that field. You have to protect yourself. And you do it when? Off season. Not once the season starts. You should have been doing this since the first day you decided to start getting ready for this season.
Mm-hmm.
And you should have been torturing yourself a little bit, making it as hard as it could possibly be. Because when the season starts, too late to get ready for it then. You know what I'm saying? Because if somebody else started way back in January and you started, I'm going to really get ready now because the season's starting in the last few months, they're ahead of you.
It's too late.
You're going to hurt yourself trying to catch up with them.
And your body, and Drab, who was saying walking down the hallway, every guy that plays this really more than 2 or 3 seasons will pay for it with his life at some point in time. This is not a natural deal. These collisions that you have put, and not just the game, but practice collisions and the wear and tear on your body. No, man, it goes without saying. You almost, to participate in this, you have to win. To get anything out of this, you have to win.
You have to. But it all starts at the beginning.
Yeah.
And if you want to play 4 years, 3 years, 5 years, 15 years, it ends when you're done.
That's right.
Like James Arthur Monk and D Green, Big Mo. Those two guys told me, that's when I was a young dude, I said, man, how much time y'all take off once the season's over? And they both said, about a week or two. I was like, take off till we report back in March.
No.
But the first time I did that, I left here. I was about 203, 204. Came back out by 230. First year. I never came back like that again. I left and I came back about a pound or 2 off of what I was.
Especially you can't go back to Louisiana.
That was my last time going back to Louisiana at that time.
That's right.
It blew me up. But I think people have to understand this thing is a consistent thing that you do for the rest of your life until you're done with the game.
Right.
You know? So, but if you're going to play it, stop listening to people that don't play about, oh man, you got to take it easy. No, you don't. Because ain't nobody going to take it easy on you.
You have a lot of time to take stuff easy when you're out of it.
Yep.
And it will get rid of you.
And don't worry, if you don't take care of yourself, you will be taking it easy.
Yeah.
Take us a quick break here. We get back. Let's reach out to our dude, Mr. Alan May, and get his take. Because Alan is in Edmonton. And I think we're going to find out what's going on.
I pity Edmonton.
From a former player's mindset.
I'm worried about Edmonton.
Game. All right, we'll be right back. 6-7 The Fan. Doc Walker is rolling with me. JP and Finley is out of town. And,
again.
Again. He does that a lot. But you know, hey.
He earned it.
You got the days taken.
But he earned it. You know.
But we're gonna talk a little bit about the NHL playoffs again tonight. And whenever you want to talk about the playoffs, you want to go to a man who we have coming on with us. Former player with a sick mindset like Doc Walker.
No.
Don't
put me in there with this dude.
My brother, Alan May. What's up, Alan? How you doing, brother?
Hey guys, good to be with you, and good to hear that you're around, Doc, and back hanging out with B. Mitch again. Excellent.
Yeah, I know it, man. Don't judge me, but I'm just telling you, man. When he told me you were coming on today, I said, "Count me in."
So,
Count Dracula.
How is Edmonton, man? You're in Edmonton. The game is in Tampa, right?
Yeah, well, the game's in Fort Lauderdale area tonight, and I'm actually in my hometown of Edmonton. I'm here with my son. His 20th birthday today. We went to Game 4 the other night on Saturday night, and one of the most epic events I've ever been to in my life. And my son said it was, to quote him, the greatest thing he's ever seen. And it was pretty awesome. It was pretty cool. And for all these fans that were chewing their fingernails and so nervous that day, they ended up scoring 8 goals, and the place rocked, and the city rocked for about 2 more hours. It was fun. You swore they won the cup the other night, and hopefully they have a chance to bring it back here Friday night, because I'd love to go to that again.
How do they get that done? How do they get a victory tonight in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, well, the biggest thing I noticed in the first 3 games, and a lot of people say that they should have won the first game, and Bobrovsky won that game for the Panthers. But in my opinion, they've been playing too much on the perimeter in the offensive zone. And you've probably heard me say time and time again, if you want to play pretty in the playoffs, you're going to be sitting with me on a bar stool on some island somewhere. And if you want to play gritty, you're going to win games, and you're going to go a long way as long as you stay healthy. And what they've got to do, and they did it last game to a T, and they were putting pucks in the crease from every angle, from behind the net, from the boards, from the corners. And I kept saying, and all the stuff that I do, that they just have to find a way to just lob the puck at the net, anything they can do, because they were trying to go on the perimeter and looking for these shots off the pass. And it reminded me of a couple past Washington Capitals coaches that we had, where they always they'd be in prime shooting range, and they had passed the puck, and they try to pass it through sticks, and it would drive me absolutely crazy. And the Oilers the other night scored 5 of their goals from the paint of their 8. So it obviously works. So now that they've got confidence that works, they've got to continue doing that. They've got to go into Florida tonight with the same mindset, play to win, and go there and just get pucks by any speed at the crease. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't have players going there like it's their last breath, like it's their last dying thing they can do in hockey. They've got to get to the crease. They got to have their stick on the ice. They've got to win their battle. And if they play that way, they should be able to force a game 6 and tighten up the Panthers a little bit. But if they don't play that way and the Panthers take away the middle of the ice, they're getting another Stanley Cup down there in the state of Florida. And it's going to be a lot of cups in the last few years that are hanging out in that part of the United States.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe for us what McDavid is like seeing at ice level? Game 2, he had a move that I still can't understand how he controlled the puck going through 2 or 3 people in the crease. The dude is unbelievable, but you've seen a hell of a lot more than most of us. What is this dude like in this action, and how have they been able to pretty much keep him from scoring goals?
Well, what he's like in person is, I think it was my rookie year in Washington, playing for the Capitals, and at the old Lando Arena, and the Chicago Bulls came to town, and they were playing against the Bullets. And it was like seeing Michael Jordan. And I was sitting on the court, my first ever NBA game, under the basket. And I couldn't believe how fast Jordan was, how he moved, and how long his strides were, and how long he was in the air. And Connor McDavid is that on ice. And what it is I've never seen feet move over, cross over as fast as him. I've never seen a guy who can do a push glide that just flies around people like him. And then he quick sticks on the puck. He shoots the puck, and it's so disguised. You don't know whether he's going to make another move. He's going to throw a pass that anywhere in his 360 view, or he's going to rip a shot. And I don't know how many times my son and I were hitting each other on the shoulder as he got the puck the other night. And the suite we were sitting in gave us the perfect advantage of seeing him weave through, and you could point to where he was going to go from up top. and the other players go into a massive panic. But, unfortunately, he is so great. And then they got another guy, Draisaitl, that's an incredible goal scorer. But there's no one in the NHL that skates like him. And even in the series against Colorado, he was going against Nathan MacKinnon, who has sometimes the highest top-end speed of any player in the NHL. He was chasing him down and stealing pucks from him. He was taking pucks and excelling away from Nathan MacKinnon. So it's incredible to watch. I hope he stays healthy and he can play like this till he's about 40 years old, because he's a gift to all hockey fans. Whether you hate the Oilers or love the Oilers, he's absolutely incredible for the game.
I watched him. I think I watched game 2 and game 3, and and he couldn't get much space, and then I would figure he got a lot of space in game 4. What needs to happen to give him the best chance of being how good he is, and also give them a best chance of trying to get this victory tonight?
Well, they've been triple teaming him in Florida, and one of the ways they were able to do that in the first 2 games was Florida has a player named Alexander Barkov, who's the best all-around player in the NHL as a forward. He won the top defensive player award in the National Hockey League this year. He's about 6'4". He's got an incredible stride. He's smooth. He's strong. He's tough. And he loves to play good defense. And he was able to keep McDavid to the outside in these few games. So now when you're looking at what, they have to do, they've got to get the last line. They're not going to have the last line change tonight. So they're going to have to try to manipulate who McDavid plays against in order to free him up, open up his line mates, because Florida's done a good job when they have last change of blanketing him. And you don't try to match his speed. You just try to check the puck. You keep your stick in the way of his. And if you got 3 sticks there, it makes the game a lot harder for him. As great as he is, it's hard to beat, 3-on-1, no matter who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Being physical. Saw the gloves down, not so much last game, but prior to that. You don't want to put people in the box and have an unmanned advantage in this. How do you control that? I know you were kind of feisty. You were a lot like B. Mitch when you were on ice. But you can't. What are you saying to your teammates as the visiting team, the road team coming in to a hostile environment, about keeping you cool?
Well, what I do love about the Panthers is that they're the most physical team in the National Hockey League. They play as old school as any team has in the last 20 years. And you know what? I hope they bring that type of hockey back to every team in the National Hockey League, where they're pushing and shoving after whistles.
They do, yeah.
And late hits and borderline cheap hits. But the big thing with that is, discipline is key. You don't want to be the guy that's in the penalty box for a power play that the other team scores on. So if they can get out there and play with discipline and let Florida do all their antics and all their talking, you just keep it, channel that, the want to retaliate, channel that into an aggression that is helping you score goals, and keep your discipline and your focus. Just use that aggression, the hatred that you probably have for the opponent, just channel that in the other direction. Don't respond to it. Try to get the last laugh on everything. And if you can find a way to get up a bunch of goals, then you can have a little payback late in the game. But the big thing in this is everyone knows, and no matter who you are in the National Hockey League, whether it was me playing, you don't want to be the guy that takes that bad retaliatory penalty that leads in a goal. So the biggest thing is just keep your focus, keep your discipline. And the only thing that matters tonight is ultimately, winning the battle at the end of the game when you look up at the scoreboard and you got more goals than they do. So they want to force a game 6. They've got to play with that desperation, that intensity, and that discipline.
What type of play can they affect Bobrovsky with?
Well, the other night, what they were able to do, and it was not his fault, but they've got to make sure they have players racing to the front of net so he can't see the puck. And then if they just get the puck to the paint from anywhere, I always tell everyone that, they should call the crease the bank, because when you get to the crease and you score goals, you're going to make a lot more money. So they got to get pucks to the bank, and guys got to cash in. And if they have players there and pucks there, if you don't get a goal, maybe you get a face-off in that zone. You win the face-off, you score a goal off it. Maybe it gets a power play because the chaos that's ensuing in front as the defenders are trying to stop you by any means. Is it a hook? Is it a hold? Is it a trip? Whatever it is, a cross-check that puts them in the box. Now, by getting the puck to the paint, you've changed the tenor and the focus of the game. So that's the biggest thing, getting people to Bobrovsky. The other night, he let in 5 goals. I don't blame him, because the Oilers had a different game plan. They weren't sleepwalking like they were the first 3 games and, continuing to use the same flight pattern. So when I look at this one, they've got to do that exact same thing. And Florida knows that that's what they're up to tonight. So that will be the battle that has to be won shift to shift, is who owns the front of the net at either end.
And does that translate for those that the non-hip hockey heads going top shelf? In other words, where he's not expecting that puck to go, isn't it tougher to defend that?
Well, the big thing, Doc, is if they can get the puck. So if it's on the strong side, you try to get it and shoot weak side on him. If he's hugging his post and the puck comes from one corner, and if you shoot the puck up top, you want to make sure you have traffic. And I would say one of the things I've seen in the playoffs, when teams do score high on him, it's usually ringing the puck at his head. And it's not like you're going to hit your target anyways, but 6, 7, 8 inches to either side of his mask, he's unable to stop those because he kind of does a butterfly stroke like a swimmer and tries to take away the top of the net. And he leaves that big, and the corners aren't necessarily there, but the areas above his shoulders are wide open. So if you've got time that you can plan that shot, that's where you want to go.
Well, Alan, I'll tell you this, man. I listened to you talk a lot about hockey, and I know you know what you're talking about. Will we see a Game 6?
It's the toughest thing. Selfishly, greedily, I grew up here. I played for the Oilers at one point. I'm dying for a Game 6. I've got incredible seats in the building if there is one. I want to see these people here party, celebrate, and force the Game 7. It's who scores first tonight, I believe. Who scores the second goal tonight? So if a team goes up 2-0, 2-1, whatever it is, whoever gets the second goal for either team. So it's got to be 2 goals for one team. The first team to get there wins the game.
Wow. I wonder, are you and the Messiah hanging out at all?
Oh, he's not here. He flew back down to
for the game.
Down back.
But
yeah,
before he left. So you can't say.
You know what? I didn't see him, but you know who I was hanging out with? I sat with Gary Bettman and Bill Daly the other night, and Shania Twain in the suite that we were in. And I was the guest of the commissioner and the deputy commissioner. So it was pretty amazing to be up there. And then there was a lot of Oilers alumni, and they did a lot of great things on the Jumbotron here, showing the old players and all their highlights, whether it's scoring goals, fighting, hitting, just creating chaos. And the place was just getting ramped up. So 20,000 rabid fans. They probably got more hockey in their blood here than anywhere in North America. It's an absolute amazing city to watch hockey in.
Alan, Obi finally got over that hump. He had done everything he could but win a championship, and he won it, and everybody gave him the love he deserved. Is it going to take McDavid that same type of situation to be able to get that same love?
Well, it will, because there will always be the detractors who have never won anything, that have never played a sport, and they're going to say things like that. The same guys that hack all over Dan Marino, was an incredible player and had an incredible life. But you got to have everything's got to be right. You got to have the right coaching staff, the GM, all the right players on the roster. You need to be healthy. You need to be lucky. You need to have bounces go your way. And hopefully they get a roster, and hopefully this roster is something that can help him force a Game 7. But if not, I would say, they got to continue building the other players, because one player we saw with Alex can't win it all by themselves. Totally. And until you get Lars Ellers of the world, Devontae Smith-Pelly, Brett Connolly, until you get those guys chipping in on those third and fourth lines, Steve Chason, Jay Beagle, guys like that, you're not going to win a Stanley Cup until you're getting everyone pulling on the rope and everyone contributing every night. So until the Oilers do that, maybe this is the team that can do that. That's when you win a championship, and it's no different than any other sport. You got to have the roster.
It's so good to hear you say that, because a lot of times we talk about the one star of the team. You got 4 lines. All of them have to be good to go win it all. So you can't just do it with just one good line.
No, I used to say it for years. I said too many guys would look down the bench expecting Ovi to score every goal, and that's an impossibility. Even though he wanted to score every goal, but until the coaching staff, Barry Trotz, started demanding the other players do more, you didn't get that. And when they finally got to the Stanley Cup Finals, everyone chipped in, everyone had greatness in them, and it's the same in every sport. We saw it with the Celtics last night. All the people contributing in all their different ways. You see it in every sport. The NFL, it doesn't matter. You have to have a roster of everyone. And once again, you got to be healthy, you got to be lucky. But if you have the right roster and the right management, coaching staff, it'll work out, that magic potion. And no one knows what the exact ingredients of the magic potion are. So you're just trying to build your own magic potion, however it works with the group of players that you have.
Your son is 20 now. I just remember him. I can't believe it. You said he's 20. Does he have a bat in his hand, a stick in his hand? or an iPad?
Well, he's not a mathlete, but he is. He's a Golden Gloves boxer.
There you go.
And I did not put him into it. His mom did after we got divorced. She put him into it. Everyone thinks it was me. I didn't want him to do it. He's obsessed with it. He's got a great mentor and his coach at the gym that he trains at. That guy's father, before he passed, was a great mentor to him. So it's been one of the best things he's ever been a part of.
Well, it's in his system.
That's right. This is a natural.
Whether you did it or not, you did it.
Well, you know what? I told him, yesterday, I told him today, I told him pretty much every day. I said, if Dad was your size his draft year, if Dad was your size when he was 20, I'd have made millions and millions of dollars. I would have played 5 to 10 more years. And instead, I didn't get to be his size until I was about 24 years old. And I look at him, and then everyone says, God, he's so handsome. I was like, well, obviously he looks like his dad. But anyway, we're at a health club right now, and I saw a couple of old NHL players yesterday, and they're like, oh, my God, I couldn't believe how big he was. And I was like, but they could tell he was a chip off the old block, so that's a great thing.
That's good stuff, man. Yeah.
Well, Alan, man, appreciate you giving us some time. Enjoy your son, man. And let's hope y'all get to game 6, game 7, whatever.
That'd be good.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Take care. Thanks for having me.
Alan May giving us a little time here on the B. Mitchell Finley Show. Alan does a lot of the hockey for Monumental Sports.
Yeah, he does.
Listen, every time I talk to him, he tells me a story. Every story he's told me about his career has something to do with a fight.
Well, hello. Yeah. I mean, what do you think Tom Wilson's going to be like 10 years from now as he's going on the radio row talking about it? Man, that's my boy, Wilson, man. It's like Langway was my guy. The Locker. The Locker.
Too?
Come on, man. Locker's a roughneck. Yeah.
And that's what it's about. At first, I thought hockey was just for fighting. Because every time I looked at it, I'm like, damn, they fight again. So I remember asking the parents, can I play hockey? And they were like, they don't have no hockey around here. Because I saw the fights.
There was no rinks.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Yeah.
If you going to allow me to do it, I don't really get in that much trouble.
Yeah.
Why not try it?
Man, I like to see Jeff. Suppose Jeff had been in an environment where he could skate. What do you think?
I don't think he can skate.
I can roll around the rink.
No, we talking about ice skating.
I can roll. Oh, well, I can skate around the rink, but I'm not going.
Wait, can you skate looking smooth, or you skate where you look like you about to fall?
Oh no, I can skate looking smooth and just keep it in a circle. But
is there any place around here right now?
We could go to Allen Palm Park.
I just want to see you do it.
Or we could go down the street.
Are you talking rollerblading or ice skating?
Landfill, you want this to be filmed, right?
Ice skating or rollerblading,
inline skating, ice skating. I can skate.
We want ice skating.
I can get on the skates and skate comfortably around the ring. The thing is, around the rink. The thing is, it's when you start asking me to skate backwards and do all these tricks, then that's when it's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's the only time you have a problem? But when I get on
regularly skating, you got no problem with that.
When I go to the skating rink, I only go for like very special occasions. If it's like my cousin's birthday or something, because after the first 30 minutes, because all I can do is skate around in circles, I'm done. My attention is like, let's go do something else. So I can skate, and if you want to prove this,
no, but after listening to you guys for years, I've never heard anything he can't do. I mean, it's like
you'll never hear that.
No, but I mean he's amazing.
I'll rollerblade against him.
Okay,
impossible just mean I'm possible, baby.
Yeah. No, I mean, I love it.
If I had you skate around the ring, you're not gonna fall. Just go in the circle.
No, I won't.
Okay.
And for money,
I'm going to film this.
Okay, we can film it. It's going to be the most boring thing ever because I'm literally just going to be skating around in a circle.
Not when I come close to you and kind of like shove you a little bit.
I'm not worried about that. That's nothing. I'm still big body now. Don't get me wrong.
Big body mean nothing with that skate slide.
You know, I already ran you over on in shoes. I can run you over in skates too. But let's film this. Hey, look. We're not talking about history channel.
Landfill. Does it ever stop?
Landfill. You have a video of him tapping out, don't you? That's the only video we have of anything.
I do have a video of Jeff tapping out.
That's not me.
Yes.
That is a deep fake, and that is AI.
Oh, that was not you.
People out there listening, this is when Jeff doesn't like to tell anything of the truth.
Okay, no,
he did just now when he told Doc there's nothing he can't do.
Right. Well,
we're going to take a break before Jeff keeps talking, Doc.
Okay.
And then we'll be back.
All right.
And later on, we're going to figure out did anybody win last night. I know I didn't get to one of my things because The damn Dallas Mavericks can't score.
Yeah.
Be defending 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back. All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. The B. Mitchell Philly Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find your contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We had a lot of people come here and sign 1 year, 2 year contracts with the Washington Commanders this offseason. And we feel like the team has gotten better. Sometimes you wonder why guys leave a certain place and come to a team. And one of those guys who I've always been a fan of and think highly of, Austin Ekeler.
Yes.
I think he was very effective in San Diego, and then they moved to LA. And many people were wondering why. Well, Austin addressed that, saying that the Chargers are looking for a guy that can just get a ball 200-300 times a year and carry it. Well, I would ask this question. Does anybody really do that anymore? Besides Tennessee, now it'll be Baltimore?
Yeah, right.
Even Baltimore didn't give it to one guy 300 times.
No, and they didn't give it to anybody when they should have against Kansas City. You make a good point.
So
it's a new day.
He is here because his best years were under Lynn as a head coach. And also, he see a situation to where Brian Robinson doesn't mind battering.
Oh, I love him.
And the change of pace back, and it's not just a pass catcher. Change of pace means you run the ball effectively sometimes. But if you are effective out the backfield, it opens up a lot of space for you. And I think he, Brian, and also Chris Rodriguez, those three guys together can be absolutely something special. And yes, he had some injuries last year, but you know why? Because they started moving to a set where they wanted him to run. Right? And everybody ain't built for that 300, 345 carries a year.
No.
You don't have success off of that. So the ultimate thing is, can we find a way to get him into a situation where you can get the absolute best out of him? Because I can tell you straight up, the dude's a problem when he gets into the red zone.
Yeah. I think the coaching, not that they had bad coaching before. I thought their running backs were well coached. But it's all got to tie together. And that they were not tied together. They had no balance. There was no, I don't know what the hell they were doing. I think it's all got to establish with our ground attack and movement. We can throw to our backs.
Yeah.
They're multidimensional. It's what you want in your backs. They'll block. They do it all. So we got a tough group. I like that room a lot. But they have to be given that opportunity. And as you well know, because you did it, you're personal protectors. Your safety valves, you are so intricate in keeping possessions for the offense.
See, that's why I wonder why they don't get paid more money.
Well, because y'all
running backs have to do just about everything.
I know it.
But I'm looking at this, and I think.
But you know why they're not paid.
Austin probably was thinking this too. Lynn helped me get some of my best years.
Mm-hmm.
He left and he went to where? San Francisco. Who just got $19 million a year?
Mm-hmm.
Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn was there last year.
Mm-hmm.
He played in the league. This man understands.
Oh, man, he's perfect.
So I really believe that. And listen, the more I look at the construction of this coaching staff, you're like, okay, they went and got somebody that played it before in almost every aspect. Because I think it's a total of around 12 to 13 former players on this coaching staff.
Yeah, the Lions. Remember, we kind of made fun of their hard knocks.
Yeah.
And now who's laughing at who? You know, and it's
instant respect.
Yeah.
In one sense. I know the people that didn't play, and there's a lot of people in their corner, they talk all they can against the former player, but they just have a connect with players that you don't have. And it takes you a long time to get.
Well, they understand it. When they go in for their medical treatments, they don't want somebody that's never done it or never worked on a real body.
Yeah.
So it's just it's they understand it. They don't want to admit it. But people want experience when it comes to taking care of their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they don't understand it when it comes to the sports they're betting on or they got their particular teams on it. one thing about, again, Coach Thompson, hear nothing, say nothing. I don't even think about them because I know what they don't know. How would they know? Why would I? I don't expect them to know. But you and I understand this, that a lot of these guys, their first coaching experience, when it's in the NFL, you're risking my future with your buddy that you went to school with.
Who was
I hate that.
Our defensive back coach last year.
Yeah, we all know.
Before he got released,
yeah,
it was a guy who had never coached.
Right.
Outside of like Little League or high school.
Right. And he's not, and that group wasn't the first group.
And he only met Jack Del Rio because one of his friends introduced him to Jack at a luncheon.
Happened to our group
and he
too.
hired him.
Our guy just happened to end up being good.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to do the same damn thing, but I would hope that the person that hired me wouldn't allow me to do it. That's the point.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna turn down the cheddar.
That's what I'm saying. But when you have a blind man running your whole program overall, when you dead at the top, you dead all the way through. So that's what we was dealing with.
Yeah, it's just, but this running back room, I'm excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
I see possibility because what I like about Brian Robinson, I think Brian is a guy who can come out the backfield catching balls as well. What I do not like by some coaches, they want to pigeonhole you and tell you what you are instead of finding out what you are. I'll utilize this. I went to play golf one day at RTJ, and normally the caddies will go to the range with you because the smart caddies are learning what the hell you hit certain distances,
so they
can give you better information on the course.
Right.
So I had a guy that happened to. We got out on the field on the course. And he told me I was like 190 something yards from the hole, sitting in the first cut, slight downhill. I said, well, give me 7-iron. And he said, you can't hit a 7-iron that far. I said, well, if I hit a 7-iron on that green, I don't pay you a tip. Bet. I said, give me the 8. I put the 8-iron on the green. And his ass didn't get a tip. The whole method to that is, if you don't sit there and witness me doing something, you should never say I can't do it.
What did he base that on?
Because he probably couldn't hit a 7-iron that far. So he just automatically assumed. So my thing is, coaches that come in and look at you and say, this is what I want him to do, instead of watching you do your stuff, it's just like a caddy that doesn't watch a guy hit the damn club and then try to tell me. Like, when I first picked up golf, everybody said, oh, if you're out 150, you should hit an 8-iron.
Right.
That's what I listened to. And every time I hit the 8-iron, I hit it past my mark. So I'm like, I don't think I hit an 8-iron 150. I hit something else 150. So I started going to the range and hitting.
But how do people judge your distance on looks?
They judge your distance based off of what they probably can hit or what they think other people hit.
Yeah, but that's ignorant.
So, but that's what I mean by coaches that automatically tell you based off of your height, your size, your weight, what you're going to be before they ever see you do something.
I don't blame the assistant that hires his buddy. But if you have a football general manager or a owner that's a smart enough businessman to know what he don't know. No, when I don't what I don't know, I go get somebody that does. And I pay them handsomely.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people act like because I'm good at one thing, I'm good at everything.
You're not.
You're a fool. Yeah, you're a fool. You're gonna end up being broke.
We see that a lot. But I just want and I leave this thing, and I think anybody, if you go into coaching, don't assume see. Don't assume no.
No, that's right.
Because if you sit there and you watch a person for a certain period, I remember soon as he got the head coaching job, Richie Pettibone, he said, you're going to be running my ball for me. I'm like, what do you mean, coach? He said, I watch you against us every day. So I want you running. He said, these other people ain't going to give you a chance. And he put me in the game, and I went for 100. You know? And he was told by Jack, he wanted Reggie Brooks to play. So that's what happened with that. But
that's
he
my whole
watched
point.
me every day, so he knew what I was capable of.
But Bone is the most underrated coach in our era, to me.
Bone was a bad boy.
Bad boy.
Yeah.
Bad boy. But you're right. Politically, A lot of folk didn't want that out that way. So he got, to me, his legacy has been covered up. But his greatness, for anybody that was on the field with him, understands he was always a straw to turn the drink.
Oh, yeah,
Richard Pettibone.
Yeah.
Bad
and
boy.
A lot of the success of that team
Bad
was him.
man.
All right, let's take us a break here. We get back. Get out. We're going to find out what happened last night. I could tell you I lost mine, but I won the -6.5, but I lost the 210. I should have bet under because I should have known Dallas was going to choke like they normally do. Yeah, so let's take a break. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. It ain't rude.
It
ain't right. Oh, man, right there. What up? You heard our song? He had a little theme song? They got you one, too.
No.
Did Doc ever hear his theme song?
No, ain't no theme song, man.
You never heard it?
We do have it on the Cactus League. What we do,
You got
we do
to
it
play
tomorrow.
it for him? You can't play it for him.
Let's play it tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
We'll play it for him on Thursday.
Yeah, we won't be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot y'all won't be here.
Y'all won't be here. Y'all big shots
Y'all won't be
tomorrow.
here.
Who?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Who's y'all?
I'll be here. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I'll be here too, dog.
Okay.
5 a.m.
Walkers hang together.
Hey, man, we do.
Hey, y'all walkers.
I
y'all,
sleep standing up. So,
y'all
yeah,
walkers.
I'll
Y'all
be
not
here.
runners.
Yeah.
Y'all walkers.
Mm-hmm. Landfill might even surprise us with a cameo.
Tomorrow? Nah, I doubt that. I almost said something else, Landfill. I know Landfill.
Don't count Landfill out, man. Don't count him out.
Well, I just count him out.
Definitely count him
No,
out.
don't
Yeah,
count him
tomorrow.
out.
No,
don't
you should
count him
you should
out.
100% count me out. I'm not going to
No,
surprise
come
you
on,
with the
Landfill.
cameo.
No.
I'm also not going to surprise any of you by running. And neither of those are going to happen.
Oh, man. All right, so listen, bro. If we have a theme song for you, we're going to Thursday, we got you.
Okay.
Gotta see it.
All right.
Why you laughing, Jeff?
Nah, I'm just.
You know the song, don't
Yeah, the What Up Doc.
you? Yeah.
What Up Doc. Greg Doc.
And Rooster sent his best over too.
Rooster's trying to do to us, to the you, what we
Yeah,
do to him.
definitely early bleep you to the Rooster.
Yeah, Rooster get to bleep you. Because Rooster tried to get Doc to go over there and talk on his show, knowing Doc had to come right back over because he on the show. Because JP would get the Rooster to come on over here, and he'd be, what, 150? No, he'd come on 12:59 because his show started at 1.
No, Rooster show starts at 2, which is crazy
No,
because
his show starts at 1.
no, his show starts at 2.
But
And
he'll be on this show at 12:59
Oh, I
with
know.
40 seconds.
Doc could go on Rooster show as soon as it starts because it starts at 2.
Yeah, that's what they tell him.
I know it.
But I guess he buys it because he's sitting here most times.
JP can get him to do anything.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, JP's slick now. Because he plays this like he's naive, but he's not.
No, he is. He's not. He just could do it against people that are more naive than him.
Yeah, I'm telling you what. No,
and Rooster is that guy.
Good. Yeah, he plays it.
Yeah, he plays him like a fiddle.
Yeah, he plays.
All right, let's find out who won some bets last night, Landy.
Heard it here first.
Oh, we don't have it no more?
Man,
We've been sabotaged by Drab T-shirt.
The junkies.
We're working on it though.
They erased our thing?
Oh, we don't have our heard it here first, man.
We're working on it, B.
Oh, man.
Do I have to do something? No.
Heard it here
Put
first.
the things on them.
All right, so last night,
Pew, 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 pew.
only one person hit their bet last night.
Who is it? Methuselah?
No, I lost.
It was only Landini.
Landfill. I made the. I
Well,
could have
Landfill,
kicked myself in the mind.
He got to start betting on stuff in the States.
Dallas. Yeah.
What you bet on?
He bet on the college World Series.
Oh, that's all you did. You
Texas
did Texas
A&M.
A&M.
Yeah, they won.
What did you bet, Jeff?
I bet France would win. France did win, but I parlayed and said Mbappe would score. He did not score.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
all
more
good.
shocking that Mbappe didn't score.
Yeah. But tonight, I'm going
He
back.
broke his nose.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Right, but he stuck his nose in it.
I think the ball hit him in the nose or something.
Hey.
He's not playing in the next game.
Well, I would guarantee you bet against that.
Surprised more. Mookie Betts, he gets a bone broken in his hand. I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often.
With baseball?
Yeah, just broken bone hands or whatever.
Well, it happens a lot.
I don't really
No,
a lot.
That happens a good bit, dude. People get hit on the hand a lot.
But
it's depending on if you get hit in the right spot.
right. I'm
know,
maybe saying
Sometimes that thing is
things happen
bruised
more,
up
yeah.
like hell. Other times it just
it
hurts.
The league got to be happy because the boy was on fire.
He was on fire.
All right, so bet wise tonight,
What you got?
I'm going to take an anytime goal score from Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, as Portugal plays the Czech Republic.
Ronaldo?
Ronaldo, yes.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Well, you be betting on stuff. You getting like landfill. Give me the Phillies tonight.
They're not still in Baltimore, aren't
Parlay with the Reds.
Ooh, hold up. I got a parlay. This for Rusty. Let's go Yankees. We winning tonight. Give me the money line. I want anytime goal with Ronaldo. Yankees play the O's tonight. Cortez is on the mound versus Suarez.
Suarez hadn't lost a game yet.
Hey, the Yankees are in town. Don't count us out.
Did you got mine? Well, I just told you I'm betting on the Phillies.
Yep.
And the Reds.
I'm taking the Nats. They've won 8 of 9.
Yes.
And Corbin isn't pitching, so I'm taking the Nats.
If Patrick Corbin ever sees you, he's gonna beat your tail. I'm telling you. Bro.
No, he's not. He got paid, you know,
he
like $100 million to suck for 5 years.
One dude in this city that gives me the most hell. Yeah. He's gonna jack you up.
Orioles over the Bombers.
Doc, way to go
Orioles
against
over
Jeff.
the Bombers.
Yeah. I'm with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right, we want to thank Chris Miles. We want to thank Travis Thomas for giving us a call from Boston after they won.
Hear his voice.
He had to force himself to get up.
Yeah.
Al Koken, also our buddy Alan May. All those guys gave us some time. And also for you all that listen, take care of yourselves. We won't be here tomorrow, but we'll talk to you
I'll
again.
be here. Don't be shooing people away. Help a brother out.
All right. Doc gonna be here tomorrow. What you gonna be doing tomorrow, Doc?
We're gonna crank things up, baby.
On this show?
On this show.
I thought you were doing another show.
No, I'm on here tomorrow. I'm holding it down solo.
Well, Doc is here tomorrow, and Jeff.
No, Jeff ain't gonna be.
No,
Jeff
I'm on
Jeff
the Junks tomorrow.
He's on the Junks. No, man, I'm on. And you know, Landfill might surprise me and just cameo.
When are you on, Doc?
When is your show on?
You on 10 to 2?
10 to 2.
I'm not gonna be awake.
Landfill, I'll be awake, but I won't be here.
We'll be here. That's all right, brother. I'll hold it down for you.
Thank you.
Finley will call me.
And Doc and I will both be together again on Thursday when we talk to you at 10 o'clock. Be safe out there. God bless you, and we'll see you tomorrow, Doc.
Tomorrow, K9 Nation.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, June 18th, 2024. We appreciate everybody making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to Nats pregame at 6:15. We've got the Beltway Blitz coming your way at 4 o'clock, and at that time, tickets to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Danny, how are you?
Doing all right, my friend. The big project today was I got my boys out of the house and into the chair at the barbershop. We got 3 haircuts today. And you would think this is just such a routine, mundane thing, but I feel accomplished and exhausted. What an unbelievable undertaking just to get 2 other human beings that I'm responsible for. I'm the adult. I always reminded myself I'm the adult. Just to get them into the car, out of the car, into the chair, pay money, maybe get a treat next door, and then get back home. It was an multiple hour-long odyssey. I can't explain where the time went. I don't know what happened. No problem. Everything went off without a hitch. Hairs were cut. Little shower afterwards to get some of the loose hairs that go rogue off of the person. Everything seems fine. But my God, I'm exhausted.
Did you say Odyssey?
No, that's a made-up name. This is an Odyssey.
2 parts audacious,
Yeah.
1 part Odyssey.
Yeah, like a long journey, and also it's audacious during the journey.
But it's bold.
It's bold.
What happens when you tell your wife that you feel accomplished? I always like when you come in and you feel really good about like the most normal. Like people take their kids to get haircuts all over
It's
America.
so routine. So
all
routine.
The time.
Yeah, mundane.
And you're like, you lead the radio show with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know, because that was my entire morning. I had plans to do 6 different things.
The show
I did 1.
starts and you're like, I had a great day today. I took my kids to get a haircut. I feel like I did something.
Like I did something.
If you say that to your wife, she's definitely irritable, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
right in the red. It's kind of an instant, like super gas pedal all the way down to the metal.
Not that you took them to do it.
No.
Perfectly reasonable. The part that you're acting like you accomplished something by taking them to get a haircut.
I know. And I'm telling you, it took multiple this thing should the actual act of the haircut doesn't take very long. The actual act of getting it doesn't take very long. This should be just the simplest, most mundane thing. But I'm telling you, the fighting and the negotiating and the countdowns and okay, that means no electronics later. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we need to get dressed. Please brush your teeth. I mean, it is like negotiating a peace deal.
Haircuts have gotten expensive.
Yeah.
Just like everything else. What did that run you? 3 with 3 tips.
This was okay. So it's a newer place. They're doing like a little special. So it was actually much cheaper than normal. Normal, I think, is $23 a piece. This was on sale for $12.99. $5 tip each time. So what is that? 13 times 3 plus 15.
54?
Yeah, $54, which I'll take for
That's
2 kids' haircuts and my own.
Because it's just opened or something?
Yeah, it's just open spot.
Pretty strong.
Which I'm like, we'll do that.
Now, see, you mentioned that to your wife. Maybe you get a little excitement.
Oh, she doesn't care. She wouldn't care if it was like $1,000. Like, just, you know what I mean? Just leave me alone. Stop bothering me with these mundane, minute details. You're an adult. You shouldn't brag about stuff you're supposed to do. Chris Rock said that.
Big day for the Rouilles.
Mm-hmm.
Big day for the Boston Celtics. They are celebrating a championship. They put the finishing touches on the NBA Finals last night. It took 5 games. I don't know if this is a historically brilliant team, but the resume looks that way on paper.
Yeah.
They won 64 games. They ran through the postseason with ease. Most of the series that they won without breaking a sweat, we dismissed. We said, that team wasn't that good. Or, they got through the Eastern Conference with one of the easiest paths anybody's ever had. And then it was only 5 games against the Dallas team that came in red hot. But they're so good defensively. They swarmed, just so complete. Everybody plays really good collective team defense. The Celtics held the Mavericks to sub 100 points in all 4 of the wins in 5 games in this series. And it wasn't close last night. I don't even think the game was as close as the 18-point scoreboard would indicate at the end of the evening. This was a uncompetitive game and mostly a terribly unentertaining series.
Yeah, it was over. When you look at Boston, their offensive rating for the regular season was first out of 30. Their defensive rating was 3rd out of 30. You start to look at their margin of victory, the winning games by 11.6 points per game, and you start to add up some of the totals in the resume that you said. I don't feel like this is a historically great team, but the data says otherwise. Now you could argue whatever you want to argue. They had as easy a road through the East as anybody has ever had, quite frankly. the Pacers was a nice story. It was cool. But, this Cavaliers team wasn't ready for prime time. Miami was banged up. They weren't particularly good. And once you got to the finals, Dallas with a pretty elite resume in their own right, they just dismantled this Mavericks team. This might be a historically great Boston Celtics team. Hard to quantify because once we'll go back and look over the next 10, 15 years, if and when the tandem of Tatum and Brown as the epicenter, as the core, do this again one or two more times, a la, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson and company, we'll start to go, hey, wait a minute. We actually saw something pretty special here once they had the right supporting group around them. Peyton Pritchard coming in right before each half, knocking down a three from 50 feet away after 9 steps, but whatever. Some of the supporting cast guys like Derek White and Al Horford and, Hauser, some of these role players fit in really well around these two stars. Tatum is a top 10 player. I think you look at Jaylen Brown, who won the MVP, rightfully so in this series, is, maybe somewhere in the top 20, 25. You'd have to really parse it up as to where. But this is a historically really, really, really good team.
I'm writing in pencil if I'm giving Jason Tatum top 10 status. I'll tell you. I think the idea of Jason Tatum is top 10. I don't know if he's actually one of the first 10 players that I would rank in the NBA, but that's not important, I guess, after this series. He played really well in Game 5. He and Jaylen Brown, the MVP of the series, combined for 52 points. Brown was the best Celtic. He is
I agree with that.
Their leader, kind of their heart and soul, their alpha, their speech giver. And he was also the best player on the team throughout this series. And because of that, he won the MVP award. And this was him discussing that last night.
I think it was great, man. All the work, the whole journey, all the ups and downs, the losses, the heartbreaks all led to this moment. So we just celebrating that now. Then we'll see what we got this summer and try to make another push.
How much, Jalen, do the disappointments and the close calls magnify the fact that those are done, and now you get to plant your flag on top of the mountain that says the Boston Celtics are the best in the NBA?
It's an unreal feeling. To be honest, it don't even feel real right now, but it's a great feeling, man. And to go through the whole journey is what makes it great right now.
Brown with Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter after the finals last night. You can't give an MVP award to a non-player. But the guy that I think is being most slept on and the most valuable person in the Celtics organization as it pertains to them breaking a 16-year drought and winning another championship last night is Brad Stevens, who built this thing. He traded Kemba Walker for Al Horford. He didn't trade Jaylen Brown when everybody said he should have back in 2021. He traded, I think it was Langford for Derek White. Smart for Kristaps Porziņģis and a couple first-round picks. He re-signed Jaylen Brown to an extension that got a lot of heat when he did it. Then they traded Malcolm Brogdon, Williams, Holiday in that deal. Re-signed Porziņģis and Drew Holiday. He built not just a team that won a title, but a team that I think could win another title next year, a team that was definitively the best team in basketball with the deepest roster. On paper, it was hard to imagine Boston not representing the East. The only team that could push them was Milwaukee after the Lillard deal, and it really never came together for the Bucks. But Stevens, we've seen him do it collegiately as a coach. We've seen him do it in the NBA as a coach at a high level. Now as an executive, he is just as good as it gets.
Really, really smart basketball mind, obviously. And some of those moves that you mentioned, I think good job going through them, really drew some heat. That Marcus Smart one, people didn't understand that at the time. Right, that because you talk about heart and soul, the grit, the guts, the guy that's going to make the big defensive stop, the not a great night in, night out shot maker, but the dude that was going to nail the clutch three that had given them so many huge moments. They moved on from him, and that was no, you can't do that. Sure, you can. Watch. This group was so together, so cohesive. Their defensive ability, outstanding. They shoved it on this Dallas team that I didn't think was shovable. Really, really commendable job.
The NFL released training camp report dates for every single team this summer, coming up next month in July. For the Commanders, rookies are going to report on July 18th. Veterans will report for camp to officially begin on July 23rd. Danny, we are exactly 1 month away.
1 month?
To the day. Officially, 1 month from now, the Commanders will get camp underway with a rookie report date. Their first practice is 5 days and a month away on July 23rd. But Jaden Daniels, the draft class, all the undrafted free agents, they will get things going with the coaching staff in 1 month, which is crazy to think about, but we're almost at camp.
they are on the earlier side. There are a couple teams that they get to go even earlier, another week in advance. I guess they're opening up on a Thursday or a Friday when you start to look at it, but I'm all about it. Get in there and get to work, especially with a new coach, a new system, new everything, new quarterback. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's kind of already here. Now we're still in that kind of drought, and there's not that much real football to kind of discuss, right? I mean, you'll have another round of free agency, some cuts will happen, there'll be some roster machinations, but this is pretty much the group they're going to go with, right? They're here. Maybe one more trade happens, maybe something else shakes loose that we're not ready for, but it's in 30 days, they will hit the ground running. Awesome.
So I think the reason that there are a couple of teams that open before them is the participants in the Hall of Fame game, if they want to, have the ability to open camp a little earlier. So Baltimore was the one that has its rookies coming
on the 13th, which is a few days ahead.
But otherwise, that 16th, where Washington's opening, is the earliest you can do it, pretty much. And you know what that is it's the first-year head coach thing. With Dan Quinn being new, if you have a new head coach, you get a couple extra days on the grass throughout the offseason, and you get to open things up a little bit earlier. So if you look at some of the teams that are opening up right around then, a lot of them have new head coaches that have elected to do that. But I like that they are taking all advantage of every chance that they get. Like, they didn't cancel their third day of mini
I love
camp.
that, by the way.
They always do that, where it's like, you guys worked hard for 2 days. We're not going to come in for the third day, or we're all going to go watch a movie together. How about we just keep practicing and see where that gets us? It's been a while since we did that move. Let's just see where the practice
Let's
gets
get wild and practice football. Is that weird? Yeah, I'm all. If Andy Reid wants to do that, go ahead. You guys have played, an extra season basically over the last handful of years, going to AFC title games and Super Bowls and stuff. You want to have the guys go bowling on the last day? By all means. If you haven't won diddly or squadoosh for decades, let's practice. Let's outwork somebody today. Why not? Let's work a little harder than our direct rivals one time.
The Commanders have not released their training camp schedule, meaning which dates practices will be open to the public or closed, what time the practices will be. That's going to come, I would imagine, in the days ahead. But we know officially today that the rookies will report on the 16th, and then the veterans coming up a few days after that the 18th, I should say, and then 5 days after that on the 23rd. But I bring this up because I saw the Packers announced yesterday they're going to have 15 training camp practices open to the public. And a lot of people were praising them. Like, oh, you guys are taking care of the fans and you're going to have a bunch of practices open. What a time it is now that the idea that you're going to have 15, 16 practices available for fans during a month-long, or what used to be a month-long training camp, is viewed as fan-friendly. I don't remember which team it was, announced this week they'd have 7 practices for the fans in the whole training camp. I hate that. And I know this is old school guy stuff, but I still remember 2-a-days. I still remember taking off like a vacation and going with my brother, buddies, whatever, and staying up here in Northern Virginia with an aunt over in Burke and driving to the facility every day in Ashburn. And we'd go to the 9 a.m. practice for a couple hours. We'd hang out. They'd get autographs after, do whatever they wanted to do. We'd go get lunch. We'd go either play Madden somewhere or go find something to do in Fairfax. And we'd come back for the 4 p.m. And basically for 30 days straight, like 25 times, they did that, where they practiced twice. You were there. By the end of camp, you had all the pictures, all the autographs you could possibly want.
You were sunburned and you had everything you wanted. Yeah.
And now training camp, from a fan standpoint, it's a handful of practices. The last few years, there have been teams that will do like an open practice at the stadium or something. And otherwise, they pretty much shut it down. And I'm sure there's reasons. I'm sure teams feel like they get a lot more done, maybe with fewer preseason games. The expectation is we got to take this more seriously and get more out of this time and have fewer distractions. But you cannot convince me that it's good for growing the game or the brand. To me, like spring training, which you and I wax poetic about down in West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's where the access is. That's where fans fall in love. That's where kids get to meet players and take pictures and sign autographs. And it is the best time of the year as a fan, baseball in Florida, training camp, right? And for football, to really have that access and build bonds and fandom that lasts forever. And I think teams are missing that.
100% agree. Now, part of that is that there aren't 2-a-day practices. That's just not a thing. I mean, they
No, but
occasionally
you've
get a
won
walkthrough
day
or something.
And you do it for 20 times, it still gives a good opportunity.
I agree with you.
I don't get that access in the regular season.
Agreed. I guess I'm sort of trying to explain how we got here, but you're right. I mean, it's now seen they're going to do 10 times. Oh my God, that's amazing. Well, that's not what it used to be. And the valve is kind of shut off to a degree. It's more of a special occasion kind of thing instead of it just routine. Because I mean, I remember doing it when they moved it back to then Redskins Park. I would go have a couple days off of work, and I would go, for the multiple sessions. And as you said, kind of just like that was what I was doing that day, was the entire day. At 8 a.m, I would get there and then, hang around, as you said, come back in the afternoon. And it was fun. But now it just seems like they try to make more pageantry to it instead of just like the casual, yep, park over here, walk this way, pop your lawn chair down and sit and watch. It's, a little bit more of an event when it doesn't have to be, in my mind.
Again, I'm sure there's value to the teams as it pertains to prepping for the year and getting work done. I know that there's something lost too, though, because there is no other time. There's nothing else you can do to replace what you're getting rid of in training camp. People will stand outside the stadium on a game day, outside the player parking lot, a few dozen folks, and maybe they get that quick interaction where a player says, hey, how you doing? And takes out a Sharpie and signs something. It's not even about the autograph, though. It's about the access and that smile. There's no helmet. Someone says hello to you. You have a quick conversation, and you now view them as a person. They're your buddy. It's some guy that was nice to you. And when you take all of those opportunities for fans away, the loyalty and the passion that fans are going to have is going to dissipate some. So I think teams need to be careful about that. I'm very curious to see in really year one of planning training camp, this ownership group, just how.
And you heard Mitch Rails talk about it, not to us, but on that whatever podcast he was on about or that show about the business and sports stuff. What a chance for outreach, right? Like work real hard here. It's a pain in the butt, I'm sure, for all the staff, for everybody to welcome all the folks.
They need to take advantage.
But let's welcome everybody.
Yeah.
Let's invite people. Let's really, really pack the stands here.
If the scale for teams is somewhere between 5 and 15 to 20 practices open to the public, they should be on the 15
towards
to 20
the top.
side.
Yep.
Because you need as many people around your product falling back in love as possible. Next on Grant and Danny. 1 year ago today in DC Sports, a massive move was made. We'll remind you what that was and take inventory on how the year has gone since. Also, yesterday we were talking about Brandon Aiyuk possibly being available for the Commanders. If you could add a high-end starter between now and the beginning of the season at one position, which spot would you upgrade? Let's tackle that on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We were just talking about a schedule being imminent, but not yet having been released for the Commanders for training camp and how many open dates there were. And right as we went to break, I said, I really hope there's a bunch of open dates. It'd be a missed opportunity if there isn't. Well, they just announced there will be only 5 open training camp practices this year for fans of the Commanders, which is disappointing. I don't know how to say it otherwise. Part of it's the nostalgia of the enjoyment I've always had with training camp. But July 28th, 29th, looks like a season ticket member event on July 30th, and then early August for the first few days. But Commanders training camp mostly going to be closed down to the public.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Again, I'm sure there are reasons. I'm sure it's thoughtfully done in terms of why they did this. But I'm with you. I think it's a missed opportunity. This is one of those. I know it takes extra work. I know it's a pain in the butt. I know that all those logistics and all those challenges are probably not something everyone's as excited about, and they're long, grinding days for PR staff and on-site staff and security and everything else. I get that. It's easy for me to sit here very comfortably in a nice air-conditioned studio and tell you what to do. I'm just telling you, this is one of those heavy mileage ones. This could go a long way because that's what we're doing here. It's an uphill climb. We're climbing out of Baines Prison, out of the bottom of the toilet here from the Snyder era. Let's win some hearts and minds. And this is the extra effort time to do that.
I'd be curious to hear from fans on this. A lot of you go to training camp. For many of you, probably like me, it's built into the summer vacation plans, right? I mean, depending on either where they've had camp over the years, certainly when it was travelable. Frostburg, Carlisle, been a long time. More recently, Richmond. Maybe you get the hotel, you take the family, you have the kids for several practices, something like that. But what do you make of what I perceive to be, and I'm going to ask to clarify this, but I think this is the least of, as far as open practices for the Commanders that we've seen before. Just 5 of them to the mainstream public. 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Because I do think this is two-sided, this conversation. If we're just talking about doing right by the fans, trying to build a passion back up, trying to have your fans basically fall back in love with this team, the easiest way to do that is to get around them, to shower them with quality time, basically, to have players and coaches go out and be likable and spend some time with them. The Mitch Rails approach of basically you get them in your building and you're throwing T-shirts and you're leaving with a hat or you're doing something cool, basically to feel like you were given something. I think that would be a good idea. Last year, remember, the Harris ownership group built the huge stands for the fans.
Yep.
And they made sure that on day 1 of training camp, you could sit in the stands and watch practices, which felt like a major breakthrough moment. Years after, Dan Snyder once not only didn't have stands, but charged you to get into training camp and to park, which no team in the history of football had ever done before or after. One thing I will say, though, is they probably do get more football stuff done. I think that's only natural. You don't spend a bunch of time leaving the field, signing autographs, taking pictures around fans and VIPs. You might be able to have more or longer or better meetings. You might be able to have more downtime before your next walkthrough and be sharper. You might be able to spend more time in your playbook back in your dorm or wherever it is that you're staying at the hotel. There's something to that probably. Not to mention a lot of what is done at training camp is open to the public, and that means it gets out there, published. If fans can tweet about something or take pictures, a lot of times it means the media has unfettered ability to do the same. So you might not run all the stuff you're going to run with Jaden Daniels if it's an open camp practice with thousands of people, because the idea is a scout from the Giants could buy a ticket or get a ticket offline. It's free and walk into your camp. So they're standing there. You don't want all that online. Maybe you're able to run more stuff that you wouldn't run and you're more ready for week 1. That's part of it from a team perspective, I guess. I just think they have to be in the business of really caring about making this fan base care again and making them feel appreciated again. And so I would have liked to have seen, twice or three times that many practices.
Yeah, this as you said, it's a golden opportunity. I guess I understand to some degree the idea of it's harder to get stuff done. Well, let's put guardrails in then. Because what they're telling people in this press release is here's a website, the know before you go list of things that are allowed, not allowed, whatever, when you come to these practices. When you do come for these 5, those can include there will not be opportunity, let's say, after the morning practice for autographs. That's not something we can do because the guys have to get to a meeting or something like that. Whatever it is, you could put in those guardrails. It's tough for me to say that this business of football that they're going to be undertaking, it has to be so secretive or so challenging or whatever that there won't be time for a guy to, wave, while holding his helmet to wave to a kid who's there for the first time. You know what I mean? Like, I understand your point, and I know you're trying to play devil's advocate. We're on the same side. It's one
but
of those.
Also, that's an extreme example. I'm saying there are players, I see it every year, who will sign for 45 minutes an hour after a practice.
I totally understand that.
And if you do that 7 times, 10 times, that's 7 to 10 hours you could have spent with your playbook. Because if there's no fans there, you just walk right into the locker room.
Absolutely. And again, this could be one of those things where we go, sorry, guys, there's no autographs after practice. Beforehand, yes. Then there's a built-in timeline where they have to go. You could put in guardrails for it. Again, just be thoughtful about it, right? Where you'd go, if you're worried about that, where someone who's nice will have to sit there for an hour 10, however many minutes, go, as a rule, we cannot allow autographs after practice. That's in the know before you go thing that you sign up for when you print out your ticket. Sorry, that's logistically, we can't have that because we have business of football to get done to win you guys some games. Beforehand, if you're out there, he signs, that's great. But hey, stretching is starting. Now I got to go to practice. Done. I solved that one problem. And that's without being thoughtful. My point is, if you could do 5, I bet you could have done 7. If you could do 7, you could probably do 11. If you could do 11, now we're starting to get there, right? Let's do everything we can to as we said, like have a school bus pick up all the kids in Ashburn and bring them over. Let's do something where we're going above and beyond. This I can't tell you past years how many they had open, and I don't know what every NFL team's doing. I know that this feels like a low number.
It's very low. It's there's going to be lower. There will be a couple of teams, there generally is, who have 1 or 2 fan appreciation days over the course of camp and otherwise don't have open practices. In the past, the teams that have done that a lot of times will say there's construction happening or something going on at the facility. But I know the Eagles, as an example, did that recently, where they didn't have practices open to the public at their facility, but they went to Lincoln Financial Field at the stadium and had one big night where 30,000 people came. And I'm sure there will be some type of free scrimmage practice type deal. They've done that the last couple of years in the Jason Wright regime over at FedEx Field. You and I broadcasted from one of those, and I stayed and watched practice. I remember sitting in the seats with some fans, and it was a good night. But I think you can do that and have 10 or 12 practices. By the way, here's something I do like. There are an additional 2 practices that are open exclusively to season ticket holders.
That's cool.
I think things like that are important because I routinely ask, kind of rhetorically, what is the point of being a season ticket holder anymore if you're not getting really, really good perks? Like my wife and her brother have season tickets together. And it used to be that you would get points, basically, and they saved up thousands and thousands of these points based on the years they had tickets and how much money you spend. And I think they even called them yards, like football-wise, they're points. But like you had 162 yards, let's say, and then you could use 50 yards to go down on the field before a game and kick a field goal, or you could use 25 yards to get a jersey or whatever. Well, to my knowledge, the way that they've explained it is when there was like a changing of the guard with who's in charge of running things, you just lost all your points and they were just gone. You don't have them anymore. So the perks need to be substantial. Theoretically, they can get in quicker to the stadium through like this lane that often isn't, operated correctly, and everyone swarms it, and security's not watching it the right way. Or you're supposed to be able to get food cheaper. I mean, but you've got to do things for season ticket holders. Otherwise, tickets can be found really cheap on the secondary market.
Yeah, and then if there's a game you can't go to, there's no hassle. I would right now. Who knows about this new season, but in years past, it was much more effective, cost effective, probably simpler just to sit in a couple different seats and just go piecemeal, go game at a time.
But I know that's something she always tells me that she wishes, and I know a lot of season ticket holders that I talk to say this all the time. They'll tell me, like, when you talk to Jason Wright or if anybody ever asks you, we need more perks to be a season ticket holder. We spend a lot of money. It's like the idea that there are 2 extra practices where you're going to get better access and maybe even access to some players, coaches, do some cool things. You should be doing that.
100%.
The Nationals, I was over there recently at Nats Park this last homestand, and they had like 3 of the players sitting on the dugout in chairs with one of the front office people just doing a Q&A with season ticket holders who were like down right above the dugout in a section. And they do those throughout the season pretty constantly, all year long. Like just that type of thing. There's a mixer where you can go have drinks in one of the lounges, and over the course of the season, all the season ticket holders get a chance. Like you've got to do stuff like that.
Without a doubt.
Because otherwise, I'm just going to go game to game. I can hit 5 games. I could probably do it a lot cheaper, just jumping on StubHub or wherever you're going to go.
Absolutely.
To get your tickets. So the fact that they thought about that and they're going, look, we're only going to have 5 open to the public. But if you're a season ticket holder, these are 2 other dates that we'll make available to you. We'll do some special things that day. That's smart. That's good business.
Without a doubt. There needs to be a greater understanding of their place at the table. It used to be the old way before Dan ruined everything was they'll come to us. That's it. We don't have to do anything, right? We could do, when we open the schedule, we declare there will be football games and everyone will come running. That's changed. You've got to earn it again. You've got to go back into the friend raising business. And these are great ways. How? Absolutely. It's got to feel worthwhile. That's in any walk of life. That's in any business at any point in time where if you don't feel like you're getting good value, you don't go, right? You feel like you're getting ripped off or taken advantage of, or it's a cash grab. Because we all know deep down when I go to Nats Park, every cheap deal or whatever, I know they're going to make it up in the back end when my kid wants the third soda or doesn't like his ice cream, or we have to go get a different hot dog or different set of fries or whatever. I'm going to spend the money, right? When I'm in there, you've got me. But if I don't feel like I got a good deal at any point, it's really off-putting. So I absolutely love the idea of taking special care of the season ticket holders to incentivize.
I'm trying to think of possible reasons why they would be able to say, hey, we're going to have fewer this year. They have 2 joint practices on the road ahead of road preseason games. So that cuts into not only those 2 days, but presumably travel days. Or maybe that's 4 potential practices that you could have had open. Now, the way that they did their schedule, I don't think they would have had them open anyway, but that's something. I would also add they are currently ripping up that field. Remember?
Right. The dumb turf field.
They'll be able to do the thing that the Eagles and other teams have done where they kind of, whether it's true or not, and maybe to some extent it is, blame construction or say, hey, we're doing work at the facility. But the other thing is they don't really have to say much because they can just point to other teams like the Eagles who do the one big night a year for their team. And they'll say, this is what happens in the NFL. And my point is, and has been since we started talking about this 20 minutes ago, it's a bad thing. It's not good for the league. And Washington shouldn't say, well, the Eagles only have 1, or, that team does 2. We have 5. So does this team. Those teams aren't as desperate as you to extend olive branches, to get fans back in. The Eagles don't have to build the bridge to their fan base like you do because they do this thing called winning. They
all the time.
They went to a Super Bowl, right? They are good. And by the way, they haven't changed their name and their logo to something people hate. Like, you guys have to be willing to go above and beyond. And I think Rails and this ownership group gets that with some of the things they've been saying. But this, to me, goes against that a little bit. 800-636-1067 is how you can hop in on Grant and Danny. 5 open training camp practices is it. I believe the lowest we've ever seen for the Commanders. What do you make of that? We're G&D. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Taking you up to 6:15 and Charlie and Dave's Nats pregame show. They've got the Diamondbacks in town as they look for a fourth straight win and 9 in their last 10. With a win and a little help tonight, they would be in sole possession of the final wild card spot in the National League. We'll get more into them a little bit later in the show. But the Commanders have made an announcement today. 5 open training camp practices to the public. That is it. Just 5. You have a problem with such a small number. There are teams, the Eagles, I know, among others, have been just having one big night where everyone comes out to the stadium and then they basically close camp down altogether. I think it's a bad idea for Washington to go smaller because they need to be building the fan base back up. No better way to do that than having your fans around players and creating memories and that access. You know, part of my fandom and the reason I fell in love with this team and so many of the players, a big part of it was the access to training camp. It's like spring training in baseball where you just get closer than you can get the rest of the year. And when you're a young person, that's indelible. That really does
absolutely
leave this lasting impact. And they're kind of opting out of that at a time where they really, really need to be creating goodwill. Let's go to Damon in Oxon Hill on Grant and Danny. What's up, Damon?
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Happy Tuesday to you.
Sir.
Part of me, I hope I don't sound entitled, but without the fans, these players are nothing. The games don't exist. And so I feel as if, like, that the little training camp activities like that, they sort of owe this to us. Because without us filling the stands, buying their trading cards, buying the TV packages, those games don't exist. Jefferson don't get a $40 million contract without that. And so, like I say, part of them, they owe it to us. And that's why I appreciate folks like Brian Mitchell, because Brian say, if you ain't come to party, stay home. So if you don't want to take pictures, you don't want to sign autographs, don't show up. I love that dude.
I appreciate you, buddy.
Same here.
And nobody's probably taken more pics or signed more autographs over the years than B. Mitch, who was always great at doing that. And look, I think the players now, most of them are really understanding of the significance.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't know how well it would work, Danny, to your point. If you're saying, if it is an issue that you just want efficiency, you want more time for guys to be able to get their head in the playbook or in the meeting rooms and less of the time out in the sun dealing with fans, you basically said, figure out a way where you don't do it after practice or whatever. I don't think that's the right answer either, because if I'm there, I'm there for that. So either you don't have me come and allow me to be there, or when I'm there, you do allow it those 5 times because you're there to make those memories. I just think you've got to prioritize differently. Everybody knows the most important thing is for them to be good at football and to win football games, but there's enough time to do both. For 75, 100 years, we've been able to figure that out. Now, around here, they didn't win very often.
No, they didn't figure that out.
I don't think it's because they signed autographs at training camp. Tailgate Ted, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, gents. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing well.
Quick clarification. The 2 season ticket member days, you have to be part of that network to get tickets for that day. It's not just open season ticket members.
What do you mean that network?
So,
what does that mean?
You mentioned earlier, Grant, how they got rid of the yards.
Yes.
And it still bothers the hell out of me that they did that. So in making up for that, you got to choose if you were going to be a ultra season ticket member or a business network member or a different member, which gave you different perks.
Gotcha.
The one perk as a ultra fan was you got to go to Six Flags and take your entire family there, and players would be there and do a team takeover day of the team store. The business network is you got to do dinner with the legends at whatever steakhouse is out there in Ashburn. So you can't just go because you're a season ticket holder that day. You get a special code to unlock a ticket for
Are they doing a good job at this point, Ted? Like, one of the gripes I've always heard, you tell me if this is fair or not, is that they haven't done enough over the years to reward people and make them happy to be season ticket holders. Do they do enough of that now, or have they improved in that area?
They've improved in it, but I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Danny. It's not cost effective to be a season ticket holder. You lose money being a season ticket holder. You can just get tickets on the secondary market for all the games and save money. The perk of the Washington Gold, being able to get in those fast lanes, it's not really there all the time because you mentioned earlier, Grant, it's not monitored. So you get people walking in front of you that don't have that perk. And next thing you know, it's just another thing going out the window. So I have season tickets because I got them passed down to me by my father, and I'm not going to give them up. It's nostalgia, and I like sitting next to the people beside me because I've known them for 20 years. Is it a good business sense? No. But also,
am I making a good business deal?
No.
Probably not. Thanks, Tailgate.
Thank you, Ted.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, and he's a guy that if they have 5 open, he'll be there for 5.
Yeah,
if they have
right.
15 open, he'll be there for 15.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's part of his DNA at this point for Ted. And he's not really you want to do right by him because he's your, super fan number 99. But like, we're talking about the outreach part of it, right? Where for example, my kids do not care. I have a 10-year-old and a 6-year-old. They do not care about this football team. I can't stress that to you guys enough. You're probably thinking, oh, they're not that interested. They don't care. If they were practicing in our front yard, they would open up the blinds and go do something else. They don't care. This is the way, presumably, if you do a bunch of these, maybe they would. No, maybe they might not. But like the whole point is, let's cast the net. Let's reel in some new fish.
Here's what I know. If they had 15 practices instead of 5, the chance that you take them to 1 or 2 grows.
Yes.
By the way, if there's only 5, there's a lot more people at each of those practices. A lot more people means less access, means less fun, means more hot and sweaty and gross and disgusting. Whereas the more of those you have, the better your experience is going to be. Let's go to Josh in McLean. Hey, Josh.
Hey, yeah, sorry. I may have missed some of the conversation, but my opinion was that this is, like Josh's new season with new coaches, all of that, new players, you have a rookie quarterback, new head coach. They should open up like more practices for fans to come to take advantage of some of that fan excitement. And now I'm kind of also curious, like, what are the San Francisco 49ers doing? How many open practices do they have for their fans? Or some of the, playoff teams? Are they limiting their fan?
They don't, but they don't need to. I don't know about the Niners specifically, but you just made the point. Get people excited. Like, feed off of.
I bet you the Chiefs don't have. If the Chiefs did none, they'd still have a rabid fan base. If Green Bay did none, they'd still have a rabid fan base. That's not where we are. Again, look at the attendance numbers. Look at the TV numbers. Look at that data from polls from the Washington Post. I know it's not the most enormous sample ever, but the idea that you could have a cross section of 10 people in this area that wouldn't list the football team as their number one by so far it's not even close. That's happened. We have crossed the Rubicon there.
But you have a number 2 overall pick Heisman Trophy quarterback that everybody wants to see. Take advantage of that. You have a new GM everybody's in love with. You have a new head coach that everybody seems to like when he turns his hat around backwards and says something you can put on a T-shirt. Like, feel the rhythm here. Please. Harness that energy. You go, we'll have 5 open for you. No, open them all up. Get people in there. Get people excited. Have them frothing at the mouth. You know who never looks bad at a training camp practice? The football team you went to watch. You go to 3 or 4 practices. The boys look good. They have a couple of decent preseason showings. Maybe you're buying some September tickets. You're definitely more likely to do that if you went out to training camp and got a few autographs and, spent some time sticking it up with Terry McLaurin than you are if you didn't. A little disappointing to hear that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, Nationals, currently a wild card team as they get back to action tonight. Are we buying or selling them as a playoff contender this season? As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm Condori and Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft your will, set up a revocable trust. They'll even create a healthcare power of attorney if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby right ahead of the Beltway Blitz coming up in 60 minutes at 4 on Grant and Danny today here on The Fan. Danny, the Nationals are one of 9 teams in the National League right now, battling for the final wild card spot. Really 2 wild card spots. There's 3 in the National League. And 9 teams currently are separated by 3 games. 8 teams by 2 baseball games. The Nats are one of them. That's half of the league. Pretty much everyone other than the Marlins and the Rockies is in the playoff picture, including Washington, winners of 3 in a row after sweeping terrible Miami, winners of 8 of 9, 1 from 500 at 35 and 36 in unexpected fashion. And they're creeping up now on a even run differential. They're -9 on the season. So that's better when you look at it than the Cardinals, a playoff team right now. The Giants, a playoff team right now. Teams they're competing with like Pittsburgh and the Chicago Cubs. Their credentials, if you just take all the team names out of it and look at the resumes, are actually pretty good, where if you stack up the 9 teams, they'd be in the top half of the 9 in terms of likeliness based on credentials to win a wild card berth.
Crazy to think about. But it's true. I mean, for a while, it was one of those, okay, yeah, they're winning some 2-1 games, but when they lose, it's a lot of 10-1, 11-3 type contests where when they get the doors blown off, and they're more susceptible to that than most. They got the soft underbelly of their non-A bullpen, and there's a million flaws. Their 3-hitter on any given night might be Joey Meneses or somebody else that wouldn't crack the lineup for one of these allegedly better teams. And yet here they are. They're frisky. They're fun. They're a track meet on the bases for the most part, even though they still run into too many outs for my liking. But still, this is the style of baseball. It's aggressive. It's great pitching and usually pretty damn good defense. They're around right here. They are closing in on 100 games played, right? And you're going, this is no longer a complete fraudulent fun mess. This is like a real thing. I think they're at 71 total games. They're in it, man.
They are near the midway point of the season. So this is no longer just, oh, well, it's only been a month or it's early. No, this is what they are.
Mm-hmm.
They are a 500-ish. I would take the under on that. I think they probably will win upper 70s, probably 76 to 78 games, not 80 to 82. But they are a 500-ish, give or take, baseball team that is a good pitching club with an excellent starting rotation. Oddly enough, we'll get into that in a second. A very good bullpen, which was expected coming into the year the way they built it. And an offense that's just not good. They do not consistently score runs. And the big reason for that is they can't hit for power. Lane Thomas has homered in 3 straight games, a 25-homer bat last year. He was hurt. He got off to a slow start, so he's coming on. C.J. Abrams has actually given them more production, mostly in the first month of the season, driving the baseball than they expected. He's on pace for 25 home runs. But by and large, up and down the order, they just don't have guys who hit the ball over the fence. And in baseball anymore, it's super hard to score if you're not hitting home runs, because stringing together base hits against pitching, which is so good now, is really difficult. In fact, the batting average in Major League Baseball this year, Danny, is the lowest it's been in decades and decades. I was seeing where this will be one of the 2 lowest batting averages in like 60-some years based on team batting right now. So offense is down in general, even by those standards, though. Of the 8 teams that they're vying with for a wild card spot that are all right around the same record that we've been talking about, only one of them has scored fewer runs than the Nationals, and that's the Cardinals. Everyone else has a better offense. But here's where they actually have a legitimate chance. Pitching.
Mm-hmm.
They have not yet given up 300 runs. The Giants have given up almost 350. The Cardinals, Padres, Diamondbacks in D.C. right now, Pirates, Mets, they've all given up 30, 40 more runs than Washington because of the way this pitching staff has come together, and it's why they are where they are in the standings.
Make no mistake about it. This starting pitching, which we thought would be okay with Josiah Gray starting on opening day and Mackenzie Gore rounding into a top-of-the-rotation starter, I didn't anticipate the other things that have happened, but we thought, okay, they'll be fine. They'll be maybe league average at best if Patrick Corbin's, not an eyesore.
By the way, think about what you just said. Their opening day starter, Josiah Gray, pitched twice.
Got shelled.
Terrible starts. Has not pitched since he's been hurt. He's going to be back soon, hopefully. But he was their opening day starter of a rotation that on paper, even with him, their all-star last year, wasn't that good.
And so we were going, okay, so, Trevor Williams is 5 and a dive. He'll be having an ERA in the mid-4s. Who knows? We didn't account for Mitchell Parker coming up in Josiah Gray's stead. But, Josiah Gray's a maybe sub-4 ERA guy who's rounding into form. And, they'll scrap and win a few games. Outpace maybe their Vegas win-loss total, but low 70s. Here's what's happened. They've thrown the bleep out of the ball. This starting pitching has been excellent. It's up there with the $300 million men rotation of teams like the Dodgers and some of the elites in the game. It's been unbelievable. If you saw this coming, this next step from Jake Irvin, if you saw this coming from Mitchell Parker, buy a lottery ticket and go live on an island. If you knew this was happening, you need to start using your powers for good. Seriously. So that's why they're here. How sustainable is that? The more it happens, the more it's just who you are, right? The more it's just, okay, well, let's see what happens when he goes through the league a second time for Mitchell Parker. Let's see what happens when he starts for a second time against some of these teams. Results so far have been good. It's been unbelievable.
Number 5 in the National League in team ERA when you account for both starting and bullpen. But if you look at just starting pitching, non-Patrick Corbin, I always like to separate the 4 starters other than Corbin because his ERA's lived over 6.
Twice everyone else's.
Number 2 in the National League to the Philadelphia Phillies. Better than the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Pirates with Skeens and Jared Jones. Second best starting rotation ERA in the sport. It's crazy. And there's a lot of people that deserve credit. First and foremost, the players that have put in the work. But Mackenzie Gore's the real deal. Mike Rizzo acquired him in the Juan Soto trade. He's punched out 91 in 75 innings, leading the team in Ks. Had a really good season. Their best starting pitcher's the guy that's pitching tonight, statistically. I wouldn't take him first in a draft of all their arms, but Jake Irvin's had the best season of any Nat starter, not just in the way of ERA, 3.0, which leads the rotation, but also whip, average against. I mean, he's lowest in almost every category of their healthy starting pitchers now. If he throws well tonight, he'll have an ERA in the 2s. Think about that. Mitchell Parker, who's made a dozen starts, has yet to allow more than 3 earned runs. Was not a particularly highly thought of prospect. Watched him on Father's Day Sunday go 6 innings, 1 run. The only run he gave up, by the way, on a misplayed ground ball. Doesn't really get a lot of strikeouts, but his average against is 227. His whip, 1.08, is kind of all-star-like. He has been excellent. So Gore, Irvin, Parker. Remember when Williams was healthy, he was their number 1 starter in terms of ERA and plenty of counting stats. He's now hurt, and DJ Hers has filled in admirably for him, including the best start of the season by any Nats pitcher in his 3rd career start for the 24-year-old rookie lefty just this past weekend on Saturday. But what they've gotten out of their starting rotation, Danny, as you said, nobody saw it coming, and it gives you a real thought that they could actually make the playoffs this season. Now, this is where I'm going to pour cold water on things. If we're asking buy or sell this team as a wild card contender, I'm still going to sell. Because I don't think that Parker's second half of the season will be as good as his first half was. He's going to run out of some steam as a young pitcher. I would say the same about Irvin, who pitches today. I think his second half will not quite be as good as his first half. I also think that while it's a good problem to have, they've got a bunch of these pitchers coming back now. Cade Cavalli is going to throw at the big league level. Josiah Gray is almost back. Getting these starters back, Danny, after rehab, it's not going to be that everyone just comes back and throws well right away. There's going to be ups and downs and peaks and valleys and bad games and good games, and they're going to throw 4, 5, 6 innings more often than they throw 7, obviously, and you're going to tax the bullpen. So I actually think the rotation the rest of the way is probably going to have a hard time keeping up with the pace it's on. And this is a team with no margin for error because they're second to worst in home runs hit, and they just don't score, as we pointed out. So I think when the pitching, based on reintroducing a couple of guys and having too many guys for too few spots, whatever turbulence there is, you're going to break up kind of the routine everybody's on right now, I think that's going to be a little bit of an undoing where they come back to the pack.
I think that's smart. I also would add in a couple things. Their August schedule and into September is just on paper now. I mean, you know, teams get hot and cold, but just on paper at the moment is pretty daunting, right? When you start to add up, you know, teams like the Yankees and the Braves and the Phillies a whole bunch of times, the Orioles.
They dominate the Braves. They might as well be an A-ball team.
Well, that is true. But you figure the Braves might get right and might be pretty good. So far, it's been awesome, though. I'd like to play the Braves every night for now. But just extra little factors like that tell you, and again, you don't apologize for whooping Miami's butt. They're 7-0 against the Marlins, who are terrible. They've earned those wins, and they count. They all count the same. But eventually, as you said, when you live on this tightrope, which is what they have to do, you have to play unbelievable defense. You have to have great starting pitching. It's got to be the A bullpen. You know, Hunter Harvey has a blister. Now all of a sudden we're in chaos, right? Or you got to stay off Kyle Finnegan for a day or two. Now we're in chaos. See what I'm saying? Like they have no room for error. And you touched on it earlier when we were talking about this. It's because there's no easy button. They don't hit enough home runs. There's no, a bloop and a blast type offense. It's always got to be generate, consistent hits, stealing bases, moving runners up. It's just you're living on this edge of a knife, and that can go well, which we've seen them win 8 of 9. It can also go really, really poorly, like the Mets series, where they look like a second-class team compared to another group or whatever. I mean, just the stuff like that, your luck runs out eventually in this game, but they're more competitive than anybody thought. It's still a massive win, but I'm with you. I'm selling them as a potential wild card team.
The other part of this, too, I think, in terms of are they a viable wild card candidate? And the reason I would lean no, I think a few of the teams that they're competing against, the arrow will trend up on and they'll be better. The Giants, Padres, maybe the Pirates now that Skeens is dealing. I don't love the Mets, but let's say the Reds get hot. The Cubs had a big offseason, have a decent payroll. Like, of all those teams, I think 2 of those separate themselves. But you also have a bunch of candidates there to add that'll go get Pete Alonso maybe. They'll go get a big bat. That'll go get one of the real quality arms on the market. And we know that we don't know if the Nats are going to sell or not. They're certainly not going to buy.
You wouldn't think.
They are not going out and getting some high-priced veteran and taking on some big contract and adding a star to their lineup who can bop the rest of the summer. Someone's going to do that in that National League wildcard field. So it's not even just like your current Nationals against the current Giants, who are 36 and 37. It's the Giants with the bat that they're going to acquire from the White Sox. Luis Robert. Or it's not the Nats against the Padres, who they're a half game better than. It's the Nats against the Padres with Pete Alonso, right? And so I think that those other teams buying, and they're going to, the Nationals won't be, also widens the gap a little bit. The Nats are not going to maybe go into full sell mode, I guess is possible, where they could trade Finnegan. They could trade Hunter Harvey, that their top 2 relievers. They could trade Lane Thomas. They're playing well enough right now, and they look close enough that maybe next year they could compete, that maybe they don't want to go into full sell mode. They want those guys around that are all under contract next season for when they are pushing for a wild card and have a chance to make a little October noise. And if that's the case, then maybe it's a hold pat at the deadline. But even if they hold pat, you're still trading a Winker or a Rosario or both. Or maybe, I don't know what the trade value is going to look like, but Trevor Williams if he's back, or if a team's interested in bringing him back later in the year. Gallo, I don't think you can get anything for. But like those rentals, even if they do, quote unquote, stand pat, not sell, they're going to trade a couple of the rentals. So it's not the Nats as they've been. It's the Nats with less. The big question is, I guess, what happens if James Wood comes up and hits? Unlikely, because nobody has gotten called up from the minor leagues this year in Major League Baseball
and hit the ground running
and had a lot of success offensively. The gap between the AAA and the big leagues in pitching is larger than it's been in a long time. And so even the guys that have dominated at AAA, like Jackson Holiday, got called up and went 2 for 34. But what if James Wood goes on some tear and just helps them big time? Dylan Cruz just got promoted to AAA Rochester yesterday. What if both of them get called up and they both have success? And now you're getting some of that offense, those hits, those home runs that you're not getting now, and the offense improves. It's almost like a trade deadline addition.
It would be. I mean, and again, it's the reason the opportunity is there, because you look at any given night, their 3 through 7 or 8 spots are constantly in flux, right? 1 and 2, it's Abrams and Lane Thomas. 9, you probably have penciled in, it's Jacob Young. Everybody else, you're basically borderline platooning. You know, the Ildemaro Vargas, Nick Senzel, Luis Garcia, Joey Meneses, Jag core to sort of fill out your roster. There's nobody that makes it easy for you out there. And that's, to me, is the big separator, where sometimes you got to win that 7-6 game because, a couple guys jump yard and, maybe somebody hangs one in the 8th and you take the lead on a homer. It just doesn't feel like it's in their DNA to be able to do that on a consistent basis in the dog days of, July and August that are coming up. But again, this sounds like I'm being negative about them, and I don't mean to be at all. Like, we are in a place that is very pleasant. I'm having a lot of fun. The longer they're in it, the more you're in it. Let's enjoy the ride. I just don't see that. Just too many bodies to climb over, too many teams that are in different positions of builds, whether it's a compete window or it's maybe the ability to add more talent. I don't see it happening for this group.
I agree.
And that's not a negative assessment. I don't think.
We're both selling them as a wild card candidate.
Yes.
However, let's just say, devil's advocate, they take 2 out of 3 to end this homestand from Arizona. Starts tonight. Then they have a day game tomorrow, 4:05, day game on Thursday, 1:05. They take 2 out of these 3.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're in cores against the terrible Rockies. Let's say they take 2 out of 3 there. And then a much tougher series against a team that's about as good as you, same record, the Padres in San Diego. Again, just hypothetically playing this out. They take 2 of 3 there. They finish the month with a series against Tampa Bay on the road at the Trop. If they were able somehow to go, let's say, like 8-4 in those 12, or I'll even say 7-5, and they're now over 500 going into July, they're all alone in the last wild card spot. At what point might you be willing to think a little differently? I'm not saying
it's a great question.
Your plan, because as an example,
we talked about this yesterday, where our plans are.
Yeah, Mike Rizzo should not change his eye line or his plan. Mike Rizzo should be a seller or a stand patter and never a buyer. And he should try to add for the future. His job is to be the adult in the room. He should not change his plan. But in terms of just you and I, whether we view them as a legitimate contender at the wild card, the later into the season it's going to get, the more we're not going to be able to say, at some point, they're going to regress. If they're into July in that series with the Mets playing well and they're over 500 at that point, and you're closing in on the All-Star break and you're a couple weeks away from the deadline, we might have to revisit this a little bit.
100%. I mean, to me, I'm just trying to find it's fairly arbitrary where I'm going to start looking at it, where I would say, you know what, I have to change my mind. And I wonder if it's mid-July, give or take.
I think it's probably the All-Star break.
Right around the All-Star break, right?
Which is right around the 16th, 17th of July.
Yeah, just
I'll be in Dallas for those festivities.
Yeah, so last game before the break is Sunday, July 14th. Then season picks back up Friday, July 19th. So there's your All-Star break, right? So if they're even in a similar position to where they are right now, then that's a good month from now, basically, right? We're talking about 30 days more of this kind of baseball. Now, they just had to rip off 8 of 9 to get to the point where they're a game for 500.
By then, I think James Wood will be in the big leagues.
You would think?
That'll be fun.
I'll enjoy that.
Here's how this happened, and this is why this is even a fun conversation. With starting pitching, anything is possible.
Kevin Garnett style.
With starting pitching, all of a sudden, the bad team becomes a pain in the ass to play. And that's what they were early in the year. Now, the okay team becomes solid. And that's what's happening. When Jake Irvin goes out every 5 days and gives you a really good chance to win, and then Mackenzie Gore does the same, and Mitchell Parker does the same. Right now, 3/5 of your rotation is 6 pretty good innings where you might have a lead. That's the majority of your games.
Yep.
If DJ Hurst can get in line, or maybe Gray comes back and he becomes the 4th guy to do that, now you boot Patrick Corbin's butt to the bullpen. The whole world changes.
Yeah.
And if it seems like, wow, that happened quickly, yeah, it's because you got starting pitching now. And in this sport, if you have starting pitching, anything's possible.
Yeah, just ask Mike Rizzo. That's how they were built. That was why that's what they spent on. That's what they developed. That's what they drafted. That's what they hang their hat on, right? Because it's the best way. It's the cheat code. We talk about this all the time with football, right? What's the best way to get good? To acquire several players that fit schemes and designs, and it's actually just get a quarterback. That's the cheat code. This is the cheat code to be pretty good.
I think this is a different question and conversation than should they be buyers or sellers at the deadline? Because I think there's going to be a potential 84 win wild card team that isn't that good. they could accidentally be that team, is my point.
Mhm.
If you're buying into them continuing to do
Because
some
your
of
point
what
is in the
they're doing.
National League, someone's going to do that. Look at the
Yeah,
records.
the last wild card team in could be a low 80s, kind of 84, 85 win team. And it doesn't even mean you're good. You're just cannon fodder probably early into October, which is why you shouldn't sell off your future assets. You shouldn't be a buyer this year because that doesn't get you anything, really. If you're an owner, maybe it gets you a couple of postseason dates and some butts and some seats. Are you guys buying or selling the Nats as an actual wild card contender? 800-636-1067. Happy to take calls on that. If not, we could pivot back to the Commanders and rookies reporting to training camp in 1 month. Want to go through their rookie class and set some expectations next on The Fan.
Open stands for the switch hitting Brujan. Finnegan sets. Check of the runner. The kick, here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Another splitter. And a Curly W's in the books. And so is a 3-game sweep of the Miami Marlins.
Tell him, Chucko. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Beltway Blitz at 4. Charlie Slows, who you just heard there, will be joining us. We'll also talk football and the NBA Finals on the Beltway Blitz today. Rookies reporting to training camp 1 month from today. We'll get to that in just 1 minute. Diane's in Alexandria, though, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Diane? How are you?
Hey, love your show, guys. Love the conversation. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I was just thinking about towards the end of the season, we don't know what's going to happen, but how great would it be for these young players to get any playoff experience for the future? Because that's huge when you're new into the league, right?
We talked about this with the Capitals this past year. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, their goal differential's horrendous. It's almost -40. It would be fool's gold if they made the playoffs. They'll get knocked out immediately." And they inevitably did get swept by the Rangers, which stunk. But I definitely think they benefited immensely from getting there. I would even say just from playing playoff hockey down the stretch. You don't even need to get there, maybe, although that would help, sure. But if they are playing important baseball in mid-July, that's a big deal. If they're playing critical games in September, that is almost as good for me. I just think the idea of having to watch the scoreboard, knowing this game feels really big and having to stay within yourself is going to benefit you when you're doing that for real a year or two from now.
Absolutely. And I think it's one of my 2 biggest arguments as to why they're not going to sell at the deadline, by the way, is the...
Define that, though. Do you think they won't trade any of their good veterans?
That's what I think.
Meaning, see, that's crazy to me. You don't think they would trade any of the guys that are rentals?
I don't think an offer will present itself for the Joey Gallos of the world hitting 115.
Okay, but Winker will get interest. Rosario will get some interest. Those types of rentals. Like Trevor Williams will get interest, assuming he's not broken.
Right. I think the selling will be a minimum. I think that'll be twofold. One, I think ownership is desperate for people to come to games. They want interest. They don't want to take on any more salary and otherwise.
Based on what? Because they don't really act like they're desperate for people to come to games. If you were desperate for people to come to games, you might
do something about it.
You might sign some players that people are interested in. They haven't done a whole lot of that.
No, that's fair. It's the sense I get. I can't really put my finger on exactly why.
You might say, I want this prospect in the big leagues who people would pay to come see. They haven't been interested in doing that.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's I don't know how concerned they are about a lot of things at the moment. But from a baseball perspective, I think that's the selling point is they want Abrams and Ruiz and a couple others, right, to go through these meaningful baseball games. And even if it means, keeping some of these veterans who have helped them get there beyond the point that you should, I do think that's something that's the baseball perspective. That's the selling point to not selling at the deadline.
Yeah, I mean, to me, selling, it's more of a binary. Like, if they're going to trade a player or a couple of players, they're selling. I think if your point is it will not be a fire sale, totally agree with you. They're not going to go hard. This is not going to be a few years ago where if you're not bolted down, you're gone. But I would bet, unless they're 5-7 over or something and they just get red hot all the way to the deadline and become one of the better stories in baseball at that point, they're going to trade a couple of the guys that were signed this offseason on 1-year deals to be traded. Guys like, I don't know that Senzel's going to have a market. But let's say someone offers you a mid-level prospect for Winker. I think they do that. For Senzel, I think they do that. For Rosario, and to me, that's what selling is. That was the plan this offseason. Now, if they don't go all the way through to Finnegan, Harvey, to the controllable assets, that just means they're not doing a fire sale. Dwayne and Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up?
Hold on. Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, bud?
Okay, so I have this question, and I think somebody's got to answer the question. What are they going to do with Corbin? If it wasn't for Corbin, then that's to be winning 9 in a row right now.
I mean, not necessarily, but yes, you're probably on to something.
They'd have a chance.
Let me get you another one. Another one is, when the streak was broken, guess who was on the month? Corbin.
I remember. Yes, so the question, what are they going to do with him? It's a good question. Here's what they're going to do. Until they have an available, ready, healthy starter to plug into the rotation as a 6th option, he is just pitching every 5th day. when Josiah Gray presumably is back, they're going to have to decide between Hers and Corbin. Now, coming off Hers' last start, I've seen what I need to see. If that's in there, you try to tap into that. They may still prefer Corbin because Hers is going to go 4 innings a bunch, 4 2/3 innings, going to overwork a bullpen that's already short-staffed because they can't use Tanner Rainey in close games, and for some reason, they refuse to move on from him. But I think the answer should be that Corbin should go to the bullpen. Corbin should turn into a multi-inning reliever who gives them some length. And maybe you piggyback Hers starts with Corbin or something like that, right? Obviously, you don't typically want to piggyback 2 lefties because you would want to, they'll stack the lineup right-handed. You want to go righty. But, if Trevor Williams was
I was going to say
pitching,
Williams and Corbin.
that would be perfect. But Trevor Williams obviously being hurt now makes that more complicated. But yeah, when Josiah Gray comes back, I would keep Hers in the rotation. I'd move Corbin to the pen. My guess is unless Hers has a couple good outings in a row before JoJo comes back, that may not happen. But that is the big, big question surrounding this team is when do they finally cut bait on Corbin as a starter? And it's got to be coming soon.
It's been easy to say for a while that you got to do it, you got to do it, you got to do it. It's not as if they had a bunch of guys knocking on the door. Now they do. Now there are 4, when Williams is healthy, Hers is on the rise. There are 4 legitimate starters. Soon there'll be 5 when Josiah Gray's pitching the major league level. Then there'll be 6 when Cade Cavalli comes.
Right.
Sorry. Before, it's like, listen, there's value in a guy that's going to eat some innings, that you can innings control some of your other young pitching. Well, he's going 5 and change every day, getting his teeth kicked in, but he's taking the ball. He's a good teammate. The guys like having him around because he's been to the mountaintop. He's picking up every tab. But now you've got alternatives that are better.
Outside of Corbin, it's 5 with Gray. To your point, it's 6 when Cavalli's back. It's 7 if Trevor Williams is around and back. 7. Not counting Corbin. I mean, they suddenly have pitching depth. And that's not even tapping into or giving a guy like Brad Lord a chance to start, who's been the pitcher of the month in Double-A, who's getting close to the big leagues at 24 years old. Let's go to Ian in Vienna on Grant and Danny. Hey, Ian, how are you?
Grant, we go back and forth on Twitter much about this team, and I agree with you. I think they'll be sellers because I think this ownership group is so committed to this mythical rebuild that they're not interested in any type of MLB payroll. And while I do agree with you about the philosophy of a rebuild, I think it's totally fruitless if there's never a commitment down the road to spend. And given what the ownership pulling the team off the table recently, and then when asked, oh, are you committed to this team, there's a nonchalant we'll see attitude. It makes me feel like they're not interested in a rebuild. They're just invested in bottoming out the payroll and just seeing when this mass and dispute gets resolved, then they sell the team. We've already seen the Orioles be sold. So you would think that's the path forward. I really don't believe in, okay, let's tear it down, get a bunch of draft picks, because that notion doesn't work when other teams also draft well and invest in their teams. See the Braves, see the Phillies. It's not like the Nationals are the only team with a good farm system or a good rebuild philosophy.
No, but what you're seeing is, I mean, the Nats did it and won a World Series. The Cubs, the Astros, the Orioles are doing it now. It is the surest proof way to build a championship caliber team. And you're seeing it working again. To call it a mythical rebuild, I categorically disagree with you on. It's not mythical when you look at James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Brady House, all knocking on the door with, Cade Cavalli, Robert Hassel, Arlene Susana, Travis Sakura, DJ Hers in this organization all coming. And the big league level, chock full of guys like Abrams and Gore and what they've been able to acquire in these moves. There's something mythical about it. For a lot of years, they were terrible and they couldn't compete. They're not as terrible and they now compete. It's because they have rebuilt. It's because they are currently rebuilding. So your animus toward ownership is your own thing to work out with them. That's a counseling.
Yeah, if you're annoyed that you don't think they're going to spend a lot of money in free agency.
And I go back and forth with him on Twitter.
Yeah, we got a group for that.
He needs couples counseling with the learners. That's his thing. That's not my thing. I care about the baseball team. And to say it's been a mythical rebuild, ridiculous. I mean, that's just not, this is what a rebuild looks like. It is working, by the way, possibly to your chagrin. I'm not really sure. Your frustration is you don't think they're going to spend in the future. I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea. They need to spend in the future if they're going to win a World Series again. And I'm hoping that happens or they sell the team. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. If we get to next offseason, they're not spending, we'll talk about that then. But right now, the goal has been over the last few years to build up the system, to add to the minor league talent, to have young players get to the big leagues and succeed. And that is currently happening. All of that is happening.
Yeah, that's indisputable. I mean, that is the plan. Now, there was pain there, right? I remember. It's not that long ago when you move on from a Juan Soto and these guys are years away and it's hard to see. You got to squint into the horizon to maybe see any kind of potential. But there were moments. And now, again, this is a group that is in the wild card chase when they have no business being there. And it's all ahead of schedule because of some of these moves that they've made.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Also, top of the hour, Beltway Blitz. We are going to be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Didn't get into the Commanders rookies who are a month away from reporting to training camp, so we'll do that at 4:25. Good calls on the Nats, though. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers, it is time for a double play. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Beltway Blitz today, top of the hour, the Nats, the NBA Finals, and the Commanders. And we've got that 4-pack of tickets for somebody to win to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Danny, double play time? We've talked a lot on this show about the decision people have to make as it pertains to streaming their own content in the comfort of their own home or going to the movie theater, going out and about to enjoy programming. I'm a movie theater guy. You were at one point, but have become less so.
Way less so, yeah.
I believe we disagreed on when that research came back to say that 66% of Americans prefer to just watch a new movie at home streamed than going out to the theater.
That's right.
I am all in on the popcorn at the theater and going out and about and having a day. But where do you come in on this? This is really interesting. What do you know about Netflix House?
Netflix House?
Netflix House.
I know nothing.
Netflix has announced the first 2 cities for its gigantic new in-person experience venues slated to open in 2025. I find this really interesting because they are the reason people
I was going to say,
wanna...
they're the rocket ship going downhill to people staying at home.
You've taken people away from the brick and mortars. They're now creating their own brick and mortar. The new Netflix houses to open next year in Pennsylvania near Philly and in Dallas will feature a wide array of shopping, eateries, and experiential activities tied to these streamers' major franchises like Bridgerton, Stranger Things, Squid Game, and the ability, like a theater, to watch a bunch of programming. It looks like a gigantic mall of some type. Now, maybe it ends up working out because of the experiences. Like my wife might be giddy to go try on dresses and dance to music like it's Bridgerton or something. I don't know. But they are the reason, in a lot of ways, that people have decided we're not going out to the theater anymore. We're not going out to do content somewhere else. And now they're creating their own brick and mortars, and they're hoping this catches on and they can go to cities all over America with Netflix houses.
This is my skeptical face. Listen, that company started mailing DVDs to people, and now they're ubiquitous. So they're smarter than me. Here's what this sounds like to me. All right, McDonald's executives gather around. We've done pretty well with the quarter pounder with cheese and the Big Mac and the fries and the delicious sodas. What if we did bok choy? Let's do that. So people do one thing at our place, but then they show up for some totally different reason. That'll be our new move. Didn't you just win? Didn't you win doing it the exact opposite way?
But they're going to keep winning doing it that way.
Then you're trying to, I guess.
This is additive. They're not exactly theme parks.
No.
But the new Netflix houses to open next year in Pennsylvania and in Dallas will feature a wide array of shopping outlets, eateries, and these experimental activities tied to their most popular shows.
Oh, okay.
What are those?
Yeah, so it's like a maze that's Stranger Things, and like Vecna jumps out and scares you or something.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's I guess
more of like a theme park. Almost.
I mean, not exactly a theme park is what it says, but yes, I mean, I think the idea is not that you're just going to watch Netflix there. I'm sure there will be ways to catch new programming or theaters where you can watch something cool. But yeah, it's going to be essentially like where you go for the day with the family.
Yeah, like you can watch the episode of the newest Stranger Things the day before everyone else if you do it at one of these dealies or something, maybe.
Were you up on, I talked about a couple of these on the show over the years, when they had these pop-up experiences with their shows, Bridgerton, Stranger Things, Money Heist, Squid Game.
I'm aware that they happen, yeah.
So like, my wife went to one that was in this area where they did like dancing and everyone dressed up for Bridgerton. They've been wildly popular. And I bet they said, well, wait a second. If people are coming to these pop-up things, what if this was just our business and we had this brick and mortar where you can come all the time? I don't know what Netflix Bites is, designed to create an unforgettable venue to explore your favorite Netflix stories and characters beyond the screen year-round.
And it's not a theme park? Could you just say theme park?
They're saying it's not quite a theme park.
I'm saying it's pretty much a theme park without a roller coaster, probably. Like, but you know what I mean? Let's get these immersive experiences where it's like you meet some, like you go to Disneyland. It's not really the actress that played Rey in Star Wars, but it's someone that looks like her. So now you find someone that looks like Eleven and Mike and the whole gang.
This is from Variety. At least initially, Netflix doesn't see these permanent retail destinations as becoming a sizable new business segment. Rather, the goal, as with its other IRL events and pop-ups, is for them to serve as marketing vehicles that invite fan engagement as a way to support the core subscription streaming business. I think it's smart.
Interesting.
Honestly, in that way, if they don't go so big, if the scale's not huge, and you pick a few cities selectively, probably a really, smart business model. Can I get a drum roll, please, Darius? We're going to find out now if Danny is excited to go to the Netflix house. And I don't know how anyone could possibly predict the answer to this with Plenty of Fun Rouye. Is Danny Rouye going to go to a Netflix house if they open one in Northern Virginia?
What? I don't see why I wouldn't want to check it out. I'm kidding. It's a terrible idea. Stay home. Stay home. What a dumb thing. I'm skeptical. I don't understand it. It's not for me. I figured that out from the description. Like if they just said it's a theme park, I'd be like, oh, okay, I get that. All these different buzzwords about activations and different experiences and bites. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm paying for or not. I don't get it.
What's your favorite show on Netflix?
Stranger Things, top of my head.
You're not going to take, let's say the kids were into Stranger Things. You don't think you and the kids could go have fun doing Stranger Things bits?
I don't know what it is. What is it?
They haven't told us yet, but activities related to it. I went to a restaurant that was like the Max for Saved by the Bell one time and did a Saved by the Bell night out at the fake Max.
Yeah, I went to
Chicago.
I went to like the dumb Bubba Gump Shrimp Company because of Forrest Gump one time, like Orlando. I'm good. You know what I mean? Like what is it? If they could describe what it is without like buzzwords or hashtags or anything that actually made sense to an adult, I might be more interested.
I'll tell you though, what would be huge, and what I'm sure they're smarter than I am. They're on this is the kid stuff that all the kids are hooked on, amusement park style. You got Thelma the Unicorn and Leo the Blizzard.
Like my guys love the Floor is Lava, like that game show contest kind of show.
Have the character mask guys walking all over the place. Have any content with those shows. Coco Melon stuff for little babies and kids. That becomes Disney.
Yeah,
I mean honestly, like my eyes light up with dollar bills if I'm a president at Netflix thinking about having a bunch of Coco Melon stuff available to all the kids to come in the strollers.
If you just admit it's a theme park and then just do that, I think they could do well.
That there is your double play. Beltway Blitz, top of the hour. We're giving away tickets to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C. on Grant and Danny. At 425 on Grant and Danny, 1 month from now, training camp kicks off. The rookies will be showing up for Commanders camp. We'll go through the rookie class, try to figure out who's going to play and how much early this season. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kandori and Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You can score a discount. kmlawyers.com. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, June 29th versus NOLA Gold at the Maryland Soccer Plex. Let's get the blitz going. The NBA's on deck. The Commanders are in the hole. We start on the diamond. Charlie Slows, one of the voices of Nats baseball pregame at 6:15. Charlie, we were talking about the Nats earlier today. Winners of 3 straight, 8 of 9, and all of a sudden, a game from 500 and in the playoff mix. What do you make of this stretch?
Well, the stretch has been great pitching. I mean, everything starts with starting pitching, and you're rolling through the rotation now a second time to where they've had a 1.41 ERA as a starting rotation since June the 6th. They've not allowed more than 2 earned runs in any of the last 10 games, which is the longest streak by a Nationals rotation since August of 2019 when they had an 11-game streak. And we know what happened that year.
Charlie, how has Jake Irvin been this good? He showed very well the second half of last season, and you go, oh, that's a nice story. This is beyond a nice story. This is great stuff that he's been turning in thus far throughout the season. What's made him so successful?
He has great stuff. He has a great arm, and he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He's willing to make adjustments during games. He'll go, they'll have a game plan, but he'll go to whoever's catchers and say, hey, we need to change up here to get them off my fastball or get whichever pitch it is and change midstream. So that shows, he's mature at age 27. He's older than the other pitchers outside of Corbin and Williams. So, you could call him young in terms of big league experience, but, a college pitcher who went through Tommy John and came back, and now at age 27. I mean, this is when you're supposed to be entering your prime, and he's pitching like that.
Charlie, I want to know about Josiah Gray when he comes back. First of all, expectations for him. He really struggled before the injury. And then second, what's the rotation look like on the other side? Might they actually move Corbin out of the rotation?
Well, that remains to be seen. They're going, I don't think they're going to go with a 6-man rotation, but it's possible to do that every now and then. But that one pitcher that's not pitching is going to have a long rest, and if they do that with Patrick Corbin, remains to be seen. I mean, that may be the next stage of his career. As a free agent after this year, will other teams see him as a starting pitcher, or does he help his own cause by going to the bullpen? Maybe his velo ticks up and he's an effective left-handed reliever for an inning or 2 innings. Certainly, having been a starting pitcher, he's probably suited to be a multi-inning reliever and a left-handed one of that.
How would we grade Luis Garcia's season to this point, Charlie, nearing the midway mark?
It's interesting. I've said this the past few days that, if you were to ask me last year or the year before that, would I ever say that Luis Garcia's defense has been more consistent than his offense? He's been great at second base. He's made plays that we never could imagine that he would be able to make to his left, to his right, and make all, not just most of the routine plays. He's made every routine play. He's been that much improved as a second baseman. And, I give a lot of credit to Ricky Gutierrez and Miguel Cairo, who work with the infielders, and give a lot of credit to Luis. He really started to buy in with the way he went after it in winter ball this year, and it's carried over. And even, with the possibility of him having to really win a job in spring training, because they played Trey Lipscomb at second base a lot. And, he's pretty much told, it's not a foregone conclusion that second base is yours. You're going to have to show us that you're the guy that you wanted. And, from a defensive standpoint, he's done that. I think they're still growing offensively as far as, when he doesn't chase pitches. If he would be more on fastballs and not chase off-speed stuff, they'd like to see him do that more. But certainly still offensively a work in progress and much, much improved defensively. And the fact that He looks at it as a challenge to be as good as Abrams has been and how much he's improved. I mean, that bodes well for both of them and for the club on the whole.
Couple of notes from Davies' presser just minutes ago. Josiah Gray is going to throw 75, 80 pitches for Harrisburg tomorrow. DeMartinez non-committal, and if that'll be his last rehab start, but presumably if it goes well, it could be. And then Cade Cavalli is going to throw again finally Friday for Wilmington, likely going 3 innings, so he's certainly further away from returning. Charlie, we appreciate you. Call a win tonight, please.
I will do my best. By the way, it's Old Spice, not the musk. It's the swagger.
Swagger.
Oh, I like Old Spice.
I need to update.
Swagger.
Hold on. Give me a sec.
Yeah. Jot that down. Charlie Slow's file.
Yeah.
You know what to get him for Christmas?
I had musk. Now I have swagger.
No, that's the official deodorant of Ryan Clary as well. There you go.
Is it? It's not. That's not the blue one, is it, Clary, that you're always trying to tell me about?
No.
It is swagger, the white stuff. It's the good stuff.
Red top.
Red top.
Yep.
When you started working on the show, you were still doing that blue stick they give you in sixth grade.
I still have that in my backpack as well.
I hate that.
Just one underarm rash.
Charlie, thank you.
You got it.
Thanks, buddy.
Keep Ryan straight, Charlie. All right, let's talk some hoops. Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, the finals ending last night. The Celtics behind MVP Jaylen Brown in 5 games over the Dallas Mavericks. Chase, what did we learn?
Well, we learned that Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are ready to be the best players on the title team, which was a question a lot of people were asking not that long ago. Obviously, they'd been very close. They'd been to the finals as a duo, but they needed a little bit more experience, a little bit more seasoning. But I think they did it in a very convincing way. And obviously, they had a lot of help. Boston is a very deep team with Jrue Holiday and Derek White, Kristaps Porziņģis, and a pretty solid bench as well. I think they did it in a convincing way because I thought Dallas was much better than what they showed in the finals. And I don't think it was a fluke that they got there. They just met a much better team.
Yeah, what did we learn about Dallas on that front? I mean, to me, a couple different takeaways, Jason. I want your opinion. Kyrie Irving, when he had to handle the scoring load, certainly just couldn't do it, especially in those games in Boston. They gave him fits. I think that was kind of a blueprint, and all of a sudden, Dallas is maybe a supporting cast. If you take one of those two-headed monsters away, wasn't able to kind of step up and overcome that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, they kind of fooled me a little bit because I thought they were capable offensively of going up against Boston's really good defense and doing what we saw them do against Minnesota, who had the best defense in the league. But, Kyrie was kind of a no-show in the finals, especially on the road. And, you guys and I, we talked about how it was a very unique situation for him going back to Boston. And obviously the fans really gave it to him. But, him and Luca Doncic, they both shot sub 30% from 3-point range, as did PJ Washington. And those are their 3 top shooters. So if all 3 of those guys are cold, and Luca had 23 turnovers in 5 games, far too many. And obviously a lot has been made about his defense and the defense of him and Kyrie Irving as a duo. They just were no match for the Boston Celtics. So I think they probably go into this offseason. I would imagine feeling pretty good about the progress they made after the trade deadline, but certainly adding another scoring weapon, as you mentioned, would probably help.
When Joe Mazzulla took over, and even at the end of last season, he took a lot of heat. People were bothered about his staff and how inexperienced. I just remember that he dealt with a lot of crap for a long time. That's over, I guess, right? I mean, has he got his flowers the way that he deserves?
I think so. I mean, he's very, very young. I don't think he'd been a head coach at any level before this. They were showing his resume last night, and he was, assistant coach of the G League, assistant coach in college, and he's only 35. So he was like 32, 33 when he took over. Obviously had to do a little bit of learning on the job, but he's a very serious guy, very mature for his age, certainly more mature than I am, and I'm a couple of years older than him. So I think he was someone that Brad Stevens thought could grow into the role, and I feel like he has. He's kind of got a quirky personality in press conferences. He's got some sort of Yogi Berra-esque quotes, but the players seem to really respect him, and I think he was clearly the right guy for the job, even if they took a step back last year after going to the final.
Jay, it's kind of a nerdy question here. I want your opinion on the NBA paradigm has pretty much seemed to be wing defenders, right? We want guys we can switch on, switch with. One guy can guard multiple positions, etc. That's kind of where everybody's going for. They want that quickness and length that can disrupt all these perimeter-focused teams. Boston doesn't switch near as much. I know they switched a couple times last night, and sometimes it's inevitable, but they basically pride themselves on guarding on ball and not switching, which I think is kind of a throwback. Is there something to be gleaned from that?
Well, I think it's probably a product of the players that they have. It's really hard for anyone to compare to Jrue Holiday and Derek White in your backcourt, who have 8 all-defensive teams between them. But Boston, on the other hand, regardless of whether they switch, have long been kind of an example of positionless basketball in the sense that, well, they had Jaylen Brown and then they drafted Jason Tatum, and they've had a lot of guys kind of that size on the court at the same time and guys who could play different positions. So I think it kind of goes both ways, but I would guess that, it has a lot to do with just the defensive personnel that they have. Even an Al Horford is a pretty versatile defender. So, but I would say it probably comes down to just Jrue Holiday is one of those few guards, especially in today's day and age where it's so hard to defend. The rules are basically written against you, but he's one of the few guys who could just be kind of be left on his own on an island and take care of business.
Chase, we're about a week away from the Wizards picking second in the NBA draft. What can you tell us about where their prep's at?
Well, it's still pretty up in the air, even who's going to be the number 1 pick. But they've been going through pre-draft workouts. They have not been publicizing who they're bringing in. But that process is continuing to go on. Right now, it looks like Zachary Reese-Shea is probably the favorite to be the number 1 pick, but I think that could change. I'm hearing things about Alex Sarr and even Donovan Clingan being in contention for the number 1 pick. So if it is Zachary Reese-Shea, I think you probably look at Alex Sarr as a pretty good candidate for the Wizards to look at. A guy who's about 7'1", big-time rim protector from France, just like Bilal Coulibaly. So I think the Wizards, bottom line is what stands out to me about the top players in this draft is a lot of them can defend. So I think the Wizards can help themselves on that end of the floor, even if, it's not your usual year where it looks like there's a slam dunk superstar at the top.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Have a good week.
Absolutely, guys. You too.
See you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. Man, should they change that? Our buddy Michael Phillips, 910 The Fan, joins us to talk about the aforementioned local 53. Michael, they've got 5 dates that are open to fans, 2 more that are open just to season ticket holders, but only 5 dates for training camp that are open to the general public. Is that enough?
No, but that's the trend. We have this conversation every year because it's less and less every year. And I wish the NFL would step in and do something about it because there's teams that offer less. And look, if I'm Dan Quinn, if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, coaches are paranoid. We know coaches are paranoid. They're going to look at the Eagles, look at the Giants. They're offering 3 dates to fans or whatever they end up offering because it's always less. I understand why they do it because nobody at the league has stepped in and said training camp should be open to fans. It is important to provide fans an opportunity to be near professional football players that they don't have to spend $100 on. But in lieu of somebody at the league office doing that, they're staying competitive, and I understand why they're doing it.
Michael, it goes without saying that it is the trend. But look, if I have a eating problem, and this is definitely not true, don't worry, I don't at all. But if I had a problem with food, and the trend was that all my buddies got together every morning and went and had donuts, and I told my wife, oh, well, it's the trend. It's what everyone in the neighborhood's doing. She might say, you don't get to do that. You can't go with them. They don't have the luxury of doing this, I don't think. They need to be building this base back up. They need to be extending olive branches, having kids getting excited. This is the offseason to do it. The new quarterback, the new coach, the new GM, the new owner. I think they're missing the boat here.
I get it. I also get that it's not a fight that any one person can go to bat for, right? You've got the coach, and the coach is always going to go to bat for, I want what's best for the football team, forget everybody else. You've got the ownership. They'd love to do it, but, they're probably pushing these guys in a bunch of other directions on marketing stuff. I would love for somebody to step up and say, we're going to plant the flag. We're going to be the team that does this right, that has great availability, that opens up all these sessions to people. It doesn't look like that's coming anytime soon. So I agree with you. I also understand that, the coach is never going to say, I'd like to go above and beyond what my peers in the division are doing.
What's the difference in catches between Zach Ertz and Ben Sinnott?
That's a fascinating question because I also think we're going to see a lot of two tight end sets, Danny, right? I think that, there's not enough receiving talent to warrant three wide on every play. You look at Cliff Kingsbury's history. I think two tight ends are very much going to be the norm. You look at the room, and if this is an evaluation year for Adam Peters, which I think it is, I think he's taken notes on a lot of guys, you're going to want to see some Armani Rogers snaps. You're going to want to see some John Bates snaps, and of course the two guys you just mentioned, who I think will get the bulk of the snaps. You want to get those guys on the field as often as possible, so you know where you stand going into 25, going into an offseason where you'll have a lot of money to spend and some draft picks to spend on some guys. I think that Ertz is here to be a contributor, same as Bobby Wagner. That was kind of my takeaway from the OTA practices. Those guys were getting after it. They were not coaches out there. They were players out there. We'll see. Can that hold up for a 17-game season? That's always the question.
Who are the best guys on the team as talkers, in terms of answering questions and or interesting interviews, like media-wise? Who are the most insightful guys right now you like talking to?
Then, I'm going to miss somebody because, I'm running through the roster here. Bobby Wagner was great to talk to and the interactions we've had with him. I think Austin Ekeler is a bit of a character on offense, honestly. I think if he has a good season, he's going to be a fan favorite pretty quickly. I'm trying to think who else. There's some guys who I think I'm waiting to feel out these defensive linemen, Dorrance Armstrong and Cleveland Farrell. I think there's big-time potential there. I think there's going to be a lot of guys. And Jaden Daniels, as a quarterback, you can only be but so interesting kind of by rule. But I think he is the maximum amount of allowable interesting for an NFL quarterback.
Michael, thank you as always, bud. Have a good week.
Take care, guys.
Listen to him on our Odyssey station in Richmond, which we are on right now on AM 910 and FM 105.1. Speaking of the Commanders, rookies report in just 1 month. When I go through that rookie class and try to decipher who's going to help them the most and soonest. Next, right here on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your afternoon. We're taking you up to 6:15 on this Tuesday. Charlie and Dave pregame, 6:45 Nats. First pitch. Saw this in the New York Post, Danny, before we get into the Commanders rookie class. A shocking number of Americans are slathering their hot dogs with
ketchup,
mayonnaise.
Oh, yeah.
Mayonnaise on a hot dog.
Yeah, that's better than ketchup.
So you're mishearing me.
No, I hear you fine. That's a condiment that belongs on an adult's food item. Ketchup doesn't. It's red sugar water for children. So okay. I wouldn't choose mayonnaise. I wouldn't choose mayo. I would choose something else.
So you're trying to do a wacky ketchup bit, which is fine. I'm gonna set that aside for a second.
Okay.
You've got an agenda here. You just want to attack ketchup. I didn't mention ketchup. Nobody mentioned ketchup.
Okay.
Mayonnaise has never been put on a hot dog anywhere. That's not a normal thing. That's not common. That's like saying people are putting ketchup on their steak, and you're like, yeah, as long as it's not. People are putting mayonnaise on their steak, and you're like, yeah, as long as it's not ketchup. Mayonnaise on a hot dog, man. Never seen that before in all my life. When you're at a baseball game, at a hot dog stand, or you're at a high school football game, and you go, where are the condiments? They go, oh, ketchup and mustard are right over there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no mayonnaise there.
Right.
You ever seen anybody put mayonnaise on a hot dog?
I believe I have. I'm trying to remember. I was racking my brain trying to remember where.
Apparently, this is growing in popularity. I see a picture of it here, and it is very gross looking.
Yeah, so that's too much mayo for anything. You need to have mayo accent the hot dog. That's basically a hot dog with some mayo. That's too much mayo.
So you're okay with mayo on a hot dog?
Yeah. Just salty meat.
But you would do it?
I wouldn't seek it out. Like mustard goes on the hot dog, right? Mustard. Then if you got some sauerkraut, you got some onions, you got something else, fine.
Mustard and ketchup for me on a hot dog.
Yeah, but mustard on the hot dog. If there was none of that for some reason, like the mustard was broken or like someone stole it or whatever, I would put mayo on there. That's not crazy.
That is gross. Darius, you look so baffled right now.
And I mean, ultimately, I like mayo. I don't have a problem with mayo.
When we order our subs semi-regularly from Cornucopia, the deli in the neighborhood,
yeah,
I always ask for extra mayo because there's nothing better than that last bite of a sub when you're down to the edge of the sub and you get that extra mayonnaise on there.
I'm team mayo.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
But mayonnaise on Danny's acting like, I think he's doing it over the top. I hate ketchup thing, but he's acting like mayonnaise on a hot dog is just a common thing. I've never heard
I don't think it's common, but it's not crazy to me.
To me, it's stunning to see that. And it's like pick two things that just you've never heard of in the same place. Mayonnaise and a hot dog. A steak and a football. Like it doesn't really make sense to me. Like I'm missing something.
No, you're not missing anything. That's absolutely ridiculous, and nobody should be doing that.
So what does mayo go with? Let's play this out with me. Just hang with your pal for a second.
Sandwiches.
Okay. Well, we know what hot dog is.
We've
got bread.
Others.
We got a hot dog and bread. So we got meat and bread. That's a pretty key element of a sandwich. Okay. Mayo goes with salted meats pretty darn well, right? You get some pepperoni, you get some salami, you get some, like an Italian sandwich. It goes great on there. What's a saltier meat than the hot dog? Again, that's not nuts to me.
So two things. One, I'm not suggesting that it would taste horrendous, although I don't think anyone should do it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this is not done. It's notable. It's newsworthy. Okay. It's new. Mm-hmm. It's fresh.
Gets the people moving.
I say to you, people are putting mayonnaise on their hot dogs. The response should be, what? And you were like, yeah, of course. Why not? As if that's just a thing that has happened anywhere at any time. Now, to dive deeper into does it taste good? I'd imagine not, because mayonnaise has to be very subtle.
Okay. Yeah, the mayo you showed me was too much. But that's too much.
There's no way to put it on a hot dog as a condiment. If you were to take a knife, let's say, and put it on the inside of the hot dog bread,
yep,
like the bun,
mm-hmm,
and like use a knife, maybe put a little mayo, then put the dog on, then put the condiments on top, maybe, because it's just on the bread, kind of absorbing the mayonnaise.
Yeah.
This is, you're taking a squirt bottle of mayonnaise, and you're drawing like the little squiggly line like you would for ketchup and mustard,
mm-hmm,
where you're just biting a glob of mayonnaise at some point.
Yeah, that's too much.
That should never happen.
Yeah, that's too much.
That's what putting it on top of a hot dog would do. There's no way not to do that.
Sure, you could do it far more subtly. I mean, you've had a squeegee bottle before. You're not like firing out enough to make an entire thing of potato salad.
There's a line of it, and it's not in the bread. It's on top of the meat. It's facing out open air.
Yeah, you could do one thin line and then do another line of mustard or something like that. Now you got a situation.
But I think even a thin line of mayonnaise, if it's just a line open to the air, like your lip comes down and hits just mayonnaise. No, like it's
sure
deal breaker. It's over right then and there. The idea of a glob just getting in there somehow, I don't know, man.
I mean, you're talking about a sandwich with a glob at the very end is like the greatest thing in the world.
Bread is very important. It's in the bread. It's inside of the bread. Christian in Leesburg, what's up?
Hey, man, what's going on?
How are you?
Good. Just had to call in and weigh in.
Yeah, so Danny's making this like it's a.
This is not an affront.
Peas and carrots.
No, if you guys go to Google and Google Colombian hot dogs, you'll see like little lines of like ketchup, mustard, like aioli, mayonnaise. Sometimes they'll top it off with like little potato chips, like crushed up potato chips, and a quail egg on top. Amazing, especially after like a night of drinking.
See, this is something done as a Colombian recipe, you're saying?
Yeah, look up Google Colombian hot dogs.
Okay.
And then go to images. You'll see a rack of different condiments on top, including mayonnaise.
Appreciate you.
Like in Seattle, they put cream cheese on the hot dog. And people go, oh my God, what? And I tried it. I go, well, that's great. I get why they do that.
Yeah.
I had a jumbo dog at not City Center. I forget what the neighborhood's called. Whatever it is. Their version of Capitol Hill. And it's awesome.
Do you know there's a hot dog and sausage council?
No, but tell me more about that immediately.
How do I get on that? Listen to this.
The council?
According to a 2021 survey commissioned by the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council, the NHDSC.
I'm sure.
The North American Meat Institute is another one I'd like to get more info on. 19% of Americans prefer topping their hot dogs with mayonnaise, while a 2022 poll conducted by Martin's Famous Potato Rolls and Bread showed the same findings. Almost a fifth of people in America.
This is your website homepage for the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council.
That looks like a website my buddy made last night.
Yeah, this is like GeoCities Project 2003.
But it's real.
Yeah, it's right. Look at this guy.
It's the NHDSC.
Look at the guy that's right there, just eating a hot dog.
Who is he? Is he the president?
I don't know. He's just a dude.
How do I become the president of the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council? How do I run for that? I want to put yard signs. Who wants a yard sign? Tell Darius. We'll send you one.
Give me your platform.
Paulson Rouillet. My platform?
What is your hot dog platform? Why do I vote for you over like this dude in this on this website?
We're bringing grill marks back. We're bringing grill marks back.
Give me
a little char never hurt anyone. You'll hear that in every stump speech.
Give me Grant Obama.
It should snap when you bite it. How about that?
We're not going to boil the hot dog anymore.
No mayonnaise. That's Sidwell, friends. No mayonnaise.
Amazing.
I want to be involved in this council. Alex is in Manassas. What's up, Alex?
Hello, sir. First of all, fat is flavor.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good point.
So my opinion on the mayonnaise on a hot dog is I would try it. I would not volunteer that. I would not seek it out. But if it was handed to me, I would eat it. The point is, I once went to Subway to get my classic cold cut combo with mayonnaise, lettuce, and tomato, but I accidentally ordered a meatball sub and asked for mayonnaise, lettuce, and tomato.
Oh, no.
And they did it. And I got to say, that sub tasted good.
Wasn't
pretty
terrible.
good.
You know what
It
I've
was
started
pretty good.
doing a little more often? When I get a burger in a restaurant now, Danny, I'm not afraid to admit this to you. I kind of like asking for them to bring out some mayo. But again, I've got a whole thing.
It goes.
I can't squirt mayo onto it and just have a bunch of globby mayo on the burger. I need to take a knife into a cup of mayonnaise. I need to spread the mayonnaise on the bun in a very thin layer that accentuates and adds flavor. But I cannot risk any type of chunk of mayonnaise just being the star of the show. So the mayonnaise is additive, but I'm going to spread it on the bun. If you are going to have a mayonnaise enhanced hot dog, you need to take a butter knife. You need to put the mayonnaise on the bread. Being at a baseball game or something and just walking over to the condiment stand and just putting your hot dog underneath of a mayonnaise squirt, pump.
Yeah, the squirt pump.
Out. Cannot happen. Cannot coach with them. Cannot win with them.
But that's your own weirdness.
Can't do it.
The idea that food might for a microsecond be outside your lips. You might have to wipe your face off like a human being.
But
that's your own thing.
No. Mayonnaise as a standalone item doesn't play like mustard or ketchup would.
No, it's a different condiment.
The other condiments, you can do the pump gun 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. You can't just put a big pile of mayonnaise in a chicken tender basket with fries and do a dip job.
You sleep on the fact that you and I are broadcasting right now from the nation's capital. I'm learning this now from the National Hot Dog and Sausage Association.
Still on the website?
Yeah, I'm fascinated. This
Can
is a
we
deep
call
dive.
someone over there, Darius?
Let's get a guy over there.
Can we call someone?
There are 6 cities that are both in the top 10 in terms of hot dog and sausage consumption. DC.
No way.
DC's on the list.
Let's go, DC.
DC.
You guys take a lot of heat in this
Take
city.
that, vegans.
Yeah, you guys take problematic heat, but not anymore. Who is this goofy guy smiling on the front of the website?
I'm obsessed with the guy,
in
by
his
the way.
shirt and tie.
He's got like a cream soda.
It looks like it's 1979.
He looks like Mark Summers, former host of Double Dare.
This council is based in DC.
Yeah, get someone on the horn here, Darius. Let's call over there right now. 202. I won't give you the rest, but let's get him on the horn here. There's a cell phone number, for God's sake. How do they have a
It's just a guy's cell phone.
There's no way this is real. His cell phone number's listed. His email's right there. We got to talk to this guy ASAP.
DC's number 9 in hot dogs consumed.
So this guy made this up.
Pounds sold in DC.
One guy decided he wanted to be a statistician for hot dog consumption, and he made up a council. That's what's happening, right? Is this big hot dog? Does he have a bunch of people over on Capitol Hill picketing and talking to politicians?
I'm going to try to find out who is on the council.
Oh my God, look at this. Ever wondered about hot dog toppings? Dude, this website's a gold mine. Hot dog toppings. You ready for this?
Yep.
You're not going to hear mayonnaise. Not on the National Hot Dog Council board. 68% say mustard. 61% ketchup. 61% onions. You okay? You fine on onions?
That's so good. Yeah,
I'll go ketchup, mustard, onions.
I want them.
Now, here's where we part our separate ways. Out on 41% relish. Nope. 30% chili.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Correct.
29% shredded cheese.
Yep.
Not up in here.
Oh, yes, all that. See, what we want is flavor. We want to add flavor to the dog.
I tell you what, if you put the cheese, the shredded cheese like that on my hot dog, I would not hate it. It wouldn't help me enjoy it more, though. I wouldn't like it. But I'm not going to despise it. The chili would ruin the hot dog. The relish, I wouldn't eat the hot dog. Mayonnaise is just not for me. No more heated debate about hot dog prep. Americans agree. How old are these numbers, by the way? I mean, these polls look like from 30 years ago. 75% the best way to cook a hot dog is on the grill. You want to hear what they say?
Yes.
So 75% say best way is on the grill. 9% say over a campfire. 6% say boiled.
Who are the boiled people?
That's gross, by the way.
Boiling the hot dog is the best way.
Have 6% of people ever been more wrong about anything? 3% say you got to steam a hot dog. I don't mind a steamed hot dog.
I have actually had one.
It's not better than grilled, though.
It's really good.
2% in a frying pan. My wife recently made us hot dogs in a frying pan.
That plays.
And, this is tough. 2% of Americans prefer their hot dogs microwaved.
Prefer. Did they understand the question? Because it's, have you ever done that in a pinch? The answer could be yes.
They answered the best way to cook a hot dog, microwave.
Wrong.
There are wonderful ways. This is not one of them.
That is so wrong.
All right. We may never talk about the Commanders rookies, but I don't care. People want to talk about hot dogs. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. We'll do that next. A lot happening today. The line is moving, as Bob Carpenter would say.
The line's moving.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Oh, yeah, Bob. They're hitting, yeah.
So we found out that a lot of people like mayonnaise on their hot dogs, which whatever. I don't get that. About 20% of Americans say they enjoy their dogs that way. Who are these people?
I've never met. I don't know there's many.
We've definitely met them. They live all around us.
Mm-hmm.
They are among us right now.
I saw somebody do it. I don't remember. It's definitely in my mind. Now, it wasn't that full. You showed me the demo picture where the whole hot dog is slathered in mayo. It's crisscross.
But that is essentially the allegation. The claim is there are people that are now treating hot dogs where you would put ketchup or mustard or both, kind of slathering the dog. They're doing that with mayonnaise now. Think about that.
Yeah, that amount of mayo is too much. I could absolutely see it as an accent because the mustard should be the star there. But I could put a little mayo on there. That's not crazy to me, but that was too much.
We've also found out that there is a National Hot Dog and Sausage Council, the NHDSC.
The council.
The National Hot Dog and Sausage Council. What are the chances? Darius has been working very hard to track someone down from the NHDSC so that we can find out how we participate. And I believe he has done this. This is Eric Mittenthal, who's joining us now on Grant and Danny. Hello, Eric. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
So
we're
do we
fantastic.
Call you council member, Mr. Hot Dog Man? What do we call you exactly?
I'm the hot dog top dog.
Hot dog top dog.
I love it.
Very good. Are you the president? When did this council start? Does anyone vote?
Who's on the council?
What is this council?
So I am the president. We've been around for 30 years, founded in 1994. And our members are hot dog companies. So the companies that make the hot dogs are the ones who put us together. And so I represent them.
And you're the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council president.
Correct.
And what are your duties?
To talk about hot dogs. I lead the celebration of hot dogs around the country. We bust myths and misinformation about hot dogs and just want to celebrate them as the great all-American foods that they are.
What's the misinfo that's out there about hot dogs?
Well, people have a lot of ideas about what's in a hot dog, how it's made.
Gotcha.
Lots of mythology there that is mostly not true. And so we exist to make sure that the facts get told.
And we're glad you're here to do that. How can we get your next mission to be to get people to stop putting mayonnaise on hot dogs? You guys have on your website, it looks like a list of the top condiments, toppings, but there's a story that the council was quoted in the New York Post that mayonnaise is a growing condiment on hot dogs. What can you tell us about this via your research?
Yeah, we do polling every few years on the most popular toppings for hot dogs, and mayo in the last one we did, it's been a couple of years now, was growing in popularity. Just we've seen over time that more people put mayonnaise on a hot dog. And it's actually part of the Sonoran hot dog, a very popular style hot dog out in the Southwest. Started in Arizona. They put beans and bacon and mayo on their hot dog, and it's delicious. And so there's nothing wrong with mayo on a hot dog.
So, Mr. President, have you done it yourself?
Yes, I have. I do it on a Sonoran dog. If it's just a plain hot dog, I just stick with mustard. But on a Sonoran dog, it goes great with the other toppings.
So this might be a little bit outside your purview, so forgive me. I'm not trying to stump the president. What is a half smoke? With DC, we do a lot of half smokes, and we're top 10 in hot dog and sausage consumption. So does a half smoke count as a hot dog? Is that why we're in the top 10?
A half smoke is kind of half hot dog, half sausage. So I live in the DC area, and so I'm very familiar with the half smoke. And it's really half pork, half beef, and it's technically more of a sausage, but it's eaten like a hot dog on a bun. Other sausages are too, but I consider it half smoke, half hot dog, half sausage, and so it qualifies in our book.
How many people are on the council?
Well, we have a staff of a few, and then we have several members, about a dozen members, maybe a little bit more than that, of hot dog companies who support us.
What's the best way to wash down a hot dog in the polling that you've done?
Beer, of course. I actually think the most popular thing when you ask people is soda. Not everybody drinks, so you're feeding hot dogs to kids. So soda, lemonade, very popular for the adult. Beer is the way to go. So you really can't go wrong with the other way.
Are you the guy in the picture eating a hot dog?
On the website?
On the website?
That's actually not me. No, that was my predecessor. He was there several years ago, and the video is just so amazing that we had to keep the video.
It's from like 1987.
We honor him in that way.
Yeah.
So when you ran for the presidency, did you have debates against someone else, and how did it work?
No, I was just appointed. It's really based on your hot dog enthusiasm and knowledge, and I guess was the most enthusiastic about hot dogs.
That's incredible. What a thing to be known for. I saw on the website, as I'm fascinated by the website as well, the different preparations. Grill obviously makes a lot of sense to me. I've had a steamed hot dog that was actually way better than I thought. But what are the best ways to do it, and why did some people say microwave?
Yeah, microwave is not the best choice. If you need it really, really quickly, in a rush, maybe a microwave. But grilling is always a favorite. That tends to win out. Steamed is very good, and so it's actually steaming is better than boiling. Like if you see like a dirty water dog, technically those are meant to be steamed, and it's a way to do it. Maybe a little bit less water, and comes out very nice.
How long is your term as president?
I've been president since I think 2015 now, so I'm going on.
Wow,
9 years. Yeah, maybe a lifetime appointment because I don't see myself giving it up.
In perpetuity. How about that?
So, like, I have so many questions. They all ran together. I had a mental block there. I'm sorry, Eric.
We were on the radio for a second.
Yeah, no, I got it. Like, what sort of problems arise? See what I'm saying? Like, where it's like you're living your life. And then it's like, dude, council business. The red phone rings. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are the problems? What are the obstacles where it's like, dude, the president needs to be on this?
I get calls from radio stations all the time that are debating whether mayo or ketchup is appropriate on a hot dog. Is a hot dog a sandwich? July 4th in the summer season is very popular. I've had several interview requests today, kind of looking ahead to July 4th. So. It goes in fits and spurts, and it's not my full-time job. The Hot Dog and Sausage Council is a part of the Meat Institute, which is an association for all meat companies. And so the Hot Dog and Sausage Company decided they wanted some special representation, and so I do that on their behalf. But I also work as Chief Strategy Officer for the Meat Institute and do a lot of work for the meat industry as a whole.
Wow.
You are a hero.
I'm so glad that Darius tracked you down. What's your official presidential stance on Joey Chestnut not being in the hot dog competition on the 4th of July and having his own Netflix special where he's going head to head with Kobayashi?
It's disappointing he's not going to be there on the 4th. I think Joey Chestnut is a great American hero when it comes to hot dog eating, and he's really set the bar impossibly high. It's too bad that they had the dispute over the sponsorship deal. So still rooting on Joey. The hot dogs that he's signed on to promote technically aren't hot dogs. Hot dogs include meat by government definition. So, he's chosen a different path, but we still love him.
So, Eric, I don't want to delve too deep into the controversial, so forgive me for hitting this, but you said the word impossible, and it made me think of it. What is your stance on the imitations, on these impossible burgers, these impossible dogs, these, vegan or plant-based or whatever you want to call it, synthetic alternatives to the real deal?
We believe in choice. And so, people can have their choices. We think the original is far superior.
Mm-hmm.
President.
Again,
He's a president.
This guy's good. They have to represent themselves appropriately. And so by USDA definition, hot dogs contain meat. So the plant-based imitations are not hot dogs. They're imitations. And so the hot dogs you get that are called hot dogs have meat.
What do you make of the rumors out there that there was a time where you were pro-burger and that some people have said that they've dug and they might even be able to find videos of you being anti-hot dog in the past, Mr. President?
There's nothing that exists in me being anti-hot dog. I am very pro-burger. As I said, I work for the Meat Institute too. And so we love all meats, and I eat lots of burgers, love burgers too. It's just hot dogs have a special piece of my heart.
Would you be willing on the record to say that you would try a non-Sonoran dog, a regular hot dog with mayo as the prominent topping, allowing other fixings as the case may be, call it mustard, call it onions, sauerkraut, whatever it is? Would you have mayo as a feature topping on a hot dog? Will you go on the record?
It wouldn't be my preference, but I certainly wouldn't have a problem trying it. There are many ways to enjoy hot dogs, and you could definitely come up with topping combinations where mayo is a great option there.
Last one for me. I like a crunchy exterior, almost a little char to my dog. Do you have any issue with that, Mr. President?
No, that's great. You can have it any level you want, and having a little crunch is good.
This has been. I think we have to go. Like there are rules, but oh my god!
And how do we get involved? Like, is there any chance we could come to a meeting?
Yeah, the best way to get involved is we have great social media channels on Facebook and Instagram. Find us there. Share your love of hot dogs with the world. We actually do hot dog ambassador contests every summer.
Oh.
And get people to submit their hot dog resumes, and they're amazing. It's extremely competitive. So if you are a true hot dog lover, I would suggest you submit your hot dog resume. We may choose you as a hot dog ambassador, and it is a great honor to be one of the very few who are selected.
But you're not currently looking for a running mate.
We don't need a running mate currently, but we love enthusiasts.
We are enthusiasts.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Eric
Thank you,
Mittenthal. Ladies and gentlemen,
That's the president
of the hot dog.
Is that our first president? Nah, Mike
National-
Rizzo is the team president.
National Hot Dog. Give it to me one more time. The National Hot
Dog and Sausage Council.
The NHDSC.
NHDSC. NHDSC. NHDSC.
Man, that is
NHDSC.
amazing. Darius, you did it.
Yeah.
You found him. Where was he?
He's just at a playground somewhere.
He was just
He said I'm by the pool, but I'll be happy to join. I was like, all right, can we call you
when
now?
The
He said,
call
"Let's do
comes
it."
in, the president answers.
and he's just the president forever.
The president.
I don't like no terms. That's dangerous. And that leads to problems.
Is it too much power?
I know my history.
Too much power?
We need terms. Maybe I'm going to run against him. Hot dog controversy.
Come on, stop it.
Sounds like he would pummel me.
He would smack you around a little bit.
G&D on the Fan. We will actually talk about Commanders rookies next, I promise. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of our show makes us come your way every day on this platform. The law firm of Kondori and Murad. Guide you and your family in the right direction. Help you draft a will. They'll set up a trust. Create a healthcare power of attorney for you as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. Score yourself a discount. kmlawyers.com. Thanks to them for making this show possible. We'll get you an audio vault coming up at 5:30 today. We're taking you up to 6:15. Danny, let's talk Commanders rookies, because 1 month from today, the Commanders rookie class will report for training camp. We are 30 days out. In fact, the announcement was just made from the NFL with all the dates released today, and then the Commanders came out with their schedule. If you missed it earlier, they're only going to have 5 open practices to attend out in Ashburn.
2 more for a level of season ticket holder. But yeah, 5 that are open to the public so that anybody can show up. And that's the trend. I mean, so we're not just killing them for the sake of doing it. This is the way it's going in the NFL. Fewer and fewer access points for fans, but it is kind of a shame.
Let's work our way through this rookie class and set some expectations. When will they get on the field, and how quickly can they help? We'll start at the top of the board, number 2 overall, first-rounder Jaden Daniels. Daniels is going to start in week 1. If he doesn't, I think it'll be a big story. And I think Daniels will have immediate success. Progress won't be linear. It's not like every game's going to be perfect or excellent. He's not going to play at an all-pro level. Rookie quarterbacks don't. It's historical when guys have spectacular seasons like C.J. Stroud did last year. We were lucky enough 12 years ago in 2012 for Robert Griffin to play at a Rookie of the Year level and barely turn the football over. It's not going to quite be like that, probably. That shouldn't be the expectation. But I think he'll make electric plays with his feet. I think he's going to make some big-time throws, and he's going to look the part pretty quickly if they are able to indoctrinate him with an LSU-style offense. Kingsbury can bridge the gap between what he was doing with the Tigers when he had 50 touchdowns in the SEC and what he'll eventually be doing in the NFL with the Commanders when he's fully transitioned within a couple of years.
Yeah, a bit of spoon feeding, I think, to kind of go. And it's not an insult to him. It's hard. This is what the league is. Very rarely you find a Justin Herbert who's going to throw for 30 touchdowns or a Baker Mayfield upper 20s. Even C.J. Stroud, as good as he wasn't throwing for 45 touchdowns and 4,500 yards or something crazy like that. This was early on. Let's take care of the football. Let's move the chains. Let's get out of bad plays and kind of do the basics. And then if your talent takes over, we'll have some explosive stuff. I think ultimately it's going to be, let's spoon feed. Let's incorporate the athleticism. Let's keep you out of harm's way. Let's run the ball, do some short, quick things. I think he'll have success, but it's not going to be this, oh my God, we just set the rookie record for blank, 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 and blank.
Because they traded the 40th pick and they moved back, there's 3 second-round picks to break down. Johnny Newton, out of Illinois, the defensive tackle who they took at 36. Mike Sanderstill, corner, Michigan, off the board at 50. And then pick number 53, tight end Ben Sinnott of Kansas State. Starting with Johnny Newton, he's the wild card because we really don't know what the timeline is for his recovery. He had a foot surgery. This is not the injury that he had shortly after the draft that we knew about from last football season where he had a procedure done. He actually got better and healed from that. And then the other foot had a problem, and he had a similar operation to repair a broken bone. He is supposed to be ready to go when the season begins. But if you're not ready early enough, maybe you get pushed back in camp. If you miss a couple weeks of training camp or something as a rookie, that becomes, all of a sudden a big hill to climb. So I'm not counting on him actually being a star for them right away. And I think it could be several weeks before we see him and he really starts helping. The upside is if he's there and ready on day 1 at camp, then maybe in week 1, he's out there getting a sack and 2 pressures and a couple TFLs. But I think mid-season is probably when he starts to make his presence felt.
Yeah, I am not overly optimistic for his season for a number of reasons. 1, the injuries you just went through. 2, there are guys that are going to play 75 to 80% of the snaps ahead of him, probably. Especially if it's an uphill climb.
Draft him maybe so those guys didn't have to do that this year?
I think they drafted him for the future, and he was too good of a value in their mind to pass up. But these feet things, because not just the foot thing, is 2 feet things that have happened. This feels very Federian Doxony to me at this stage, where it's like, oh, look, there's another one we need. Now the timeline, he should be fine. And if he is, great, that's awesome. But I've lived through enough of these where I'm a little bit more skeptical maybe than the average bear. But I just think he's going to have limited opportunities, and that's okay. That's, that means you layered some talent, and it's they can be more flexible, letting one of these guys ahead of him go.
When he plays, I think you're going to notice him. He's a really, really good player. I think he'll make big time, drive altering impact snaps, but it might be several weeks into the season before they get him to that point from a health standpoint. How about Mike Sanristil, the corner from Michigan? I fully expect him to be their nickel corner from day one. I think when they open the season in Tampa Bay, first week of the year, he's out there against 11 personnel. If you're operating with 3 receivers, Sanristil's going to be out there. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm very bullish. I think he's going to be really good right away.
He, to me, non-Jaden Daniels division, that's the most impactful player in the organization, let alone rookie. But non-Jaden Daniels division, I think it's going to be between him and Ben Sinnott as to who has the biggest impact early on and then maybe throughout this season for this team. So he's going to get an opportunity because that's not a strong position group. He will walk onto the field, I think, day one.
What I'm curious about with Sanristil, I think most of us get the idea is nickel corner, playing inside in the slot. When there's only 2 corners on the field, is he ever one of them? Out on the boundary or otherwise? Does he work in at safety or whatever they're going to call like their Buffalo position? Some as well, like when he's not playing in the nickel. I just think he's a football player. This guy played on offense. He was a receiver. According to Adam Peters, the conversation he had post-draft, they went to Michigan's pro day, and they thought he was the best route runner among the pass catchers on offense from J.J. McCarthy that day. Like, that's how they graded him out as a receiver. It would not surprise me at all to see him play more than just that one position. He's versatile. He's a Swiss Army knife. Move him around and get as much out of him as you can. I'm really, really high on him. You mentioned Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State, the tight end. They took at 53.
So this was probably earlier than most everybody thought that he was going to go. But this fits that sort of San Francisco mold, right? Where if you ask the question, wait, is he a fullback? Is he a tight end? Is he an H-back? The answer to all of those things is yes. He's going to line up all over the place, if I had to guess, right? I'm not as bullish on Zach Ertz's how much he has left in the tank, how big a season he's going to have. I think this is more of a nice veteran security blanket who might have a couple decent weeks, but I think more and more it's going to be Sinnott's job maybe to be tight end 1, and if not, he'll be doing something else. I think he's going to be involved. I think he's a security blanket for a young quarterback. He'll be around enough that I think he's going to have a decent opportunity to be on the field a lot, and I'm not as bullish on the receiving core as some. So, again, that's more opportunity for him to maybe catch a pass or 2.
So I think he's going to play right away because he'll be the second tight end when they go to 12. He'll be out there. What I'm interested in is when does he start to supplant Ertz, if that happens in terms of their most targeted tight end on the roster? When does he become a real playmaker, a valuable part of the offense who their game planning looks for and targets to? I'll bet you that's going to take a little while. Could be wrong, but I just don't think it's going to be a week 1, week 2 thing. I could see him having 2 catches for 23 yards in the opener, 3 catches for 30 yards or something in week 2, 2-3 catch game in week 3. But there's going to be a point eventually where he starts grabbing 5, 6, 7 balls. Maybe that's deeper into the year, though. But I do think right away he's going to play. Remember, we saw that draft video the team put out on Commander's Log, their YouTube show, kind of a Hard Knocks look at their draft room behind the scenes. And when they were considering taking him, Peters calls Cliff Kingsbury over in the war room. He's like, Cliffy, get over here. Kingsbury walks over. He's like, I'm thinking about taking him here. And he's like, yeah, I kind of like that. Kingsbury was not as adamant they had to as some of the other assistants were with other guys, I didn't think. But he's like, I really like him here. And he's like, yeah, Kingsbury's like, yeah, let's do that. Right away, Josh Harris, who was standing there, goes, is he going to play? We just signed Ertz. Is he going to be on the field? And they both look at him and they're like, yes.
Yeah.
He can do everything, as you said.
86 catches last year for the tight end spot between Thomas, Bates, and Turner. Among those 86, do some rudimentary back of the napkin math, between Ertz and Sinnott.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some that go to a Bates,
go to Bates too,
or
tight
whatever,
end,
or if Armani Rogers, Amari Rogers, no, that's another guy. Armani Rogers comes back. I'm gonna say probably 45-ish, 50 for Ertz, and then 30 or something like that, 30 to 35 for Sinnott. And I could see them having more catches by tight ends too. All right, how about third round? Let's keep it moving. We're talking about the Commanders rookie class because 1 month from today, they report to Ashburn for training camp. Third round, pick 67, offensive tackle Brandon Coleman at a TCU. How quickly before he's getting game reps at left tackle?
This is the question. Like, this is the pick of the draft. Again, non-Jaden Daniels division, because we'll only remember Daniels pick if it goes the way we all want it to. But they are betting big that their offensive line issues or woes or weaknesses is solved, and it's pretty much the chips are in this kid's corner. So he got a chance to do some quote-unquote first-team stuff at OTAs. I think that was more that they were moving Lucas around and trying different people at different spots. I don't know if he's won the job yet or if he enters training camp as the number one. I have no idea. I just can't imagine a third-rounder without a ton of tackle experience walking in to cover the blind side for a rookie quarterback in week 1, 2, 3, or 4. I just don't see it.
It'd be a hell of a gutsy call.
Wouldn't it?
By a coaching staff. I think he will start more games this year than Cornelius Lucas, but I think it's close. Like 9-8, 10-7 kind of thing. And that tells me if it goes that way, that Lucas is going to get the early part of the year. Because it's not really a rush. It's not a race to get Brandon Coleman on the field. If you redshirt him, so be it. He was drafted at 67 overall. I mean, that's not a lock to play right away. And as you said, yes, he has played some tackle, but he spent time all over the offensive line. So it's not like he's just a natural, traditional left tackle by nature either. So there's a lot of learning to be done. I'm going to say Coleman is a starter and helps them, but it's mid-season before that happens.
So I still think their left tackle's not on the roster yet. I think they're going to do the Leno plan.
I hope that's true.
And
Leno was on the roster already right now.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, you know what I mean?
But the Leno plan kind of would have happened, right? I mean, they would have, like, there's 4 guys they could have signed at any point that are still out there.
I think like an unexpected cut happens first week of training camp or something, and then that guy becomes the dude. So I don't, maybe it's my own stubborn bang my head against the wall that like I just see it differently than they do. But I still feel like that's the case. Can't prove it.
Pick 100, staying in the 3rd round, wide receiver Luke McCaffrey from Rice. I think he's going to be their slot receiver. When they go 3 receivers, 11 personnel in week 1, I think it's McLaurin, Dotson, and McCaffrey. Now, you're going to see some Tatum Brown, probably if they're stretching things out vertically. I would imagine Olamide Zaccheaus plays too. But I think McCaffrey's going to play a lot. And similar to Sinet, I think in the opener, he's going to catch a ball or 2. You know, in the first 4 games of the season, I think he probably catches 10 to 15 passes or something like that. I would not be surprised if he is involved immediately.
This is a interesting one too, because it all depends on what's Dotson's role. If he's just the wide receiver too, if he's opposite Terry McLaurin on the outside, then yeah, you would think he gets more playing time. If Dotson's in the slot a little bit more, which maybe he may be better suited to, then he's kind of the second slot guy, then occasionally outside. Are we doing this again?
Well, he's also been playing outside a lot in practice, but I agree with you that his path to the field and playing at a decent level right away is more inside. So it damages him if Dotson kicks inside, even though they're at least publicly stating he'll also be playing outside.
Yeah. So and again, it's what his role is, but I'm excited to see what he has. I'm good on Tatum Brown and Dax Milne and Damiere Byrd and Jamison Crowder coming back was their best slot guy last year. We need to do better than that. So I think there's a path for McCaffrey to get on the field.
2 5th-round picks: linebacker Jordan McGee from Temple, safety Dominic Hampton, Washington. I'd imagine both of these guys make the roster on special teams.
Feels like teams guys to me, at least early on.
And
right?
McGee, he's just in a deep position. All of a sudden, they got one of the better linebacking rooms in the league. He's a run and hit guy. He's a heat-seeking missile. I think he can be basically what Jamin Davis has been, maybe a little less than that. The difference being one of those guys was drafted in the top 20. The other one was drafted in the 130s.
Yeah, exactly. That is the entire summer to me. But he could be one of your special teams leaders early on, right? If he embraces that role, like win your role, dominate your job. He could be one of those dudes that's the first guy down on coverage every time and making a couple of fire you up plays here and there. So I could see him having an impact that way.
Their last pick in the 7th round at 222 was the edge at a Notre Dame, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. I don't know if he makes the roster.
Feels practice squad to me.
Maybe he's a practice squad guy, but if he makes the team, it'll probably be a lot like what we saw last year from
KJ Henry and company, Andre Jones. Yeah.
Jones made the team, was inactive a lot, occasionally played a few snaps here or there. It'll look like that. Like I have no delusions that he's going to be overly helpful, certainly as a rookie. But what do you guys agree with and disagree with there? Little breakdown of the rookie class. 1 month from now, they're showing up at the facility to kick off their first ever training camp. Daniels, Newton, Sandersville, Sinnott, Coleman, McCaffrey, McGee, Hampton, Baptiste. Who helps them and right away this season, other than just the quarterback they took at 2nd overall? We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's push the audio vault to 6. We got a really good audio vault for you. You know how the audio vault works. Darius and I scour the web. We find the best audio that you're going to like the most. We play it for you, and Danny and I react to it. And
That's it.
We enjoy the audio vault. So we will open up the vault coming up at 6 o'clock. Must-listen content on the Grant and Danny radio program. About 30 minutes from right now, we're talking Commanders rookies. Just ran through their rookie draft class. 1 month from now, they report to Ashburn for training camp. We went through when we can expect to see these guys and what kind of impact they might make. And I just found the longtime beat reporter who covered the then Redskins and Commanders in Washington, D.C. for many an outlet, and a former employee here at 106.7 The Fan, Chris Russell, who's in our building for some
He's here,
reason.
just wandering around.
What are you
He's
doing
going to the Nats game tonight.
Well, I'm
You're
here.
going to the Nats game?
I am, and
So that's why
I
we're
work.
here.
I still work here, just in a
On
different
106.7
setting.
The
Well,
Fan?
Promotions.
Yeah, the great promotions team that we have. Absolutely.
Very good,
Yeah,
Rini.
exactly.
It's-
I'm selling all sorts of live spots that I don't get to read and don't get paid for.
It's lovely to see you.
Yes, it's great to see both of you. It's very nice to see you.
By the way, that is a new record for Russell. Complaining about pay about 11 seconds into the conversation.
Right into the segment.
Well, sometimes you want to be in the major leagues, and sometimes you feel like you're not.
I mean, if Rini
It's
mentions
kind of like Almond Joy.
traffic in the next minute, we'll have already had the Gordy
The
Howe
big-
hat
yeah, the
trick.
bingo
Did
cards
I
filled.
tell you guys how bad the traffic was in Orlando this weekend? Oh my goodness, never go there ever again.
Well, that's good advice in general.
I was in terrible traffic in Orlando, right outside of Camping World Stadium.
Oh,
it's so
just
bad.
all so bad. I mean, the whole entire area, because obviously you got a lot of people that moved down there because it was once cheap to live down there. It's not anymore. You got a lot of tourism, and then you have just your regular through traffic of people just doing whatever. And I mean, the trucks and it took me 3.5 hours to make a 1 hour and 45-minute trip on Friday.
So Rini was headed to the Nats game. We told him, come on in.
Yeah.
I know
And
it's
bitch about traffic.
You haven't been on the radio in a while.
Right, exactly.
So we
I'm
said,
retired.
You used to work at the Fan, but now you're retired.
Exactly.
And we said, why don't you come in?
He does
and-
let's be nice. He does a podcast on the Deuce.
That's a good point.
Doesn't he?
Over on HD2.
On HD. That's all I'm allowed to do these days.
Slash.
There's too much rooster.
Take Jaden Daniels out of the equation.
Yes.
The Commanders rookie who will have the biggest impact in September right away is
offense or defense or both?
either way.
I'll go with offense because I know you guys only care about offense, and I'll say Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, you think he's going to be on the
I
field
think
a
he's
lot.
going to be a stud.
What's his path? Like, in other words, is he majoring
Starting
slot? So
and
then
then
what's
I think
Dotson
he's going to
doing?
be used outside as well. And Dotson, I mean, I don't know how this staff views Dotson per se, but the way I think they've used him so far from what I've heard from OTAs is mostly still outside. And that's the way the previous staff still used him, even though he's really more of a slot type body.
Whose side are you on Jahan Dotson? I still think he's a pretty good player. Danny thinks he's me.
I mean, I'm still more with you because I can't totally blame him, just like I can't blame anybody for last year's debacle.
Kind of my thought. By the way, have you? I'm doing a bit.
I mean, I
say,
do have questions though.
Sure, of course.
Fair.
But I don't remember you ever cooling so hard in a year on anyone.
I can't remember either.
Normally, if you're that high on someone, because you were with me, we
Yes.
both predicted.
I thought he was
last
going to lead the
year.
team in catches, maybe not yards because McLaurin had a little
Right.
bit more explosion to his game, but I thought he would lead the team in catches and be like a bona fide wide receiver 1.5. Like not a better than a 2, but not quite a 1.
And I've admitted I was wrong. Like I'm hedging my bets. I said he could be better than McLaurin. He could be a top 15 guy. I don't see any of that anymore. But I think that Bieniemy wasn't particularly good. Howell didn't help him, right? There's a lot of things that went against him last year. I think he'll be better in year 3.
You know who's right about this? Just want to give a tip of the old ball cap to. Remember in week 3 when they were blasted by Buffalo and shut out and they just couldn't get anything going on offense? Jay Gruden, the next day, called out their wide receivers for running bunched routes and being confusion in the route separation and being in the wrong areas and whatnot. And, we don't know if that's all Eric Bieniemy, some Eric Bieniemy, some receiver, some whatever. Jay Gruden was dead on balls accurate about just that being a problem for across the board for the offense and the wide receivers, specifically week 3.
Jay can design offense.
He knows a little bit about that.
People like beating up Jay Gruden for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
He was a smarter offensive mind than anybody had in this building last year. I'll tell you that right now.
That is true.
But to that point, Danny, have you ever gone from on Dotson, let's say you were an 8 to a 1? You know what I mean? Like,
I can't
you
think
are
of it.
Out.
I can't think of another.
Why are you so out?
They threw it a million times. They led the league in pass attempts, and he'd have months without a target. Like, it's not because they were mad at him. It's like he's not open. He's not catching the ball. He's not productive. He was a lost puppy. I understand the offensive system and design wasn't very good. I get that. Terry McLaurin still managed 1,000 yards. Logan Thomas, who moves like I do after pickleball, managed several hundred yards more than Dotson.
He had 1 target in the Atlanta game.
Yeah.
You're not going to do a lot with that. He had 2 targets against Seattle. He had 1 target, 1 catch for 12 yards against the Rams. He had 1 target against. It's not like he was like getting 9 targets and doing nothing. A game where they gave him 10 targets, he had 8 catches.
He had 1 big game.
Yards.
The other 9 target game, he had 27 yards against Philadelphia. So to me, here what happened is.
So by that standard, twice they threw him the football. Once he had an awesome game. The other time he had a touchdown in a meh game.
Yeah, he fell off a cliff, and there's more to it than the play caller was mean or something. Like, other people figured it out. If he was moderately productive, I'd have been like, okay, I get it. He was a disaster last year.
You know what it felt somewhat to me, and I don't know if it's a great comparison, but you guys will probably understand where I'm going. Remember the first half of 2022 for Terry McLaurin when Scott Turner in his final year just refused to throw screens, refused to get him the ball in quick game, in the quick and there would just be like this mystifying absence of Terry McLaurin from targets, from catches,
Yeah, we
obviously.
mentioned it on this show a couple times.
Yeah, we brought it up.
Well, I'm just saying, but I mean, Jahan Dotson, like you're saying, well, when they threw to Jahan, he was fairly successful. When you don't target somebody, again, sometimes it's because the guy doesn't get open. Sometimes it's because it's not the game plan. Sometimes it's the quarterback making a different read or based on coverages or whatever. Sometimes it's just we don't emphasize a guy for whatever reason. And that's what it somewhat felt like last year. Like, how in the world could you go from whatever he was in his rookie year, which was cut short by 5 games, to whatever he was for the most part last year, which was just absent.
When we had these discussions forever ago about Josh Doctson, a different Dotson, to be very clear, when the coaching staff was getting their word out, oh, this guy's a baller, he's a baller. I was like, okay, where's the breakdown then? Jay Gruden can coordinate offense. Kirk Cousins passes to the open guy, and yet Doctson is going weeks without many targets and is very productive. He had as many catches as a fullback did, and so some there's a breakdown somewhere in the chain, right? For a coach that all he wants to do is throw, a quarterback that is slinging it and doesn't care about turnovers, seemingly,
but
we're never throwing to Dotson.
Well, but it is possible that Dotson's role in that offense, which is the opposite of what I anticipated, by the way, was not one that was conducive to being the guy that came free. It is possible that it was a blind spot for Sam Howell, like on a lot of concepts, whatever he was running. But if he was the guy on the drag or the cross or whatever, that Howell liked to read things top down. Like, it just wasn't the proclivity necessarily that maybe it is with the next quarterback and the next offense. And what I would push back on in the analogy that you used was you mentioned Josh Doctson. His sizzle reel doesn't exist. The Josh Dotson rookie year sizzle reel of like big plays is special. It's mossing dudes for 50-yard Hail Mary, hope and prayer throws from Heineke. It's spin routes, putting dudes in blenders. It's breaking tackles. It's high point contested catches as a little guy. Like, Josh Doctson had a couple of nice grabs in his career.
He had those mossing catches because he was never open.
No, but he had a few catches that matter. I'm saying the sizzle reel for Dotson, when you watch it, you go, holy crap, this guy's legit.
For Jahan.
Yeah. You don't have
remember they rushed
together.
Remember they rushed Josh Doctson back because they were so like, oh my God, we got to get this guy on the field. And there was one dummy that was in this studio back then when I was out of jail and allowed on 106.7 The Fan on a regular basis that said, hey, they're rushing this guy back. They just want to get him back. He's not ready. And of course he wasn't ready.
Rainey, you still got it. You shouldn't be retired, dude. You
yeah,
got to get back on air. I'm going to talk to CK.
Oh, please do.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to CK. We're going to get you back on air.
Yeah.
I think he's even got 2 sports stations.
How about maybe?
He runs.
How about the 2 a.m. slot? I'd like to do that.
What about
instead of like the current choice?
What about Grant and Danny and Rini?
How about?
Huh?
Oh, ringing the bell.
I thought it was
Not enough oxygen on this side of the room.
I thought it was Greg and Dave. Am I on the wrong show?
Greg and Dave and old Stewie.
How about that? Triple threat, if I ever say so.
If you want, you can get first billing. We'll go slash.
I think you guys have done a pretty successful job in this time slot and others. I'm willing to play the backseat role. If you guys would just have me along for the ride, I'd love to come and hang out with you a little bit more. I mean,
Darius, what do you think? You okay with this? We'll just add Russell as our third man every day.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it gives
4
me
o'clock,
as long as it gives me an excuse to use the sounder more.
Good Lord.
That's my favorite part. Is the
There's just a lot of bad sound bites and drops of me. I mean, there just is.
You going to the ball game tonight?
We're going to the baseball match tonight. Seems like
That's right.
everyone's going.
Danny and I are going to go hang out. We're going to, go have a few brewskis, maybe a hot dog or two.
I'm also going tonight.
Oh,
I can't.
But you're Press Box Paulson, aren't you?
I'm going to Press Box.
Yeah. So you get the good buffet up there, right?
Probably not. We'll see.
What are you going to do?
I can't believe Danny's going to the game tonight.
This is pretty remarkable. When you told me,
He told us that, and he broke into a smile immediately.
Well, because everyone was staring at me like I just stolen something. You know what I mean? And I'm like, it's not that crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
Danny makes like 2 public appearances a year.
It's pretty crazy. Danny's trying to
wait. Did Danny show up at Claret Casserole?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
How did it go?
It was delicious.
It was actually really good.
It was
It's annoying, but it was really good.
Yeah, he made a really good meal. Danny's trying to act like it's just another day in the park that he's going to a baseball game.
I mean, yeah, he dropped that knowing that we would all be surprised, and we were all surprised, of course, because he's going to a baseball game on the week.
I would say it's like one of 2 times all season where you'll go to a game when we're not already there for work. It's kind of a big moment.
But this is 2 social appearances and public appearances in less than a week for Danny.
No. It's a little much. And it's tough to hear that from Mr. Gleyber Torres back there and old Yankee Stadium #1, Ryan Clary. But I will tell you, it's too much. It's too much out of the house. I should probably go home. But my kid's going to be there
now, and we got to go. But I'll just tell you really quickly.
Yeah,
Danny's playing pickup basketball at 6 a.m. He plays pickleball at like 9 a.m. to noon, and then afterwards, sometimes he plays another pickleball game at night.
Every day?
Not every day.
Oh,
many days.
I mean, when do you fit in your weird ass video games?
Late night.
Oh my God.
Once everyone's asleep.
I'd be dead by then.
Nothing weird about multi-million cells.
Yeah.
Are you guys confident that Jahan Dotson bounces back this year? You can call us at 800-636-1067. I see a couple people do want to talk about the rookie class as well. We'll get into that next on Greg and Dave and Stewie right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Diving into the Commanders rookies. They report to camp in 1 month. Everybody will have their eyes peeled on Jaden Daniels. Who else could help them in the early weeks of the season? Let's go to Patrick, who's in Olney on the Fan. What's up, Patrick? How are you?
Gentlemen, hey, good afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, buddy. You bet, bud.
Hey, so I'll start with the rookie class and then I'll get into Jahan. But I wanted to say that what my hope is that Jerzon Newton will come in and make a big impact himself. But I'm hoping that he also gives Allen and Payne some breathers during the game so they stay more fresh. And, if the line's doing good, then that means the secondary is probably doing good too.
I like it. That's the correlation. I mean, that's the idea. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's the idea real quick is that if you can sort of go 5 wide, maybe a bear package or have, your best pass rushers on the field, maybe it comes internally. That's going to help the secondary that was the worst in the league last year statistically be a lot better.
Exactly. And then for Jahan, I'm giving him a pass for last year. I really liked him coming out as a rookie, and last year, just so many things didn't go right with the team last year, whether it was coaching or players themselves. But I'm going to take a patient wait and see approach with him. I'm thinking that he's going to be better this year. But that's what I got for you guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I think you'd throw a lot of players and coaches out if you just based everything on last season. And I think a lot of what went wrong wasn't individually any one person's fault. It was kind of rotten from the inside out offensively. Let's go to PJ, who's in Reston on Grant and Danny. What do you make of Jahan Dotson in year 3 with a new offensive staff?
Yeah, well, first of all, happy day to all of y'all. So I'm pretty, high on Jahan Dotson's prospects to bounce back. I don't know if he's going to have 1,000+ yards, 80 to 100 catches, but I think he's going to have a very productive year. He's going to be a very strong player for us. I just think that I hate to rag on Eric Bieniemy so much, but I mean, it's about as bad of a run offense that I've seen. And it was just so disjointed. Yes, they threw it so much, but it was such a choppy, kind of stuttery, kind of weird offense. So he's going to bounce back. And then selfishly speaking, if you guys ever interview Jahan Dotson, this is very selfish of me to say, but my last name is Jahanadish. If y'all could just ask him if he was named after, in Farsi, Jahanadish means philosopher of the world. So his name means world, right, in Farsi. I'm just curious, selfishly, if you guys ever have him on the air, if you can ask him that. But God bless everybody. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I don't know when the next time we'll talk to him is. If I remember, I will ask him. That's best I can do for you there.
Because there's 2 ways that could go. Yeah, it's actually what it's named for.
Yeah.
It's no, it's just a family name or something. It's okay. I don't know.
That doesn't make for the best radio. It's like, hey, does that mean? And he's like, actually, it's just my dad liked, a receiver named Jahan at his college.
Yeah, there's a dude in family named Hans and one guy named John, so they just did Jahan together. Like I don't know. Could be.
Rookie year, 61 targets, 35 catches, 523 yards. Sophomore year, 83 targets, 49 catches, 518 yards. So his success in terms of targets turning into catches was about the same, narrowly down from 50 to 48%. His catch percentage, which is receptions divided by targets, was actually up narrowly from 57 to 59%. His yards per target, though, which is one of the better stats for a receiver in terms of just overall effectiveness, from 8.6, which isn't great as a rookie, to 6.2 last season. It was not good.
No, it was not. Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the productivity or lack thereof. I think he had 83 total yards in the month of December down the stretch of the season.
Yeah, looking at his games log, fell off of a cliff pretty clearly, but the whole offense did. Howell got benched multiple times during that stretch for not being able to get the ball out or complete passes.
Totally. Beginning of the season in September, in a 35 point output, had, I think 22 yards in that game against Denver. Just wasn't a featured player.
Grant and Danny on the Fan got an audio vault for you. Nats game notes as well ahead of pregame coming up in our stretch run. We're taking you up to 6:15 tonight. As the exclusive sponsor for Grant and Danny, the law firm Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys, kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a nice discount. kmlawyers.com. Love those guys. I sent my parents, my father, to them to get his business done. My father had a great experience, told me, make sure you tell your listeners they took good care of me.
Love it.
We have been doing that since here on G&D. We're taking you up to 6:15 in Nats baseball. We've got some time for the much anticipated, been a little while, so we got to return this to the program, the Audio Vault. I'm so scared now. The intro
you got a little creepier. It's like
considerably creepier. Like, I didn't know we were doing a Halloween thing, but we are doing a Halloween thing.
Little Tales from the Crypt action from that guy. I like it.
We almost need like a Halloween spooky theme of music.
Little Vincent Price.
Afterwards. All right, so here we go. First things first. I love this clip. I've saved this one a few weeks ago. I hope people have not heard it yet. There is a live telecast going on. Don't know what TV station. It doesn't matter. They throw to the sideline reporter at this Pro-Am who thinks she's interviewing Vince Young. Here's the problem. She's not interviewing Vince Young.
Okay.
She's interviewing a guy named Everett Sands, who's the head coach at the Citadel, who's taking part in the event. She's interviewing the wrong guy, and he's so nice about it. He just couldn't be a better dude. But this is the ultimate want-to-get-away feeling. I cannot imagine what was going through her mind.
Vince Young playing this week. He is down with Lauren.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time in Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over at Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is that I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first Pro-Am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and having an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
Oh my God.
A lot to unpack there.
Oh my God.
Number one, he's the nicest guy ever. He goes, now I'm going to apologize. I'm going to apologize. You got one of two options there. You pretend to be Vince Young, even though you're not. Or on live television, you go, listen here, lady.
Oh, no.
I ain't Vince Young. Now I'm going to apologize. The other thing is I love that she just went with a second question. And I don't know if that was still the planned Vince Young question.
Well, someone's got to be in her ear being like, ask him about what it's like to play golf.
Okay, but she goes, it's your first Pro-Am. Is that Everett Sands' first program? Or is that Vince Young's first Pro-Am? Is she just sticking to her notes?
Oh, no.
At that point. But can I just hear the train wreck part again? Right where he lets her in on the little secret.
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over at Citadel.
Live television. No. Now I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over at the Citadel.
What if she's like, what's your favorite part? Is it getting recognized?
Boy, oh boy. May we all be lucky enough to not have that moment happen on our watch. Because a couple things could happen. Now, obviously, I would recognize Vince Young. I would know this is not Vince Young. But I do these interviews live on the radio on Sirius XM when I'm doing coverage. If I'm interviewing big league players ahead of the Home Run Derby, the All-Star game down on the field in Texas at Globe Life Park, where the Rangers play in a couple of weeks, that's fine. But I also do the Futures game broadcast, and they bring over the minor league players to me. Now, if you say their names, I know most of them. You say Dylan Cruz, I'm like, number 2 pick LSU. But if I've never met Dylan Cruz and there's just 23 dudes that are minor league players and you bring one over, sometimes they're in uniform, sometimes they're not. And on live radio, this will happen. They'll bring over a guy and they'll just be like, they're supposed to tell me in my ears, like, hey, this is Colt Keith, Detroit Tigers. If I don't get that or the producer doesn't do it because he's busy talking to someone, I'm live on the radio and there's a player standing there waiting to be interviewed. And I'm going, who in the hell am I looking at?
Who is this?
But I've never had that moment where I think I'm talking to Vince Young and really I'm talking to Everett Sands. All right, how about Christian Yelich? He's my guy. I like Christian Yelich, and he's making fans because he gave a fan who made a nice catch a bat. This was live TV. This is the Brewers television network and their sideline reporter.
From last night. Yep, that play we showed you earlier. Star of the night from the fans. And he wanted the autograph of Christian Yelich after he made that play. Well, Yelich, during the inning, high-fived him.
What were your thoughts when you made that catch? First of all, that's great in itself. But then Christian Yelich tries to give you a high five as well. How'd that feel?
It felt amazing. I mean, I really wanted him to give me an autograph. So I was waiting for it, but he didn't give me one. So I'm waiting until the end of this game to check if he will give me one.
I have a baseball bat that has been signed by Christian Yelich, especially for you. Now I want you to do me a favor and read what Christian signed on the bat just for you.
Great catch. See you in the show.
Personally autographed from Christian, who was kind enough to do so during the game.
I'm speechless.
Love that.
10 out of 10.
Very, very cool. As you get older now and you have your own kids, when you see a player do something like that.
That's all I can think about.
It's like you go to a game and your kid's asking questions like, will we get a ball? Definitely not. You know, is anyone going to sign an autograph for me? Most certainly not. But you're just like, maybe, just maybe something cool will happen and you'll have a memory. So anytime a player does something amazing like that, it's the best.
There's my oldest son stopped asking recently, but he asked me a bunch of times about Amos Willingham, I think is the name, or like part-time Nat for like an hour and a half, because he signed up like the Harry Potter scarf box for him.
No
so
way.
he's like, how's Amos Willingham doing? I was like, he's doing great.
Where was he that he met Amos Willingham?
Great. I don't know. It was at Nat's Park at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amos Williams signed an autograph for him.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's asking about him several times, and I'm like, I think he's doing awesome.
So you took your kids to a game, and they got an autograph from Amos Willingham.
Amos Willingham. No, only my oldest got it. He was so excited about it.
That is amazing.
I think I got the right name. Maybe it's not.
I hope it is because that's incredible. All right, Jeopardy and sports. They mix like oil and vinegar. I got to tell you guys, there will one day be a question correctly answered on Jeopardy by one of the very smart, nerdy people on that show about sports, but recently has not been that time.
800. A bit like Sci-Fi's Anywhere Door or Phoenix Gate, it opened on October 15th, 2018 to whisk college athletes to a new school. They call it the transfer portal.
Have you ever seen them get a sports question?
Yes, because sometimes there's one guy who's just a human being.
Just cleans it up.
Yeah, who's like, it's transfer portal. Or like, who's watched SportsCenter for more than 1 second. And it's now he might miss like Scottish literature of the 1630s. Like he might miss that one, but he'll get those.
Peyton Manning was at Tom Brady's retirement Hall of Fame induction ceremony by the Patriots. He's back in the fold with New England. Belichick's out. He is back. They induct him into their organizational Hall of Fame this past week. Brady was there with Peyton Manning as his guest on stage. Mike Tirico interviewing them, and Peyton Manning told a funny story about them being very close friends long before anybody knew it.
Well, obviously playing against them so many years, felt like we met at a Pro Bowl, got to know each other at a couple off-season golf tournaments, and we just had tremendous respect for each other. I was so impressed with Tom's commitment to be better every season than he was the year before, always looking for some type of edge in his training and his film study. And we actually got together one off season in 2009 at the height of our careers. Tom's coming off an MVP season. I'm coming off an MVP season. We met in a small town in Tennessee. I said, Tom, let's get together. Let's kind of go real under the radar. Don't tell anybody we're coming in. Tom flies in on Mr. Kraft's plane, big, huge plane. I'm like, that is not what I said. I said under the radar. That's against the salary cap too, by the way. We won't get into that. But we played golf together. We lifted weights together. We threw routes together with these high school receivers. We took their phones away. And we said, if you tell anybody that Tom Brady and I are working out together and that we're friends, we're going to kill all of you. So, but it was fascinating to see his work ethic. And we really picked each other's brains, not, giving away all of our secrets, but we were kind of challenging each other to get better.
Just a great story, but I want to know who these kids were.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how amazing that must have been? I would think you got
like now the statute of limitations is off. You can be like, I was one of those kids that was catching passes from those guys.
Maybe you got a picture with them or something, hopefully. But yeah, that's incredible. I also love the zing where he goes, hey, keep it low profile, flies in on the big Patriots jet, and he zings him about it being illegal too.
Gets a salary cap. Anyway.
Speaking of Brady's Hall of Fame speech and ceremony, he said a couple things I really liked on why he thinks every kid should play football. This was awesome.
Urge everyone to play football for the simple reason that it is hard. It's hard when you're young to wake up in the off season at 6 a.m. to go train and work out, knowing that all your friends are sleeping in and eating pancakes. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, weighed down with all your gear, and it's 90 degrees out and all the other kids are at the pool or at the beach, and your body is already completely exhausted from workouts in 2-a-days. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and tackle and hit kids when they're way bigger and way more developed than you, only to go home that night bruised and battered and strained, but knowing you have to show up again the next day for just the chance to try again.
Here. Love that. Sports for kids is important, man.
That is my number one philosophy. And I'm not, I know I sound like a stage dad whenever we talk about this kind of stuff. And I'm not. I don't care what you pick. I don't care if you're good or not. We're going. You're going to lose. You're going to work through adversity. You're going to be part of a team. You're going to listen to somebody that's not one of your parents. And you've got to gut through this kind of stuff and work at things. And that's the whole point to me.
I also really, really liked him talking about people being great and what it takes.
To be successful at anything, the truth is you don't have to be special. You just have to be what most people aren't. Consistent, determined, and willing to work for it. No shortcuts. If you look at all my teammates here tonight, it would be impossible to find better examples of men who embody that work ethic, integrity, purpose, determination, and discipline that it takes to be a champion in life.
I actually buy that. I don't think you got to be great at anything. Most people are not consistent, and most people, if you choose to work really hard, are not going to outwork you. I thought that was a great speech. If you want to listen to the rest of it, check it out. There you go, your audio vault. It is time to get you ready for Nats baseball, presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Jake Irvin, batting first, playing shortstop. See Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third and left. Jesse Winker, second baseman Luis Garcia hitting cleanup. Joey Meneses at first base, hitting fifth. Eddie Rosario, your DH. Keibert Ruiz hitting seventh, doing the catching. Nick Senzel batting eighth and third. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field batting ninth.
Jake Irvin trying to make it 6 consecutive quality starts. For Darius, Ryan, Danny, Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening. We are back on Thursday at 2:00.
Thank you for coming.